Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877-CARS for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS for Kids. Donate your...
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
New year feels like you're playing shorthanded. Time to capitalize at Lindsay Ford of Wheaton. My guy Jay Raptor's got F-150s, Mavericks, Transit vans, and more, all priced to clear the zone. And you'll be in and out quicker than a line change. You'll love it at Lindsay. LindsayFord.com.
Hi, I'm Connie Britton, and I want to share with you the experience of Donna in Washington. She writes, I got injured about 5 years ago. I was let go when, because of the injury, I couldn't keep up with my schedule. I've tried to find other work, but I'm 68 now. No one wants to hire someone that old. This week is tough, though, because I had to get my tooth fixed. So I only have $10 in my checking account. But it will be okay. I at least have food because of this pantry. Millions of people face hunger. Some every day, just like Donna. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org. Feeding America, 200 food banks strong.
Did you know that more than 90% of poisonings happen at home? Look closely and you will find poison risks hidden in plain sight inside every house. But there are actions you can take to poison-proof your home, like keeping household cleaners locked up high and away from children, properly labeling and securing medicines and supplements, and installing carbon monoxide detectors near bedrooms and furnaces. Visit poisonhelp.hrsa.gov to learn more, or call your local poison center at 1-800-222-1222, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
If we continue to consume our natural resources at the rate we do now, by 2050, it could take 3 Earths to meet our needs. The Earth can't speak up when it needs help, but we can. Be the voice for those who have no voice. Visit worldwildlife.org.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Pro Savings Days are on at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get an additional 5% off when you buy 5 or more select GE, Whirlpool, and Electrolux kitchen or laundry major appliances. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/23. Discount valid to My Lowe's Pro Rewards members only. Exclusions and other restrictions apply. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for details. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. At 4 a.m, my phone rang. They said, I regret to inform you that your husband was wounded in action. Victor sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. I was doing school full-time, and I was also then caring for Victor. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself. I just didn't want to forget that I also had goals and that I also had a life. What I did is I challenged Victor to meet me halfway. There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. We have our own journey, and we can fulfill that journey at the same time that we are helping our loved one.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
I lived alone in this apartment, and I'd had trouble with my landlord. Basically, he was a creep. He kept coming on to me, and I kept saying no. Then one night, I'm sitting on my couch watching TV. My door, of course, is locked. But then I hear it's my landlord letting himself in. Hey, get out. You can't keep coming in.
What's wrong? I hear your refrigerator needs fixing, and I figure while I'm here, maybe you can do something for me.
Out. Get out.
I'm offering you a good deal.
Out. And I'm reporting you.
All right. I'm leaving. Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Yes, sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. It's called the Fair Housing Act. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to hud.gov/fairhousing. That's hud.gov/fairhousing. And if you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
For all 106.7 The Fan contest rules, log on to thefandc.com/rules.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital. WJFK FM and WJFK HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD3 Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Carrington drives, left double, flips up the shot. Whoa! Scores at the buzzer! Goal, baby! The Wizards' biggest lead of the night.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan, an Odyssey sports station. It's the Sports Junkies.
Let's talk it out.
You can watch the show live or on demand.
What are we watching for?
As I said, we're not sure.
On YouTube.
What's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. Junkies back with you on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 right here in the DMV. In Richmond, you can listen to us on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network as we celebrate 30 years of the Junkies all year long. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Wednesday morning, January 21st, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Jason Bishop is back.
That's hard to say at 6:01, isn't it?
Well, we haven't changed it on the script. Like, there was an email, and the email just said, hey, just a little change to the script, because we've always said put our team in your office.
Mm-hmm.
But technically the Junkies aren't on the Main Street Bank team. So the switch was just to say it's their team. You hire Main Street Bank, you're putting their team in your office.
That's right.
And at 6 o'clock in the morning, my brain saw hour, and it took a second to process.
That's what it is. It's the time, buddy.
Cake's, of course, out today. His dog is having ACL surgery, Jason.
Oh, that's not cheap.
No, and
Jimmy Butler?
turns out that he has pet insurance, but he got pet insurance after the dog had been diagnosed with some leg problems.
Oh.
And
So that doesn't kick in?
Doesn't kick in.
Oh.
They said that it was a pre-existing condition.
Did they give him a price?
He said he's going to pay $5,000.
That's what I was going to guess, because my next door neighbor's dog had multiple ACL surgeries, multiple. So I think they paid 10.
Yeah, actually, after that, I put it on my list of things to do to get pet insurance because apparently he got the pet insurance after he went to the vet 2 months ago when his dog Winnie was limping around.
Wow.
I don't even know if he actually processed a claim, but he just figured it's not going to work. Pre-existing condition.
But he'll be for the next time he tears an ACL or breaks a neck or whatever.
So that'll kick in? The insurance will kick in next time?
The next time.
Yeah,
well,
so best of luck to Winnie.
That's not cheap. And when the last time I took my dog to the vet for just a standard checkup, they said, you know what? Your dog might have a torn ACL because my dog's kind of been, her left leg's kind of been leaning out when she sits, so she doesn't put a lot of pressure on it. And he goes, I'm not sure, I'm not 100% positive, but the way it feels swollen and the way she sits, you might have a torn ACL with her.
But does Luca run?
She doesn't run a lot anymore.
Does she play man-to-man defense?
No. So I said, you know what? She can get up and down the stairs. She walks around the block. She's fine. So
Exactly.
I'm not gonna repair ACL at age 12.
Luca with another 30-point triple-double last night becomes the number 2 guy on the all-time list of triple-doubles when you score over 30 points.
Good. Awesome. Did the Wizards lose last night?
You'd have to ask Unfunny Ben.
Did they play last night? I didn't even check the
I
NBA.
think they played.
No, they didn't play yesterday.
Yeah, he almost stumped me. Again, processing early in the morning, I was like, I don't think they play.
Oh, okay, all right. I didn't check
We
the
are going to
NBA
have their
boxes.
head coach, Brian Keefe, on the show at 7:45. It's a big coach day on the Junkies. Brian Keefe, head coach of the Wizards, will join us at 7:45, and Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Capitals, will join us at 9:45. Capitals.
Now they're out west.
They're
I know
basically
that.
playing 500 lately, it seems, although I think they've lost 3 in a row.
Yeah.
So Coach Carberry, we will talk to him about what's going on there.
I wouldn't tell them this, but they're not very good right now.
Well, I think
it's not a very good
They've just
team.
been streaky all year.
They don't score enough, and Tom Wilson was their leading scorer, and he's been out.
He's been out. I know. Well,
so it's tough
He's
to
one
generate
guy.
offense.
He's one guy.
I know.
You got to bounce back, and you got other guys on the roster that have to score, and they just haven't been very good.
They need some offense. So we will talk to Coach Carberry about that. Wanted to get your take on a couple things, Jason, because we didn't have you yesterday, and I just saw this. I follow Ariel Helwani. He's a big MMA guy online, and I guess he's a big Buffalo Bills guy, and he was showing the angle of what he dubs the catch. Of course, it was called an interception. When you were watching it live, what were your thoughts?
When I was watching it live, I thought it was a catch, but I understand that whoever the expert former referee was in studio with those guys was explaining, you got to kind of come down with it, and he didn't. He didn't finish it, so I can see why they called the interception. I thought it was a catch when I watched it live.
I'm flummoxed. I don't have an opinion on it.
Yeah, but
flummoxed by it completely.
That was the call, but I guess they didn't review it. That was the controversy. They didn't review that play. But even if they reviewed it, I'm not sure they would have given him a catch.
We had our poll of the day yesterday, and it had to do with that game in particular and who gets the most blame. Our voters say Josh Allen over the refs. Sean McDermott was another choice. He lost his job. Only 4% voted for him, and 15% were other. I think the other is the defense. Gave up all those points.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about, generally you don't stay up. But if you're taking a day off, maybe you stayed up to watch the whole national championship game. I would hope that you did.
I did, of course.
Good job.
It was a great game. It was fun to watch. And whenever a game comes down to the last possession, it's usually really fun and exciting, and it did. I feel bad for Carson Beck because he was kind of criticized most of the year for making bad decisions in big spots, and all the experts said you don't want him throwing a bunch of balls because he's eventually going to make a mistake. And he did through that short interception, but man, that was a really fun game to watch.
Especially the fourth quarter.
Yep.
With the drama. Now, Miami never had the lead, but they had a chance to win the game.
But Indiana did all the little things like they did most of the year. Now they blew out most of their opponents, but against the really good teams, they just didn't make the mistakes that the opponents made. And you saw that again in this game. They just didn't make the amount of mistakes that Miami did. And it just comes down to a play or two, and it did. And the block punt was huge. The missed field goal was huge. Going for it on 4th and 5, huge.
They had a penalty on a 3rd and long.
Yep. So it was, it's one of the best stories in sports history, not just college football.
But let's be
really
real. Mendoza made plays when they needed it.
Of course.
Whether it was a 4th down pass to Becker, a 3rd down conversion to Becker, of course.
Yes.
The touchdown run.
Yep.
What I wanted to bring up, Cakes was rooting against Indiana.
I know he was.
Most, I think, people that didn't have a stake in it, I think would have probably chosen Indiana, just better story to root for. And I saw this statistic this morning, and it's just amazing. So they beat 6 top 10 teams this year. In their entire history of the program, they had only 6 wins over top 10 teams.
Yeah.
In over 100 years.
Yeah, it's incredible. It really is.
It's the most incredible 2-year turnaround I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I watched a
In any
video.
sport.
I don't know if you've seen it. Players Tribune put it out. And it's hard not to get choked up watching it. It's a video that I guess they coordinated with the mom, Players Tribune. The mom, before the Heisman Trophy presentation, wrote a letter to her son. And they mixed in what she wrote with video. And I got choked up watching it. It's really hard not to get choked up watching it. It's got clips of him as a young boy and all this stuff. Just an amazing story that from Fernando Mendoza was able to do this at Indiana.
No, incredible. Yeah. The whole thing's incredible. That's why I said yesterday when we were taking calls, to me, I think it's the greatest sports story of my lifetime. I think.
Yeah, it's certainly up there. It's got to be top 5. But in college football, it's probably the greatest story.
Overall for me, JP wanted to say Miracle on Ice. Okay,
Yeah.
There's some one-off things, like a Buster Douglas thing, but I think this is
It's up
maybe the biggest for me.
Yeah, because those are just one game or one event. This was
like
an entire season.
It was a 2-year run.
It was a 2-year run.
They're more of a favorite this year, but considering where they started from 2 years ago.
The thing is, this is not a fluke. Okay, it's not you don't go 16-0 and beat the teams that you did if it's a fluke. It's not. This team was the best team in the country, and that's what's crazy to say.
Team, for sure.
Yeah.
And their coach is an excellent.
Did you see
coach.
clocks about another $4.5 million in bonuses?
Good for him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Deserves
for him.
it.
Absolutely.
I think you mentioned, or Cakes mentioned, looking back at the first game that he coached at home, and there was nobody in the stands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Think of how much money he's made for that university.
I know. I saw that image. I talked about it yesterday. It was it literally seemed like a couple hundred people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
It looked like a lacrosse game.
Yeah.
Like I've been to a lacrosse game at the University of Maryland, and Maryland.
A big
probably
game, Maryland will draw 15,000.
Maybe, but I've been to a regular game, I guess, where there's 45,000 potential seats, and there's maybe 1,000 people.
Yeah.
Usually a little bit more.
Well,
than
and
that,
you saw how many people were at Hard Rock Stadium. It was how many Indiana fans.
Oh yeah, it was crazy when they were in that side of the end zone. They were disruptive.
Yeah.
So good for you. You stayed up, but you did your bit
It was
where
fun to watch.
And look, I've got a week of vacation that I didn't use during Christmas, so use the day of your Christmas vacation.
Yeah, I worked 6 days that I was supposed to have off for Christmas. So I said, you know what? I'm using one of those days, the day after MLK Day.
So you only have a 3-day week, but next week could be challenging because of the snow.
It's going to be brutal. Believe me, I've been thinking about it for a day.
I actually had a mild anxiety attack about it last night because I was on my phone before I went to sleep. I know you're not supposed to do that. I turned the blue lights off my phone, so hopefully that doesn't make it as rough.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at it, and this guy's giving this report. He's like, "Yeah, I don't want to panic you, but there's going to be death and destruction, and people are going to starve. People are going to not have enough water. There's going to be 3 inches of ice." And I started having anxiety. I was like, I don't think we have bottled. He's like, yeah, It's going to be so bad. It doesn't say necessarily Kensington or Gaithersburg, but across the country in various parts, it's going to be so bad. Obviously, power is going to be down for people.
Yep.
Your utilities might be cut off. So what are you going to do if you have no access to water? But if your water to come on, you better have some bottled water. What if you don't have bottled water?
Better go to the
I started
store.
having anxiety last night as I was laying in bed, just thinking about all the possibilities, all the different ways I could die.
The only thing that I really want to get, which I don't have right now, is salt. Something to throw down on the driveway.
Yeah, I think
I'll
salt.
shovel it, but a lot of times you shovel and there's that layer of ice that you can't get to.
Yeah.
And I know I used to have some sort of like melted salt type
I
thing.
think
It
we have
wasn't
some of
salt.
that.
I don't think I
Throw it
have
out
any right
there,
now.
The ice melt, whatever it
Yeah.
is. That's how I got my house. Is the owner went out to get his morning paper. He slipped on the driveway and dunked himself off. And then the widow had to sell the house. Wow. That's how I got my house. I'm not sure if it was ice or if he just slipped and fell.
Older dude.
Older guy.
Yeah.
Slipped and fell on the back of his head, dunked himself off.
Wow.
Yeah, yesterday I really wasn't taking it that seriously because it seemed far off, but now it's Wednesday and these people seem really resolute and
If you
sure
look at
that
the
it's going to
map, the
happen.
entire country looks like it's going to be affected.
It's one of those, once a year storms, or call it once every 5-year storms, where there's so much snow in the north and there's going to be so much snow or ice and sleet in the south, and then so much rain, down in the Florida, the Panhandle. It's going to be a nightmare, and the timing is going to be terrible because it's going to snow all night Sunday and probably into early hours Monday morning. And for us, we're going to have to get up an hour earlier easily.
Maybe next week's going to be the week that I take off.
Go ahead. I would.
I actually think it's never happened in the, say, 10 years or so of my kids playing club volleyball. I actually think they might cancel our volleyball tournament that we have in Norfolk, Virginia. It's a 2-day tournament. It's never happened. I think it may happen.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, I'm going to be driving home in the middle of it, the heart of it.
Bad beat.
That's a bad beat.
Oh, you're not going to get home Sunday if you have to drive back
From
Norfolk?
Yes.
That's bad news.
I mean, I've driven through the only way I wouldn't is if there's a road blockage.
How many inches are we expected to get?
Well, Camera is going to give his official prediction tomorrow. I'm going to guess 14 to 16.
Oh, I might be able to build an igloo.
Baltimore said 20.
I might build
They
an
said a
igloo.
couple days ago.
I mean, who knows? They
Hopefully they whiff like they've never whiffed before.
They go through all these models, like the GFS model, whatever that is, the Euro model. They say the Euro model is the most accurate year to year, and the Euro model predicted 14 to 18.
And by the temps, the thing that's so bizarre is tomorrow's supposed to be a little warmer. Tomorrow might even hit 50, allegedly.
Right.
This morning I got in my car, it said 13 degrees.
Yeah.
But tomorrow's the calm before the storm.
I guess.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal on Monday.
Just get your bread and your water. Make sure you got all your provisions. I had real anxiety as I was laying in bed last night.
Yep.
As I mentioned, Brian Keefe, head coach of the Wizards, will join us coming up at 7:45. They've lost 7 in a row. So for all of you who thought that the tank was in trouble,
he's going to be
they're
positive,
back to
though.
losing. Also, Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Capitals, he'll join us at 9:45, and we'll give away some Chris Stapleton tickets on a game show Wednesday. We'll play Junkies Shootout at 8:45 here on the Junks.
106.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's JP Finley, and you've heard me talking about the disaster at my house with the water damage. Well, Better Services came to the rescue again. They got me new appliances that match the dishwasher they already hooked me up with. Check out their showroom in Kensington, Maryland. Better can also help you with all your kitchen and bath needs. They also offer handyman services for all types of repairs. Whatever you need, Better is the spot. They serve Maryland and D.C. They're family-owned and operated for over 80 years. Check them out at betterservices.com. That's BETTAR services.com.
It's your boy Bish from the Junkies, and when I needed a new HVAC system water heater and a sump pump, I called Foley Mechanical. Dan Foley, the owner, came out himself, not some faceless company owned by private equity. He owns 100% of Foley Mechanical. He takes pride in every job. His crew, top-notch. These guys know exactly what they're doing, especially with older homes and radiator heat. They crushed it at my house. They will for you. Foley Mechanical serves D.C., Maryland, and Virginia and proudly installs Amana HVAC equipment. Call Dan Foley. He's the real deal.
Hey, it's JP from the Junkies for Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria.
Dr. Sean Coomer has been creating confident smiles since 2005. At Elegant Smiles, you'll get dentistry with a touch of elegance from a talented, caring team. I had a great experience there. You will too. Visit ElegantSmilesDDS.com.
Winter's all about layers. Coats, gloves, boots. At Dulles Kia, the layers are in the lineup. Drive a new Kia K4, just $239 a month. Step up to a new Sorrento, only $379 a month. Or go all in with a Telluride as low as $389 a month. All brand new, all loaded with tech. And now all under one roof at Dulles Kia's sharp new facility. However winter hits, there's a Kia that fits at Dulles Kia in Leesburg or DullesKia.com. Call 703-669-6888 for details about costs and terms.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC3. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to Upside.com for terms and conditions.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, scheduled, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Clear and cold, temperature in the upper teens.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
After a magical 2024 season turned into a nightmare 2025.
Jaden Daniels is going to be shut down.
The future of the Adam Peters and Dan Quinn regime comes down to the moves they make this offseason. From free agency to the NFL draft.
Washington Commanders.
This is your station for breaking Commanders news, expert analysis, and debate. Every move.
Rework this deal.
I think it's going to be tough.
Every day.
I'm definitely excited about
We
it.
are football. Sports Radio 1067 The Fan. It's the Sports Junkies.
I hear what you're saying.
And I like it.
On 1067 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
So I saw this yesterday, and it raised my eyebrows. I'm not necessarily buying it, but Josh Robbins, who writes for The Athletic, put out a potential trade target for the Washington Wizards, and it was Zion Williamson. My initial thought was, ugh.
Was this his opinion or his bold prediction, or is he
No,
hearing
he's just
this
saying it's an
from
extreme
sources?
long shot, but enough people were talking about it, buzzing about it, that if, I guess the Pelicans said there were a bunch of guys that they weren't going to trade, including like Derek Queen. But if somebody did want to swoop in and make an offer for a guy like Zion, they would listen. And the Wizards, according to multiple people, were one team that potentially could make sense.
Look, they're looking for long-term money because right now they have several expiring contracts. Chris Middleton's making $33 million. Malachi Branham, $5 million. Marvin Bagley, $2.3 million. They're all on expiring deals. And I guess they're looking for long-term money. But he's a tantalizing talent.
He's still only 25 years old.
He's young. Now, what he likes to do is knock up porn stars and get women pregnant, but that's off the court. Whatever.
Who cares?
Yeah, who cares? But he also likes to miss games. I just looked it up.
58%.
I don't even think he's playing that.
Didn't they hold him out of a lot of those?
That may be the case.
They held him out of a lot of
that
those.
may be the case, but he's basically a 50% proposition. I mean, it's year after year.
Yeah.
It's not like 1 year. It's every year.
Yeah, but I feel like a lot of it was them holding him out, weight issues, that sort of thing. I was under the impression that the weight stuff has gotten better. His diet's gotten better and that sort of thing.
He got thinner this year.
Yeah.
He got thinner. But, I mean, even this year he's missed a bunch of games.
Yeah, well, they say he's got a left ankle, grade 3 left ankle sprain, out indefinitely.
I read
that's
that
like a real injury.
He's missed 58% of his games in 6 years.
Right, but I think, again, they held him out for a lot of those. They're just like, we're not going to play you. You're too heavy.
Okay, well, that's still
an
but
issue. I'm
That's
not
still an
sure
issue.
that that's the issue currently.
I just think what they seem
Definitely
to
in
be
his
doing,
past.
and they did it with Trae Young, and if they were to do this, which, again, is probably very unlikely, it has nothing to do with on the court. It's salary moves. They're loading themselves up for, hopefully, a top draft choice next year, and everybody says the top 3 picks are going to be amazing. So hopefully they're able to land one of those top 3 picks.
Well, they'll be unlikely to land it because they'll have like a 12% chance or something. So I would just take that pipe dream and just get rid of it. But they'll have a top 8 pick, presumably.
But they would have, if they did make it, first of all, what would they have to give up to get Zion?
Not that much.
I mean,
Except
you're not giving
which
up.
would crack me up so much because that's Cakes' guy. That was the name that was thrown out there.
Yeah.
They're not going to give a first-round pick, that, certainly not one that's like in the top 10.
What they seem to be doing, and in The Athletic and Josh Robbins' article, he points out, they're willing to roll the dice on high upside players, and Zion Williamson would be a high upside player that just haven't worked out where they are. And that's kind of like the Trae Young trade, right? High upside player, a guy who's been an incredible scorer and an incredible passer in the league, leading the league in assists, but for whatever reason, the league has decided not a winning player, not a great player. They maybe hope to resurrect him at his prime when he led the Hawks to the Eastern Conference Finals. And maybe with somebody like Zion Williamson, another name that is in the article is Jonathan Kuminga. He's always talked about as a trade guy for the Golden State Warriors. Steve Kerr kind of always has him in the doghouse, it seems like. But he's super athletic, gifted.
It just comes down to how reliable he can be if he can be on the court more than 48 or 42% of the time, which is what he's played so far in 6 years. That's what it comes down to. I mean, he's a star, and you would have two, but I don't know if Will Dawkins takes a reach on a guy like Zion who's got injury issues, maybe doesn't have a team-friendly salary.
Yeah, but if they get rid of like a Chris Middleton.
Oh, yeah, that's gone.
Like
Middleton's
I think they
gone.
like Bilal, but maybe Bilal. If they get rid of Bilal, then I think the idea is maybe they really do want to kick the tires on him, see if they can make it work.
According to the article, the Pelicans told teams that they're not going to trade Williamson, Herb Jones, Trey Murphy III, Derek Queen, or Jeremiah Fears. That's who they believe are part of their future. But league sources expressed skepticism about Williamson.
Yeah, I think everybody
sure.
has the same questions. His availability. When a guy plays, he's a superstar. But, we'll see.
Let's see. He's played in 24 games, 61, 29, 70, 30, and then this year, 29.
His contract's non-guaranteed as well. So he'd be on the books for 2 years, $40+ million, but he has to play in at least 40% of the games, or half the games, I think it is, to get all year it'd be like 20 or something like that. But since the contract is not guaranteed, after next year, if they don't want to do business with them anymore, they could part ways with them for like $20 million instead of $40.
Listen, I trust him. I trust Will Dawkins, whatever he's stirring up.
Yeah.
I completely trust him. Well, I actually think it would be exciting to have. Just imagine for a second. I don't think it's going to happen. Again, even in the initial report, they say it's extremely unlikely. They're just saying, if there was a team out there that might be willing to kick the tires on him, it could potentially be the Wizards. Let's just say that's that 5% chance or less that they pulled it off. Pretty cool to have, if you could have, Zion, Trae Young, Keyshawn, Sarr, Trey Johnson. That'd be pretty wild.
So he's missed 16 games this year already.
He misses games all the time.
Yeah. Well, now lately he's played in a lot. I mean, in the month of January, he's been playing pretty much every game.
But now they say he's got an ankle sprain.
Now he's got an ankle issue. Yeah.
How many rebounds does he average per game? That's one thing that I've always wondered about Zion.
6.5 total
Like you would think he would
rebounds.
average more rebounds.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I got him at 6.5 for his
That's
career.
pretty weak.
Yeah.
I have to look up his
I don't
stats
think
for this
he's-
year.
I don't think
I got
he's
him at
5.8.
5.8. I got him at
career
5.8.
is 6.5.
Yeah. So 5.8 this year. Yeah, but he's not tall. He's big. He's just not that tall.
Okay, but neither was Charles Barkley when he was an
he's not
amazing
Charles.
rebounder.
He's not Charles Barkley. He's not even close to Barkley. But yeah, I would agree. I would think that someone as big as him would be in that 8 to 10 range. 5.8. That's
Derek Queen.
That's not going after.
Derek Queen can't be much taller than Zion Williamson. He's averaging more rebounds per game.
What do
in
they
less
list
minutes.
Queen at 6'9"? Queen feels
she's
like
got
like
3 inches.
He's
feels
listed
like
at 6'9".
Yeah, he feels like he's bigger.
Yeah, I mean Zion's what 6'6".
Significantly bigger. Listen, I trust Will. Whatever those guys do.
And Will you trust?
And Will I trust.
Hey, look, they're going to have to do something. Like if they don't land one of the top 3 guys, let's say they get the 7th pick, it's going to be uninspiring and you're not going to expect the trajectory of the franchise to change that much. That maybe you got to shake it up and maybe this is the way to go. And they've tried it, right? They picked up Cam Whitmore, was kind of a distressed asset. Like you like to say, kick the tires. They're willing to kick the tires on guys.
Yeah.
They're going to kick the tires on Trae Young, and maybe they kick the tires on Zion Williamson.
Yeah. I got no problem. with
Sometimes
it.
careers get resurrected.
They're gonna trade. Trade Bilal. Who cares?
With Zion Williamson.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a big
I
loss.
wouldn't care.
Yeah.
With Zion Williamson, I guess to me the die is cast. He just seems like a guy who's never going to blossom into one of the better players in the league. He'll have his games where he scores a bunch of points, gets a bunch of dunks.
I mean, let's be clear. When he plays, he does produce.
Yeah.
On a losing team.
Okay.
10-win team.
I mean,
And-
to me, when a guy scores 20 points on a losing team, it doesn't mean that much.
And one of the criticisms also of Zion is he's not a great defensive player. Trae Young's not a great defensive player. So you're going to have your two superstars that just don't play defense.
Yeah.
It just doesn't strike me that Will would make that reach. That's just me. It's my opinion. Not sure. Maybe he does. Maybe he just he thinks it's worth it.
I have no idea.
I don't think that he would.
Hey, it's an exciting name.
I would be sized if they did it. They get a little star power, a little juice. Are you kidding? I mean, and then honestly, you look at the numbers. He put up good numbers. He's gonna put up every time he's played every year. He's put up big numbers.
But Jason brings up a good point. Would you want another defensive liability?
I don't know. They're terrible. I've given up on them playing defense. I mean, they got Sarr. Maybe he can block a few shots.
I mean, they're giving up 124 a game now.
Yeah. I mean, we literally have been complaining about defense since Darryl Walker was the coach.
It's a long time ago.
A long time. A long time we've been complaining about.
Yeah, look, they've lost 7 in a row. I check in with them. Keyshawn is looks like a good piece, better than I expected. Kind of good all around game. Trey Johnson can definitely shoot. You guys know I have Chubb for Bub. I think Bub has flashes.
I think Bub's definitely a piece of it.
And they're all but young.
Yeah.
I think Zion gets in the way.
He's only 25.
I know, but I think he gets in the way of those guys.
His body might be older than 25.
What are you going to do? Are you going to cut Keyshawn's minutes?
I don't know how they would chop it up.
They get a million wings.
I gotta know.
I guess if you want to ship out Bilal, then you get some more minutes. But they get a million wings.
Is Bilal blowing anybody away around here?
No.
Yeah.
Although he plays good defense.
Although he would be a defender. Yeah.
He plays good defense. At least that's what they say. Yeah. But he's in his 3rd year. And, I love looking at scoring. He gives you 10 points a game.
Yeah.
And I think his 3-point percentage has gone down every year, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not saying that their offense is great, but their defense is atrocious. If you look at the top 6 to 8 teams in each conference, they're giving up 110 to 115. Mm-hmm. Washington gives up 124. Mm-hmm. I mean, you got to get better.
So maybe it's a small sample size, but as a rookie, Bilal Coulibaly shot about 35% from beyond the arc. Then last year it was down to 28%, and this year it's down to 27%.
Mm-hmm. I don't think they're going to make the deal. It would be a big story, but I don't think they're going to make that deal.
I would welcome it.
I don't know.
I'd welcome it and make it give the town a little bit more juice.
I guess I'm all in for the tank with the young guys because
I'm over
the most fun I had as a Wizards fan in recent years is that brief Russell Westbrook run where he got him into the play-in. Mm-hmm. But they were playing like the second half of the season. They were playing winning basketball, and that was fun. But once you go this direction, I just don't want to muck it up. Like that's what I didn't like about the Trae Young thing.
They're going to muck it up. They'll play him when they need to. They're not going to muck it up. They're going to protect the pick 100%.
I just want to play the young guys. Okay. Let them develop.
At some point, you got to start trying to win games, and I think it's next year.
Yeah.
I think next year you got to start trying to win games. You can't just tank another year.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. They're not going to muck up this year. It doesn't matter. They're not going to muck it up. They'll manage it. They'll lose all the games they need to lose.
Well, they've played 42.
Easy to lose.
So there's 40 to play. They might win 10.
They're not mucking.
That's how much they have right now.
Yeah, they might win 10 in the next 40.
And that's when they had that little hot streak.
And that'll be safe.
They'll
be safe with one of those.
Probably be unlikely. If they ever come close to winning a game, they'll probably just bench guys. And all of a sudden you'll see Champagny or somebody in there.
Yeah.
I don't even think it doesn't matter if they bench guys. They don't have to bench guys. They're still going to lose.
Yeah.
Sad. All right, we will talk to Brian Keefe, Wizards head coach, but that's your latest rumor that Zion Williamson could be a trade target for the Washington Wizards. Coming up next, talk about Jason's Hood. What the hell is going on in Ashburn? That's next here on the Junkies.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards. And DC Sports Talk all day.
Puts up a shot. Scores at
buzzer.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
All right, guys, EV here. FanDuel's turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the championship round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in, take your shot on an upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. Who are you going to jam in your parlay? Maybe you're going to take the Broncos with Stidham? You think the Rams could pull it off? Who do you like? Then apply your profit boost to go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. So visit FanDuel.com/EB and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration, max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Need a work truck that pulls its weight? My team over at Lindsay Ford of Wheaton is your commercial vehicle headquarters. Transit vans, Maverick, F-150s, Super Duty trucks, and more, all priced to move and built to keep your business moving. Or do what I did, plug in and power up your drive in a new F-150 Lightning or Mustang Mach-E. Lindsay's Chill Deals Winter Sales event is on right now, so get over to Lindsay Ford, ask for my guy Jay Raptor, and tell him Cake sent you. Take it from me. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsayford.com.
Let's go.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19.
Debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
New year feels like you're playing shorthanded. Time to capitalize at Lindsay Ford of Wheaton. My guy Jay Raptor's got F-150s, Mavericks, Transit vans, and more, all priced to clear the zone. And you'll be in and out quicker than a line change. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsayford.com.
At National Geographic Society, we believe in the power of wonder. We're supporting a new generation of explorers to ask questions, make breakthroughs, and bring the future closer. Wonder awaits. Will you join us? Visit natgeo.org/wonder.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters: love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Just hear me out. Speaking of fans, let's go to the phones. It's funny.
106.7 The Fan.
Story coming out of Ashburn.
Disgusting.
Disgusting.
Does it involve fecal matter?
Close.
All right.
That's number 2, right?
Yeah.
This involves number 1.
All right.
There was
What
an
happened?
employee at the Giant in Ashburn Village.
All right. Where's Ashburn Village, Jason? Is that near you?
Very close.
All right.
Probably 5 minutes.
All right.
Got in an argument with the fellow employee, I guess, who threw number 1 on him.
How did he do it? He went in a cup?
Was thrown at him full of number 1.
Just a fellow employee. So he went in the bathroom,
So it
filled
was-
up a cup, and threw urine at him.
Yeah, I'm not positive it was a fellow employee. The story just says Loudoun County Sheriff's deputies on the scene after an employee reported that a cup of, I don't know if I can describe it, was thrown on them during an argument.
Urine. You could say urine.
You can?
Yeah, I don't think
All
there's
right.
anything wrong with that word.
The female urine thrower then fled on foot.
Oh, it was a female.
Wow.
That's wild.
Just a disgusting
Did they get
story.
her? They arrest her?
Not sure.
So this
what's
was
the most disgusting
So
thing?
hold on, this was another employee. This wasn't a customer.
I'm not positive. Sounds like maybe it was a customer.
Oh.
My assumption was it was an employee. Like the way I was picturing it, like you guys were picturing dudes. I was just picturing something going on in the break room. But maybe somebody came in and they
Well, remember,
planned to do it to, who the heck knows? They had
A
some
few
sort of
years ago,
revenge
did we have
plot.
some serial guy who was like going into like the TJ Maxx's or whatever, and he was making number 3 and like throwing it on people?
Number 3.
Oh, number 3.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
What's the most disgusting thing that has ever been done to you? Like when I read this story, and it goes all the way back to elementary school, and who knows if it was true, but almost every school had a booger boy. And I was cornered because I was going to the bathroom using the urinal. I was probably in 3rd grade, 4th grade. And the kid that was the booger boy was coming at me, and I had to zip up and run away.
Oh, but
That to me was like the most disgusting thing. He didn't get me.
He didn't even, oh, that's not disgusting. You were just scared of the booger boy. I know the most disgusting thing that's ever happened to me. My brother did it to me when I was probably 7 or 8 years old. I was getting a piano lesson.
So Chad came at you.
I was getting a piano lesson, and I said, "Can you get me some water?" He took a cup and he put it in the toilet, and then gave me the cup.
Oh.
And I drank the toilet water. God only knows what was in it.
Did you beat his ass afterwards?
No, I mean,
you had a 4-year advantage on Chad.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, I was like 8 or something. I mean, I was like really young. It wasn't, I don't even know if I had the instinct. I mean, who knows? I don't remember how I reacted.
I got to believe Chad took a beat down there.
It's possible.
Because Matt was
possible.
If you were 8, Matt's only 1, so it had to have been Chad who did that.
No, it was 100% Chad. I remember the cup. It was a green cup. He dipped it in the toilet bowl.
By the way, EB, there's your boy Adam Rank that you had a back and forth with apparently
guy right there?
on Twitter.
That's him?
Yeah, that is Adam Rank. Yeah.
Honestly?
I recognize him. I just
Honestly,
didn't know
that's the
his
first time
name.
I've ever seen him.
Looks a little different there. I don't know if I've seen him look like that with the full beard.
Well, he doesn't usually wear suits when he's in studio.
Just looks a little different.
Yeah, I don't. He's lost on me. He's lost on me.
I can't even remember what you guys were arguing about.
I didn't argue with him. He did. I don't know.
Was it about Jaden or what was it?
No, it's when I was attacking Ben Johnson for being a
that's
classless
right.
douche.
That's right. That's right.
I got you.
And he, I guess, is a big Bears fan.
That's what's going on in Ashburn.
I didn't hear
Ashburn
about
Village.
I didn't hear about that.
Surprised you didn't hear about it.
No, but the cops were on the scene, huh?
What's the most disgusting thing that's ever happened to you?
Oh, putting me on the spot. I think it's pretty easy now that I think about it. Senior year at DeMatha High School, we went out to Vancouver to play in a tournament, and we played the best team in Seattle and the best team in Vancouver. All right, beat them both. Our point guard, I won't say his name, he ended up playing at Loyola of Maryland. Very good point guard. Partied a little too much the night before we left.
That's kind of his reputation.
We got on the plane. It was a 5-hour flight, 5.5-hour flight. As the plane is taking off, he throws up on me.
Oh.
I was sitting in the middle seat. He was sitting at the window seat. He threw up all over my lap. There wasn't an empty seat in the plane, so I had to sit there for 5.5 hours with vomit all over my lap.
Oh.
And then did you also have to keep it quiet because you didn't want him to get in trouble?
And by the way,
you know what I mean? Like you're trying to keep everybody knew.
Morgan Wooten was on the plane. He knew. And in fact, he was suspended the rest of the year because of it.
Right.
Point guard.
And he was good. We might have gone undefeated if he stayed on the roster. We lost 3 games. Backup point guard was good, but he wasn't as good as
But you didn't try to just conceal it?
I couldn't conceal it. It was everywhere.
I mean, just try to keep your poise. It was impossible.
I didn't rat on him. It's just got, coaches were sitting right there. They saw it.
Plus the smell.
I mean, the flight attendants were all over the place and rushing to our aisle.
Right.
I mean, it was crazy.
The smell is disgusting.
Yeah, believe me, I smelled it for 5.5 hours.
By the way, you were home yesterday, so I assume you were watching the trial with the nanny trial.
I watched a little bit of it.
Were you get an update?
Well, the only update
was the lady still testifying?
No, she testified in the first couple of days, but I don't think she's going to be called again.
I mean, they were saying that she's like remorseless. Like when she was on the stand, didn't even look. You know, she knows she's getting out of Dodge when she's all done.
She's going back to Brazil.
But like what I heard, because I think some of the local news channels are covering it, and they're like, show no remorse. I mean, she contributed to the.
It's not like she's crying on the stand. I know it's not like she's crying on the stand.
Yeah.
The people who testified yesterday were a blood expert and then the father of the wife that was murdered.
Right.
Those are the only 2 that I saw, and I guess there was something interesting about this particular the prosecution when the father was on the stand. They didn't really get into the emotion of how he felt knowing that his daughter was murdered.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't even ask him about that. So he didn't show any emotion. They were just asking him about, her background. Apparently she had, she was an easy bleeder when she was a young kid, and she suffered injuries playing sports, and she would bleed easily. But the prosecution never really got into how he felt when he learned his daughter was murdered.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't even show any emotion, so the jury couldn't see that. So I don't know if the prosecution did a good job with the father on the stand.
What's the defense going to be? Is there speculation on? Is it just going to be insanity defense or?
No.
What do they say? What are they going? What's the defense going to be?
They're going to try and prove that this guy
had nothing to do with it.
The guy Joe Ryan, who they lured to the house, was the one who killed her.
And just independent of them.
And then they shot him to try and save the wife. That's what they're going to probably try and prove. But the blood experts are saying that's no way that happened because her blood, there's no way that her blood could be on his body the way it was if he was trying to kill her. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So all the evidence points towards the prosecution's story, but I don't know how the jury, there's 16 people on the jury, I don't know how they're going to feel.
It's on court TV, right? So it is getting national attention.
I'm just watching it on the NBC4. I'm watching it on YouTube, but NBC4 has the cameras in the courtroom.
In the courtroom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just watching on YouTube. But it's been a crazy trial.
Well,
man.
Chief Davis says there are going to be like documentaries about it. There's going to be Datelines about it. All of that.
Oh yeah, Dateline's the producers from Dateline are in the courtroom.
Right.
right now.
Gotta see the conclusion.
Whenever I'm bored, if there's nothing going on, like literally like a snowstorm,
Do you
this
know
weekend,
that-
I will watch just a random Dateline.
Do you know that the husband ordered new windows for the house?
Yeah, for the
That were
soundproofing.
triple pane windows.
Yeah.
Most people ordered double pane.
Yeah.
He ordered triple pane, and they asked the guy. They had the guy on the stand that worked for the window company. Why do people order triple pane windows? He said usually to keep sound out of the house or in the house.
Right.
And then the au pair testified that he asked her to go into the master bedroom,
start screaming,
and go scream as loud as you can. And he was out in the driveway. She said, "I'm not doing that. I don't feel right doing that." He goes, "All right, well, you go out in the driveway. I'm going to scream." So he went into the master bedroom and screamed as loud as he could. She said she barely heard him.
Maybe he was thinking about putting together a band.
Maybe that's what it was.
In the bedroom?
Yeah, they're going to play right there.
Pulls throughout the
Instead
house.
of a garage band, it'd be a bedroom band.
Well, I don't think anybody just gets windows in one room.
Did they do it? That's just in the upstairs.
No, they did the entire house.
Oh, they
Yeah,
did
that's
the
what I'm
entire
saying.
house? Yeah. That's crazy, man. The
They spent
premeditation. is crazy.
$33,000 on windows.
How long do they allege that he plotted?
Oh,
months. Must have been months.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just insane.
But the crazy thing is, the 4-year-old daughter was in the basement of the house, or maybe on the middle floor, when all this happened.
Yeah. Nobody just like sleeping, or just nobody was.
I think she was playing.
She was just playing or watching TV
Playing
or something.
on like her iPad. I don't know. She was. I think she was awake.
Yeah, insanity.
Give a kid an iPad, the whole world can happen, and they don't know.
Yeah,
it's true.
It's a crazy story, but sad. Very
Coming
sad.
up next, we'll hit the skins, give you the latest on the Washington Commanders, who still continue to search for a defensive coordinator. Don't go anywhere.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 1067 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Here's one you won't get anywhere else. Record broken in Arizona by Adrian Stubbs with 100 points in this high school basketball game for Maryville High School. But not just 100 points, 100 points in 3 quarters of play. Stubbs and his team's 109-25 victory over Umakofa writes his name in the history books. I'm Drake Cole.
Jumpstart your January goals at Whole Foods Market. With hundreds of yellow sale tags, you'll find feel-good savings across the store. And literally everything they sell follows strict ingredient standards. Shop wellness favorites at Whole Foods Market.
Cold temps, hot cards, you know when the hand's right. It's the Chill Deals Winter Sales event at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, and my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, and much more. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsaychevy.com. Together, let's drive.
JP from the Junkies here for my guy, Dr. Sean Kumra, and Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria. Look, I know a lot of people get nervous about going to the dentist. I was nervous myself, hadn't been in years. But Dr. Kumra's a local guy, went to JMU, University of Maryland Dental School, former quarterback in high school. He's been helping patients since 2005. Follow my lead. I had a great experience. You can do that too. Book your appointment today at elegantsmilesdds.com or call 703-750-1099.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC3. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the LindseyCars.com studios in the nation's capital. WJFK FM and WJFK HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD3 Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Carrington drives, left double, flips up the shot. Scores at the buzzer. Goal, baby! The Wizards' biggest lead of the night.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
106.7 The Fan. Sports Flash.
The Chargers are expected to hire former Miami Dolphins coach Mike McDaniel as the team's new offensive coordinator. The Buccaneers and the Eagles pursued him as their top offensive coordinator target. However, the lure of getting back to California, where he spent years with the 49ers, and the chance to coach talented quarterback Justin Herbert helped inform McDaniel's final decision. And barring a change of heart, he'll be joining coach Jim Harbaugh in L.A. And last night, Carlos Beltran and Andrew Jones were elected into the Baseball Hall of Fame. The biggest gainers over last year's balloting were a pair of pitchers, so those are two players to watch that may get in next year. That's Felix Hernandez and Andy Pettit. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies.
All right, I'm going to give you real quick.
On 106.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network as we celebrate 30 years of the Junkies. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, EB, and JP. EB's talking about his potential trip to Norfolk for this volleyball tournament. I saw this article a couple days ago, and I should probably ask you, you stay in more hotels than anybody I know?
Mm-hmm.
I've stayed in tons of hotels. But it was talking about a trend that, like, mid-price hotels. So not your Ritz-Carltons and your super fancy hotels, but what they term mid-price hotels, they say operate on thin margins. They're trying to figure out a way to keep the rates reasonable, but to make the most profit. Mm-hmm. And what it said was there's a trend of getting rid of bathroom doors. Have you seen this? Now, what they said is in some of these places, because doors can break and the maintenance repair and the cost that
I haven't really seen that, no.
And that to me it almost seemed like when I read one of the options, it seemed like a super low rent place.
Yeah,
but
I don't think they're going to do that.
It said that they're going to more like I don't know if is opaque the right word, whatever. Like the doors that you can kind of see through it.
But how's
and
that?
that was upsetting people.
Yeah, how's that going to be any different?
I don't know. That they were
Here's what
claiming
I've
it was
noticed
us,
staying in hotels.
and more pocket doors and more barn doors. So the sliding doors,
Maybe see some of that
versus an actual.
But that also seems kind of trendy. What I've noticed is your service has just gone down. Like we were staying in Raleigh. We were staying at a decent hotel, and they just swapped out the towels. They never did the beds. They didn't just do very, very little.
Even the towels.
And you have to kind of ask for the towels sometimes.
Yeah, it's like every other day.
They just won't service your room.
And you'll see a sign that says like they're trying to conserve.
Yeah. And I'm like, no. Give me a new fresh towel. New fresh towels. Please, new fresh towels.
I think
toilet paper, please. New fresh towels.
I think that they've just decreased the housekeeping from it used to be daily.
Yes.
Pre-COVID, it was definitely daily, but over the last few years, it's maybe every other day or maybe 3 times a week.
You damn near have to request.
You have to request, and they tell you that when you check into these hotels. If you want some service, please call down to the housekeeping and request it, because
that's the biggest thing.
They're not going to come to it every day.
I'm sorry, I need a door for my bathroom.
Of course.
I don't want.
I have yet to.
I don't want my wife seeing me take a dump,
Put it this
and
way.
vice versa.
Once word gets out that there's no doors on bathrooms, they're going to lose money.
Yeah,
because people aren't going to go to that hotel.
The thing
You
that
watch.
They're upset at the barn doors, which you can say are trendy. They don't usually have locks.
Yeah,
so
but
you can walk in on somebody.
You know your family. You know if somebody's in there.
Yeah, of course.
Not necessarily. Like if you go to the gym and you come back to the room and you want to go do your business, but your wife might be in there doing her business.
No, you're going to
you just knock.
You're going to be a normal
on the
human.
door.
You're going to communicate. You're going to say, "Are you in here?" Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be an issue.
That's not.
You'll be fine. But the thing that the thing that repulses me when I get into a hotel, and my daughter put me on this a few years ago, is like if there's like the smell of food. So like if you go in like the elevator and it smells like food, or like they might have like wallpaper and the wallpaper is like peeling or something, or the carpets are dirty. That's where I'm seeing the upkeep is starting to maybe decline in some, mid-level hotels.
Yeah.
That's what I'm like, oh, botched it. We booked a bad one. Got into the hotel and it smells like food. Smells like pizza or something.
I stayed at a dump in Outer Banks for one night. Like we decided to go early. We have a timeshare, and the timeshare is, let's say, Sunday to Sunday. And we decided to go up there Saturday, use the beach, stayed at a dump hotel.
Yeah.
Roaches.
Really?
That's the worst.
What were you paying for that night?
Probably $150.
$100. Yeah. Yeah.
It wasn't really
bad,
a
man.
hotel. It was like a 2-level motel.
Yeah.
That's what you're going to get there. All right, you want me to tell you what's going on with the skins? Want to hit the skinnies?
Yep.
Let's do it.
All right, I saw that Danny Rouillet was upset about this. I don't know if I'm upset about it. I don't know. But there was the general assumption that when Mike McDaniel was kind of surprisingly fired just by the timing in Miami, that a logical place for him to potentially end up would be here in D.C. with the close relationship with Dan Quinn. What was kind of surprising, though, is it never really materialized to the point where they even had any sort of formal interview. He was going around. You saw Mike McDaniel in everybody's airport. A lot of head coaching jobs. I know he interviewed in Baltimore. He had an interview lined up in Cleveland. I think he may have also interviewed in Arizona. Quite a few interviews, head coaching interviews, offensive coordinator interviews, and he didn't take a head job. He's still in the running for some head jobs. In fact, he even told Cleveland not to bother, that he's going to take the offensive coordinator job in San Diego.
LA,
and so, it
LA.
makes,
Chargers,
LA,
yeah.
to me, that's San Diego forever. But okay, in LA, to me, it makes sense, right? You want to work with Justin Herbert. Maybe you could get something going there with that offense. You don't necessarily want to work with Shedeur or the kid from Oregon. I forget the kid's name. Whoever they have there in Cleveland. So I guess it makes sense, but I guess it's upsetting to people.
Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah, that if you're going to take an offensive coordinator job, why not take one here with your boy DQ and with Jaden? The
Heard a
opportunity to work
theory.
with Jaden Daniels.
I'm not necessarily buying this theory, but here's the theory. What does LA have in common with Miami?
You'd have, I don't know, water.
Warm weather.
Weather?
Warm weather. Could be.
Maybe he doesn't want to go north to Cleveland and these nubby towns where he's going to have to deal with cold weather.
I mean, maybe.
It seems silly.
I mean, he likes to wear
I don't
those
really
joggers.
believe that theory,
He likes to expose
but it's been
his
thrown out
calves.
there. And look, he just made a decision. Maybe he wants to wait for the right job, and he doesn't like the jobs that he's been interviewing for.
Sure, but
doesn't
that
want to
doesn't
deal
answer
with that
for
mess.
the Washington job. That doesn't explain
Washington-
why the interview never materialized.
Washington decided, and they probably knew before they did a search, that David Blau was going to be their guy.
I mean,
Dan Quinn decided Blau is an up-and-comer. We want him to be part of the staff long-term. He's getting wooed by other teams. So let's elevate him now where he's going to jump guys who have more experience. He's going to jump Brian Johnson, who was the offense coordinator of the Eagles. He's going to jump over Anthony Lynn, who's been a head coach. And Blau is going to be our guy because he's a rising star. So we don't want to lose him. And it was a rigged search. The fix was in. They were going to go with Blau. So even though Dan Quinn had a relationship with Mike McDaniel, Mike McDaniel said, he was a big part of him becoming sober. It just wasn't going to materialize.
I think it wasn't also because I don't think they necessarily thought that McDaniel was going to be available. And maybe there were promises also made to Blau at that point.
Yeah.
It's just the timing.
They hired
didn't
Blau
work out.
pretty quick.
Yeah, I think it's like a game of musical chairs, right? And you want to make sure you grab somebody and you're not without a guy or the guy that you want.
I wonder how you feel, though, when you are Brian Johnson or Anthony Lynn and this 30-year-old leapfrogs you. I mean, Anthony Lynn's been a head coach.
Yeah. I don't know. I know you probably.
Why couldn't he be offensive coordinator? He was
Probably pissed.
running backs coach now.
I don't know.
Well, they don't feel confident enough that he's the guy.
They still pay Anthony Lynn a decent amount, right?
I'm sure. He's making a good living.
I mean,
at least he's still on staff.
I wouldn't be surprised if Anthony Lynn's making over $1 million a year being a former head coach.
I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Sounds high, but maybe. I don't know what these
These
coaches
offensive
make.
coordinators are making a boatload of money.
Yeah. Oh, I know the offensive coordinators are.
And he's a former head coach. But I don't know. Are you upset as a Washington fan that Mike McDaniel never got an interview?
I don't know if you'd be upset, but maybe disappointed. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. You always kind of want a name. It's exciting.
Mm-hmm.
But how good is Mike McDaniel as an offensive coordinator? He's good when he's got Tyreek Hill and when Tua's not being just crushed all the time.
He's more of a known commodity because of that, because you could see, we've seen him coordinate an offense. We've seen all of the pre-snap movement. We've seen the explosiveness that he's been able to provide at times. Sure, he's had talent. And then with Blau, it's just the unknown. You're just trusting the process. You're just trusting. My big thing with Blau is he's been in the building for 2 years. Everybody over there knows exactly who this guy is. They know how he relates to players. They know how creative he is, maybe, coming up with game plans and plays, etc. So they know exactly what they're getting.
Mm-hmm.
If it was, just hiring him based on reputation, that might be different. This guy's been in the building for 2 years. I think I'm okay with it. We'll see how it works out.
But I would have thought that they would have already hired a defensive coordinator.
Defensive coordinator, I made a prediction at the end of last week that by Friday they'll have one.
Yeah, that's probably a good bet.
But I don't know who's I don't know who's the leader at this point.
I don't even know how many guys they've interviewed.
Seems like they interviewed a bunch.
Seems like a ton. Seems like 15.
Yeah.
But I would have thought that they would have already locked that up.
Yeah. Just don't know.
But I can see if Commander now again, we don't know behind closed doors what's going on and what's being talked about. Maybe McDaniel said I'm not interested, so it's not worth interviewing me. But I would have been intrigued by McDaniel.
Was McDaniel only a coordinator in San Francisco for a year?
Yeah, he was.
And then he got the head coaching job?
He was there for 1 year, 2021, I believe. He was a run game coordinator before that, and then he was the OC, and then he got the Dolphins.
But he wasn't
job.
even calling plays when he was the OC, right? Because Kyle calls the plays.
Yeah. Again,
the attraction is he was a Kyle disciple, right? And he's been a head coach. Now, as a head coach, basically 500, didn't have a ton of success. Offense, this year, Achane had a big year.
Yep. Big.
Didn't have Tyreek Hill for most of the year. The passing game was suspect. They ended up benching Tua.
That's right.
So this year, not
winning.
great for his resume.
They ended up winning some games in the last month.
Yeah, they ended up winning 7 games. Respectable.
All right, let's pick up some of these calls if you want to chime in. 800-636-1067. Let's go to Anthony in Waldorf. Anthony, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies. How are you, man?
Hey, I'm good, man. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. You got all your bread, milk, and toilet paper ready for this weekend?
Not as of yet, no, but I will in the next 24 hours.
Starting to get some anxiety about it. I'll be honest. What's up?
All right, guys. As far as them not getting the interview, I'm not disappointed, man. The guy looks like a robotics National Junior Honor Society travel coach. Like, no, he's not a leader of men. There's no reprimand when men come in and don't want to do their job. He looks like he gets told what to do instead of telling others what to do. I just don't think it's a great fit for our organization when we're headed in a direction to where we want structure from the highest man to the lowest man. He's not a leader of men. It's bad fruit on a good tree. No, thank you.
All right. So
that issue was brought up last week, and I can't remember how we might have or somebody might have talked around it. Because I think, did we have somebody from Miami, Valdez? I can't remember. We had somebody come on, and I remember talking about the idea of guys like showing up late to meetings or blowing off meetings and how he sort of handled that.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember how they talked around that.
Well, because that was Tua who was kind of complaining and criticizing the fact that guys were missing meetings.
Right.
And I can't remember
Definitely seemed like it was a thing.
Yeah.
It was something that happened there.
Now, maybe he was just talking about one or two guys, the same guys, but I don't know if I ever heard McDaniel respond to that.
Of course,
look, that ended up not being a good fit. When you're only there for how many years was there? 3? It wasn't a good fit.
Yeah, but it's just a big fall because, man, after that first year, he was
some guys
everybody's
I know, they love
favorite.
Him, but some guys, you got to prove it over time. Some guys are just meant to be coordinators.
Maybe
they're not meant to be head coaches.
Maybe I know that Jay Gruden kind of mocks him, and did he say it on Grant Daniels or he just said it on a podcast? He said he wasn't that impressed by McDaniel. He said pretty tough to just draw up 20 bubble screens every week. So
well, he would know.
He would know, but so he chooses L.A. I'll always call them the San Diego Chargers. I'm just never going to get that right. The Lions, of course, they found their next offensive coordinator. They also passed on McDaniel. They are set to hire Cardinals offensive coordinator Drew Petzing, who's going to replace John Morton. The Dolphins, they hired Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley. So we kind of gone through all this. The Giants hired John Harbaugh. I'm not sure who the leader is. Who are they suggesting is the leader in Arizona for that job? The Falcons hired Stefanski, right?
Yep.
The Ravens
Did
still
you see
up
the
in
back
the air.
and forth between Baker and I guess I don't know if it was back and forth, but Baker
There were
Mayfield.
some quotes, yeah.
I love it.
He was upset that Stefanski never called him or texted him after the trade from Cleveland.
Baker seems to be the kind of guy that does have a chip.
Yeah, he gets pissed.
He has a chip on his shoulder, but he's a gamer. I love to watch him.
Had a bad second half of the season, though.
Did Dallas? Did they hire their defensive coordinator after they fired Eberflus? Or is that one still up for grabs?
Let me check on that. I don't think they've hired one yet.
I don't think they have either.
No.
So there's still a lot of uncertainty. Of course, what are they? Have you seen anything about McDermott? Is he going on a round of interviews now? Is everybody interviewing him?
I'm sure everyone's going to be interested. I mean, Stefanski got a job pretty quick. I would think McDermott would too.
I think McDermott would be a great hire.
I can't believe they fired him.
I can't either. I guess there was real friction between he and the GM.
I guess. But, man, he won 98 games in 9 seasons, went to 16 playoff games. It's hard to get rid of a guy that puts up those kind of numbers.
Supposedly, what the narrative that was going around yesterday was that the owner and the GM were not happy with McDermott, I guess. I don't know if he said it just privately to those guys or went public. Just kind of, I think it was a private conversation where he's basically blasting the roster construction, and why they couldn't get over the hump. They didn't take too kindly to that, and so when they lose, McDermott is the one that's walking, not the GM.
So there's 6 jobs open, correct?
Yes.
Head coaching jobs. Arizona, Baltimore, Buffalo,
the Browns,
Cleveland, the Raiders, and Pittsburgh.
Supposedly Pittsburgh, Tomlin recommended Flores to the Rooney family. That makes sense to me. They're also, I think, going to interview McCarthy either yesterday or today.
This has been
either they did yesterday or they will today.
McCarthy doesn't fit their typical profile. They like young guys who will stick around for 20 years.
Yeah.
Right.
This has been a crazy offseason.
Crazy offseason.
Many guys have been let go. I mean, 10 jobs open for head coaches in the NFL. It's just been a crazy, crazy offseason. And
Probably should have been more. The Jets kept Aaron Glenn.
I know. I would have expected that. But you certainly didn't expect vacancies in Baltimore, Pittsburgh, and Buffalo.
No. And there's
been nuts.
Yeah, and all 3 of those still open.
Yep.
So they're taking their time.
Back to your defensive coordinator thing, this from WUSA 9. But obviously they interviewed Gannon, who was fired by the Cardinals. So he's in the mix. People are hoping Brian Flores would be in the mix. Patrick Graham is another guy who's been mentioned who is the Raiders defensive coordinator.
He already came in and was interviewed, I believe.
That would be a lateral move, but they're going to have a new coaching staff, so who knows? Joe Cullen, who's the Kansas City Chiefs defensive coordinator, is in the mix. Denard Wilson, who we've talked about. And apparently they want to look at the Seahawks defensive coordinator, Carl Scott.
Might as well.
They're in the NFC Championship game, so
pretty dominant.
That limits the interviewing.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they're waiting on him. And then lock it up after the championship game, right? Because they can agree. They can interview between games.
So Scott has worked in the past with Nick Saban. So he's worked at Alabama. And he's big on cover 3 defense. Maybe he's the guy that Dan Quinn is targeting. And that's the delay.
I think I would get excited for that. Give me somebody from that Seattle staff. Give me somebody. By the way,
their defense was unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
On Saturday.
To me, if you had to pick a team right now, who do you think is playing the best football right now?
Seattle.
I think it's Seattle.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can close it out, but they look to be the best team right now.
It's going to be 2 really interesting games.
But we talked about this yesterday. Their games against the Rams.
Both close.
Very close games. A 2-point game and a 1-point game.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be tight.
And the Rams put up points against that Seattle defense. They put up 37 in the last matchup. So they're not sweating Seattle. I mean, of course they're sweating like Seattle, but they're not sweating Seattle like most people think.
Did anybody go?
They have confidence.
4-0 in the predictions?
Yes. You owe me $5.
You went 4-0.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I think you owe me and Mar. I think everybody else is pretty much straight.
Oh, by the way, Mar won our prediction list or prediction contest.
That's a stunner.
Our season-long predictions.
You mean the worst picker in history?
He won.
Looks like I'm the best picker.
You missed it in the parlay. He hasn't hit in our weekly parlay.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't hit his pick since October 3rd.
Oof.
I kind of want to fact check that.
All right, I trust Valdez.
Maybe like NFL picks, but I feel like in between then
like
and now.
You hit some UFC picks?
Yeah, UFC.
I have no idea.
I think you've whiffed on those too.
I trust Valdez. You were picking favorites, and you were like 4-14 or whatever you were.
Jason, do I get any dough for the season-long prediction?
Yeah, you get $10 a man.
Nice.
So just ship me 5 of it.
So out of all of the preseason conference championship predictions for all of us, only one guy had one of the teams, and that was Mike Marr had the Denver Broncos playing Buffalo.
That's crazy.
Everybody else had zippy. That's how bad of a year it was. He won with 13 points total.
Wow.
Usually 16 to 18 points wins. He won with 13.
Winner
Congrats,
circle.
Mar.
Yeah, what can I say? I know ball.
I'll Venmo you $10.
So I owe you 5.
Oh, so I owe him?
And we owe him 10. Yep.
Okay, so then I actually only owed you 5.
Correct.
Yeah, gotcha. All right. Got you, buddy.
1-800-636-1067 coming up later this hour. Brian Keefe, head coach of the Wizards, will join us. Spencer Carby, head coach of the Caps, at 9:45 here on the Junkies.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ETHOS.com/term.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I'm opening a second location for my coffee shop this year.
I smell trouble brewing.
I needed to print new menus, loyalty cards, window signage, so I went to Staples.
That'll cost you a latte. Get it?
Uh-huh. Actually, I saved $100 on my print order, and everything looks amazing.
Well, grind my beans and call me impressed.
Staples made it easy.
If your business needs to print, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Offer valid in-store and online. Ends 1/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, what's up? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Plug into savings in a new sled just like mine. How about a 2025 Mustang Mach-E up to $9,500 off the MSRP and 0% APR for 72 months? And get this, no payments for 90 days. Silent, smooth, sleek, and stuffed with savings. Or a new 2026 Explorer from Ted Britt Ford, $4,250 off, plus no payments for 90 days. More space and more savings. Go see my pals at Ted Britt Ford and tell them Danny sent you.
This is Dr. Riggleman with DMV Weight Loss. What if this year wasn't about another diet, but about getting your energy, your confidence, and your health back? Our all-natural program helps you reset your metabolism so you can burn fat efficiently and keep it off for good. No exercise, no counting calories, no risky injections. Feel better, live better, start your life-changing transformation today at dmvweightloss.com. That's dmvweightloss.com.
Hi, this is Kyle. This weight loss program has really been good to me. I've had problems with weight my whole life and finally found a program that works. It is so very easy to follow and has definitely changed my life. I've lost almost 100 pounds.
The DMV weight loss program has successfully helped thousands of people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in 60 days. You can start the program from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation today by calling 703-496-4680 or dmvweightloss.com. That's dmvweightloss.com. Results may vary.
B-Mitch here. It's a new year and a new ride. And I'm excited to tell you Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers, have teamed up with Harley-Davidson of D.C. and your Washington Capitals to give away a custom, one-of-a-kind Capitals Harley-Davidson. This incredible bike has been signed by the entire team. So start the year in the saddle and enter at capsfansbike.com. That's capsfansbike.com. And remember, when you ride protected with Law Tigers. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Kalfas and Nachman, Olivia Donahue.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Drive home with Grant and Danny.
The Commanders have been promoting some of their young offensive assistants to new roles. We'll take a look at David Blau's offensive staff. Plus, we're breaking down a different position group every single day on the show. It's time to talk wide receivers. And we've got Caps tickets for a lucky listener. You've got to be listening to the Beltway Blitz when the segment starts right at 4 o'clock.
Grant and Danny. Now weekday afternoons from 2 to 6:30.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
It's the Sports Junkies.
You're on the air.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Kind of a funny note coming out of the national championship game on Monday night. Indiana, of course, beats Miami in the game. And maybe it's not funny to the camera operator because, and who knows if the story is true or not, but I saw that ESPN's camera operator, who focused on Abella Danger, may actually be reprimanded.
Why?
So Abella Danger, for people that don't know, I just looked up her credentials. She broke into the biz, the adult film biz, in 2014. Bang Bros.
Right.
Okay. And she was voted the most popular female performer in 2023 on The Hub.
Okay.
So she's like a Hall of Famer. She's been going at it for like a decade, and a lot of people know her. She got about 1 second of coverage, but apparently ESPN's camera operator got in a little heat because of the fan reaction. They couldn't believe
she was only on camera for the one shot.
Yes, as far as I know. I mean, I watched the whole game. It's like on Carson Beck, and then it goes to her for
right. That's what I've seen. She looks distraught.
Yeah, because
is that right after he had thrown the interception?
No. That was earlier. It was 24-14 at the time. Miami actually closed the gap, so I guess it was right after Indiana, maybe after Mendoza's play. No, because Beck was on the field,
right.
So the next drive, which they scored. But I don't know. I think it's pretty fun. I mean, if it was just another attractive female, right? No heat, no big deal. That's kind of a standard shot, right?
Can't the guy just say he saw a hot chick? He didn't know she was a porno chick. I mean, there's something offensive with the. By the way, there's something wrong with the pick.
Yeah, I don't think you could get in trouble for that. And I haven't seen that in many articles. I just saw one article that he could be reprimanded. So it's maybe a speculation, but are you not supposed to show, like, if Lisa Ann was out there?
Which I guarantee you Lisa Ann's been on TV before.
Right.
Guarantee you she's been at a game and somebody noticed her and they did a 1 second shot.
Are you only, if you're a camera operator, are you only supposed to discover people? Discover Jen Sturger.
Right.
Right, like the famous Florida State game.
Right.
I think they really got attention because Brent Musburger got horny.
Well, didn't it also happen?
What did he say? He said,
I think Brent Musburger. I mean,
he definitely made a comment. Abella Danger's in the law school in Miami.
That I don't know.
That's what it says.
You're not going to believe me. I've actually seen her interviewed on like a regular podcast. It's not like a porno podcast, but she happened to be the guest.
Mm-hmm.
She seemed like a nice person.
Just normal
like a
girl?
normal person, yeah.
His normal person has banged 1,000 dudes.
Maybe, yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, who knows?
Brent Musburger is credited for discovering Jen Sturger at the Florida State game when she's wearing the cowboy hat. Said 1,500 red-blooded Americans just decided to apply to Florida State because she was in the middle with 2 other attractive women. Anyway, I thought that was kind of funny. The fallout.
The cameraman shouldn't lose his job. I mean, that's a joke.
I would not think that he would.
And
I would
also,
not think that he'd be reprimanded. And he could plead ignorance.
I mean, is she that famous that some 50-year-old camera guy is going to know her? I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe.
That's a good point.
I don't know. I feel like that's a pretty.
Maybe his boss has asked him, "Do you know who that is?" And he probably said, "Yeah,
he owned it.
That's a Bella Danger." And they said, "All right, you're reprimanded."
Yeah, maybe.
So there's a story on Study Finds about cursing and kids cursing,
all right.
And it has to do with whether or not you allow your kid to curse in the house. I personally never have. I don't think my kids ever really did.
Well, my older kids do, and where does it? Their dad does. So, but where does it start? And I think for me, because I thought about this as I saw it earlier, I think for us, it kind of bleeds into because we have a strict. I mean, you're not cursing when you're a young kid. We're not allowing a kid to curse. I mean, that's insanity. But I think
although I remember you saying you took great pride years and years ago that Stevie
but I had to reprimand him.
I can't remember if it was the F word, but he used something perfectly when he was like 6.
Effing arm. Oh. He said that, but he was like regurgitated like a parrot.
Right.
Like he literally said it when he was like 5 or 6. And of course I had to reprimand him, but of course I was laughing. You can't say that. But I think for us, and it kind of coincides with when you start to have adult conversations with your kids about like alcohol, for example. When your kids, are high school seniors or whatever, you're kind of naive if you don't think that they're not going to be exposed to alcohol. You have to kind of address that. Juniors, even earlier for many. At some point, that conversation, at least in our family, occurs, and there's kind of like that next step towards adulthood, and then especially, you might take this the wrong way. Maybe it seems to me that when you have competitive kids that play high school sports, even, cursing as you get older, it just becomes part of it. You curse on the field.
The field, but not necessarily shouldn't happen in the ride home. At least that would be the way that.
No, but if a kid,
I would look at it.
If a kid, I know in my family, if you're junior or senior in high school and you're kind of real close to adulthood, and if you slip up and curse, I'm not going to reprimand you.
I get that.
I'm not going to.
According to a national poll, 47.
What ages are they talking about?
According to a national poll, 47 of parents maintain a hard line against kids swearing, but 35% say it depends on the situation. So you're talking about
situation.
They're talking
age.
About the age there. They've said 6 to 17. That's a big range, big difference.
I think you're not allowing
Nearly
cursing.
1 in 4 parents admitted their child swears at least occasionally, with the rate jumping to 37% amongst teenagers.
I think before like age 14, 15, it's pretty much a zero tolerance policy.
My parents had
if you're 6 and your kids.
Yeah, I mean, that's ridiculous.
My parents had a zero tolerance policy. I don't remember ever cursing at them. And if so, it was like a major situation.
I had a major kind of conversation with my parents when I was around 18, 19 about cursing. And my mother was and I just said, it means nothing. It's just the way I'm talking. Like, I had to have a whole thing. Mm-hmm. And I think my father would kind of just like turn the other cheek. I'm like, I don't do drugs or anything, but if I'm watching a football game and I'm cursing, I mean, I'm not cursing saying you're a blank, or I wouldn't be disrespectful.
You never said F. You never said F you to your parents.
Yeah, but if I'm watching a game and I go, and I say F or S or, or I'm talking to my boys.
Heat of the moment.
My mother wouldn't like it.
Right.
And we did not like it.
Yeah.
But I had to he said, you just got to listen, or we're just going to fight for my whole life.
Yeah. Your mom used to use the word crumb. Like, that was as bad as she'd go, oh, crumb. Mm-hmm. So very pious woman. She never liked cursing, so I get that. Hey, we have some breaking news regarding a name that was mentioned on this show today. We were speculating about him. Let's go to Savannah for some breaking news.
Breaking sports news on 106.7 The Fan.
Former Bills assistant head coach and current Commanders run game coordinator Anthony Lynn is scheduled to interview for the Bills head coaching job on Saturday, per Adam Schefter. Back in 2017, Lynn landed the Chargers head coaching job instead, and he posted a 33-31 record in the midst of the team's relocation to L.A. Since then, Lynn has studied under coaches such as Dan Campbell, Kyle Shanahan, and Dan Quinn, and now he's scheduled to interview for that Bills head coaching job on Saturday. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
So we talked about Anthony Lynn earlier, just being a guy who they give the offensive coordinator job to Blau, even though Anthony Quinn had been a head coach.
Anthony Lynn.
What did I call him?
Quinn. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Anthony Lynn had been a head coach for the Chargers for
4 years, I believe.
4 years, 2017 to 2020. He then went on to be the offensive coordinator of the Lions. But here in Washington, he's been running backs coach and assistant head coach.
Yeah, certainly he deserves an interview there in Buffalo.
Good for him.
And he had a winning record.
I was hoping you were going to say that, they'd announced their DC. But
no defensive coordinator yet.
Not yet, but by Friday. That's what we're predicting.
I think by Friday.
Maybe.
I think
before the snowstorm.
I think by Tuesday.
Oh,
because I think it could be one of the guys who's coaching this weekend.
That's probably a better. It's probably a
and
better
then,
guess.
If one of those guys advances to the Super Bowl, there's 2 weeks off. They have a little window where they could meet or at least Zoom for hours.
All right, I want to rescind my Friday.
You're going to amend it?
Prediction, and I'll say
I'm gonna stay with
you're
Friday.
more correct than me, and that they're maybe going to wait and see, at least kick the tires on somebody that's maybe still coaching this weekend. I think you're probably more correct.
None of us are correct. We're just speculating. But Anthony Lynn could be out if he were to get this job in Buffalo. And actually, if you look at his record, I think he's been an interim coach for the Buffalo Bills for a game back in 2016. So
there's some history there.
I don't know if he's got ties with the ownership group or whatever.
But good for him. He deserves it, for sure. Especially, he did bring up a good point that guys like him, Brian Johnson, were overlooked. At least they were jumped over, passed over, maybe not overlooked. I'm sure they considered him, but passed over when Blau went from just, 6 weeks or so ago was the assistant quarterbacks coach.
Yeah, you got a 30-year-old who was an assistant quarterbacks coach who leapfrogs the assistant head coach who's been a head coach in the league, who's been an offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
But I guess they just don't think he's got the chops that Blau has.
I don't know. They might just think Blau's different, Blau's special.
They like Blau.
Has, younger, fresh ideas maybe. Who knows?
Or, this is speculation, or the front office, Adam Peters, believe they can mold Blau more than Anthony Lynn. If you believe that there was some tension between front office and Cliff Kingsbury not receptive to the GM looking at him saying you should do these certain things, and the front office looks at analytics. Maybe they want somebody who's more receptive to the analytics of, hey, this is what you need to do. These are your percentages versus an old school guy who just runs an offense a certain way.
I can't see Anthony Lynn just wanting to take suggestions from Adam Peters every week. I can't really see that.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, he's
been
around.
Didn't like it.
He's been around the game. Exactly. He's been around the game too long to deal
He's
with that.
57 years old, so he'll be interviewing for the Buffalo Bills head coaching job.
At some point, I want to talk about it that Peters might be sneaky, like a sneaky
pain in the ass.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how to say it, but he has this persona of being this mild-mannered, quiet guy, super respectful and everything. He might be behind the scenes. He might be a sneaky pain in the ass.
Yeah.
No idea. Coming up next, Wizards head coach Brian Keefe joins us here on the Junkies.
From free agency to the NFL draft, this is your station for every move of the Commanders' offseason.
The story is... Now let's just focus on the defense.
You were right.
We are football. Touchdown! Are we good to go? Sports Radio. 106.7 The Fan.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet. Forget about easing into the new year. My guys over at Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling are coming out swinging. Now, for a limited time, score up to 25% off MSRP on a new 2026 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. That's up to 25% off. Real savings on one of the most in-demand trucks on the road. I'm not doing the math, but that sounds like a ton of dough. Starting the year with torque, not talk, at Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling. Cruise by and tell them Danny sent you, or check them out now at tedbrittchevy.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Winter's all about layers. Coats, gloves, boots. At Dulles Kia, the layers are in the lineup. Drive a new Kia K4, just $239 a month. Step up to a new Sorento, only $379 a month. Or go all in with a Telluride as low as $389 a month. All brand new, all loaded with tech. And now all under one roof at Dulles Kia's sharp new facility. However winter hits, there's a Kia that fits at Dulles Kia in Leesburg or DullesKia.com. Call 703-669-6888 for details about costs and terms.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
They don't throw heat, but they bring it on moving day. My guys over at Metropolitan Moving and Storage, they've been delivering clutch moves for over 30 years. Local, long distance, residential or commercial. Trust the crew that always turns to Metropolitan Moving and Storage.
Cold temps, hot cards, you know when the hand's right. It's the Chill Deals Winter Sales Event at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, and my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, and much more. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsaychevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC3. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever, best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
It's the Sports Junkies on 106.7 The Fan.
Man, these guys are so classy, you know?
Pretty damn good.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, let's talk a little basketball. Join us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV is the head coach of your Washington Wizards, Brian Keefe. Good morning, Coach.
Good morning, guys.
So, Coach, I noticed Jameer Watkins is getting more run. And when we talk to you, we tend to talk about the young guys. And this year, you guys draft Trey Johnson, Will Riley. I don't know there's much about Watkins. Fill us in on his game. Is he a defensive specialist?
Yeah, you can definitely say that for someone who's first-year player, pretty advanced defensively. Obviously, you can see him. Some of the guys we put him on here recently. Obviously, Garden Harden the other night, but he's got a good physical size, good presence on the defensive floor, and a pretty good offensive player in terms of like fitting within the system of how we play, offensive rebounding, secondary playmaking, that type of thing. But yeah, we're really pleased with his development this year.
Now, obviously, the guys you play kind of depends on health. Is he somebody that's going to get more and more run, or is it dependent on health of players? Because we haven't seen Bilal the last couple of games. He's another guy that is one of your defensive stoppers.
Yeah, for sure. Like, he obviously has had some great experiences with our go-go, and he'll be continued to use there and some be playing with that group in some form or fashion. But Bilal's been out for a couple of games, so it was a great opportunity to kind of him step into that role. You'll see some different lineups and different combinations for sure the rest of the year, but we're really excited about his future and his capabilities on the defensive end.
What's kind of a practice schedule like? It's kind of hard to understand the NBA when you guys play Friday in Sacramento, Saturday in Denver. You come back home, you take on the Clippers on Monday night. Like, what is there even any practice? Is it just shoot-arounds? What happens when you have roadies, you're West Coast, and you come back here?
Yeah, the schedule in January can be sometimes daunting for everybody in the league. You travel a lot. Obviously, we were coming off of West Coast. We played 3 and 4, and we played an early game versus the Clippers at 3:00. So not a lot of practice time. Shoot-arounds, walkthroughs. We actually have practice today. We actually have more of a break in our schedule. I think we played 7 of our next 8 games at home. So we'll have a little bit more practice time, which is good. We don't play every other day. We don't during the stretch as much, so we have a little bit of time to practice. So today we get the opportunity to do that, and as you know, coaches love to practice, so I'm excited for today.
So, Coach, fans really are intrigued by Trae Young after the deal. You've got 11 games left before the All-Star break, and I know that it was already talked about, and you're not going to see him until after that. Do you have like a prediction or a timeline when we might see Trae? You guys play – this is kind of weird. You guys play Indiana back-to-back at home on Thursday and Friday, February 19th and 20th. Is that kind of a target where we might see Trae?
Yeah, no target or timeline yet. Obviously, his health is the number one priority for us, and we have obviously a great medical and performance group, and we're just going to trust them on that. But we're excited to have him. Exciting for our organization. Adds an elite-level playmaker to our team. Someone's going to elevate our young core here. He's been terrific with us. He was out here on the road, and he came back, obviously, with us the trip. Been really great for our guys already. You can feel his energy, his presence with the team. We're really excited that he's with us.
Does he? I mean, can you just give us a little insight? Like, can he? If we were fly on the wall, would we see him like shooting, or does he just do all the stuff on the side and he's not participating at all? Like, where is he as far as that health goes?
Yeah, it's more with the medical and performance teams at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, so not even at that point. Okay. Wait, when you
say he's really good around the young guys, what do you mean exactly?
Like in games, he's at every practice, he's at every shoot-around, he's in the locker room, he's at the games where it's like you can feel his energy on the bench. He's obviously experienced a lot of games, so he's telling stuff live in action, in practice, things he's seeing. He's super engaged, and that's terrific. We've had a bunch of those guys, obviously Chris, and obviously we lost CJ and Corey, but it's just invaluable for our younger guys to have someone with that much experience. They've gravitated towards him, and he's been awesome. He's been terrific.
So you guys play Denver next, and you just played them. pretty close game. Jamal Murray went for 42. They've been playing without Jokic, but they're still playing great basketball. How surprising is that to you that Denver's been able to thrive even without Jokic?
Yeah, credit to them. They have guys, this is a team that won a championship a couple of years ago. Murray, Gordon, some of the young guys have stepped up, but they've had guys who've been in those positions before. Not surprising. Those, Murray and Gordon, really two guys who are upper echelon in our league. It was a great game we had there, and we're looking forward to the one tomorrow. Great challenge for us.
How have you liked Trey's development, Trey Johnson?
Yeah, I think he's really progressing. Obviously, you can see the shot making, but I've been really impressed with his playmaking. He's starting to see more coverages because of his ability to shoot. People are putting two on the ball. He's finding guys, and I think his defensive presence has picked up. His steals has picked up. I've been really excited about his growth here. This is a young player growing within our organization, but I'm really excited about where he's doing right now, and we got a lot of more games to go that he'll continue to improve this year.
Yeah, you guys had a taste of something there right before. What'd you guys win, like 5 out of 7 or something? You guys were on a little heater there. Then you make the deal, and obviously you're not quite at full strength. Are the guys – I know at one point I think there was some frustration. Are they because they're young and they want to win, are they frustrated right now, or are they okay because, you're playing better?
The one thing that's great about our guys is they're competitors, so they're always frustrated when they don't get the W and they don't get the win. But the best thing about them is they always come back in the gym the next day wanting to get better, focus on the process of how to win and working on their craft, working individually and as a team. And then I think you saw, there's always a little of adjustment period on any team when you make a trade. We lost 2 really solid veteran guys, and CJ and Corey. But, the way we finished up that trip, at Sacramento, at Denver, and then coming home, playing the Clippers, all those were really good games. The last 2 specifically, close games, and those are great lessons for our guys. So I feel like we're getting better. We're heading in the right direction, and I like where our team is.
I'm not asking you to chime in on any rumors. I wouldn't ask you that. But when the team is considering moves, are you consulted? Are you part of that? Or are you just, hey, whoever's here, I'm coaching?
No, of course, yeah, we're all in this together. We're all aligned with all these things. But obviously my main job is to, make sure that we're taking care of the stuff that we need to do and everything that happens, like shoot-arounds, like you said, practices, walkthroughs. So obviously that's 99% of my focus, but I'm aligned with it and know everything that's going on.
Right. Gotcha.
All right, Coach. Best of luck in this rematch here with the Nuggets, and we'll talk to you soon.
When are you guys coming back out to the game?
I know. I don't know. Maybe, honestly,
he asks us it every week.
I know. I want to go. Maybe next week. Seriously.
All right. We got a little homestand. I expect to see you guys at one of them.
I'm skipping the snowstorm. I'm going to be honest there.
All right.
Get your shovels ready.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think maybe next week might be worth another shot. Why not?
We have a guy who we lean on. I don't like to over-ask. So, I feel like I just was at the Vault 2 weeks ago. I want to wait a couple weeks. Now, he did tell me to come out to a Caps game. I kind of alternate Wizards and I'll go to Caps and go back to the Wizards.
It's there. And if nobody, they might as well, they got the paying they got the food there. Somebody got to eat it.
Ooh, they play at Charlotte on Saturday night, and the storm is supposed to hit right about then down there. I wonder if
they'll be affected.
I wonder if that's going to be affected.
The whole country's going to be affected.
I set the over-under on 11.5 three-point shot attempts by LaMelo Ball in that game.
Valdez, we need to book some of these meteorologists here as we're getting closer.
Yeah,
I'm starting to have real anxiety.
We can get Doug on tomorrow or Friday.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these people don't want to give their prediction and commit until Friday.
Too soon?
Yes, because things could shift, things could change.
Yeah.
What could change? Because the temps are
Doug
is
saying
low,
he's going
right?
to give his prediction tomorrow on the, I guess, the 4 o'clock newscast.
Well, we should have Doug on Friday then, because we shouldn't ask for his prediction before he's supposed to go on air with it.
That's fine.
Yeah, well, we can get anybody. It doesn't matter. So we can get anybody.
But what could change? Because the temps are going to be cold, right? It's going to be cold enough. That's not the issue.
No, it's the precipitation. It could hit a certain part harder based off of winds and.
But what's interesting about this one is it damn near seems like the whole country is going to be affected by this.
There's a huge blast of Arctic air coming that's going to affect the entire country, and then all this moisture from the Gulf, which you rarely see at the same time. You rarely see all this moisture from the Gulf and this Arctic blast combined.
And it's going to impact this. Like the southern part of the country is going to have snow.
Southern part, and ice. Yeah. Atlanta could have significant ice.
Somebody last night, I told you at the opening segment, was talking about 3 inches of ice, and I started to have real anxiety.
Yeah. Believe
and
me.
the power going out for everybody.
I'm anxious too because Monday is going to be a nightmare.
Yeah.
If we get what they're expecting, Monday's going to be a nightmare.
I'm going to if this tournament's going on, I'll be driving in the middle of it. You know what? Just plan for me to die on Sunday night.
Yeah, you're not going to be here Monday.
Get the Masters music ready for his funeral.
If you're in Norfolk, you're not going to be here.
Yeah.
1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in. Coming up next, a lot of noise about Josh Allen. He's closing on his 30s. About to turn 30 years old and hasn't taken his team to the Super Bowl. How disappointing is it that Josh Allen hasn't made it to a Super Bowl? We'll tackle that next here on the Junkies.
DC's FM Sports Talk 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
John Harbaugh was introduced to the world as the New York Football Giants head coach yesterday. He wanted to be very clear, it's the New York Football Giants. He won't report directly to GM Joe Schoen, and when Joe Schoen spoke that, it wasn't exactly clean. I mean, how could it be? The head coach won't report to the GM? Early issues in New York, seemingly at least. I'm Drake Toll.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet here. Kick off the new year with huge savings. I'm talking huge savings at Ted Britt Ford in Fairfax and Chantilly. How about $6,750 off a new 2025 F-150 from Ted Britt, your F-150 headquarters, plus 2.9% APR for 60 months. And this is an and, no payments for 90 days. I love Ted Britt Ford. Best buying experience I have ever had. Went there about 10, 11 years ago now. Multiple cars from Ted Britt Ford. That's because they treat you great. They'll treat you great, too. Go see them and tell them Danny sent you.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
It's your boy Bish from the Junkies, and when I needed a new HVAC system water heater and a sump pump, I called Foley Mechanical. Dan Foley, the owner, came out himself, not some faceless company owned by private equity. He owns 100% of Foley Mechanical. He takes pride in every job. His crew, top-notch. These guys know exactly what they're doing, especially with older homes and radiator heat. They crushed it at my house. They will for you. Foley Mechanical serves D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, and proudly installs Amana HVAC equipment. Call Dan Foley. He's the real deal.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
New year feels like you're playing shorthanded. Time to capitalize at Lindsay Ford of Wheaton. My guy Jay Raptor's got F-150s, Mavericks, Transit vans, and more, all priced to clear the zone. And you'll be in and out quicker than a line change. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsayford.com.
If you are facing divorce, call Cordell and Cordell today.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on.
If you are facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. CordellCordell.com.
2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Get that back-to-business energy with up to $100 off custom print orders on business cards, flyers, signs, and more. Shop everything you need to fuel the momentum in-store and online. Staples, that was easy. Ends 131.
checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Live from the LindseyCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
Don't it feel good when your crowd behind you takes it in, fires, touchdown!
This is your home for the NFL playoffs and Super Bowl 60.
Let's go dominate! Touchdown! Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up! He's got it!
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
Commanders run game coordinator Anthony Lynn is scheduled to interview for the Bills head coaching job on Saturday per Adam Schefter. He was a finalist for the Buffalo head coaching job back in 2017 that ultimately went to Sean McDermott, so now he's getting another chance at that gig. And more news from Adam Schefter. Barring some late change, Mike McDaniel is headed to Los Angeles. The Chargers are expected to hire McDaniel as their next offensive coordinator in the near future. Though he was still in the running to be the Ravens and Raiders head coach, everyone believes across the league that McDaniel is going to head to LA. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Let's talk it out.
You can watch the show live or on demand.
What are we watching for?
As I said, we're not sure.
On YouTube.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Appreciate you checking us out on 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond, where you can listen to our pal AWOD later in the day. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network as we celebrate 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. So Josh Allen's getting a little bit of heat. Didn't have his best game. Bunch of turnovers, and Buffalo doesn't advance in the playoffs. And this was the year that people were looking at an opportunity for Josh Allen and the Bills to get to the Super Bowl, because Patrick Mahomes has been the thorn in their side, and his side specifically. And you had no Mahomes, you had no Burrow, you had no Lamar Jackson, and Josh Allen and the Bills came up short. And in this game, he missed some throws, couple interceptions, couple fumbles, one at the end of the first half. Was costly. They end up losing by a field goal.
Mm-hmm.
How fair is it to criticize Josh Allen? And is he maybe getting jocked by the media too much? I've seen now this criticism of the people that defend Josh Allen. Now, I'm going to defend Josh Allen in this respect. These are his playoff stats. He has a passer rating of 101.5 with 29 touchdowns and just 6 interceptions in his career in the playoffs. He's been eliminated when he's had fantastic games. His numbers would tell you that he thrives in the playoffs, but yet they haven't advanced to the Super Bowl.
What happened this year that he went from 14 sacks in 2024 to 40 this year?
Well, from when I was watching, the offensive line just didn't give him much time, and he just took a lot of hits.
I mean, he's still,
against really good defenses.
He still put up a career high, I believe, in completion percentage.
Mm-hmm.
Touchdown interception ratio was fine, wasn't anything spectacular, but 25-10.
But you're looking at the regular season. I don't think anybody really has beef with this regular season.
Am I seeing a trend in the wrong direction? And I'm not.
I don't think so. I mean, the defenders are going to say, and if you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. Is it fair to start criticizing Josh Allen maybe a little more harshly? The defenders are going to say he didn't have as much help around him, right? At receiver, I mean, even this last week, they lost a couple of receivers. He didn't have much to throw to. But the critics are going to say, you got to be able to overcome that all teams have injuries. And he has had, I should look up the number of fumbles. So he hasn't thrown many picks in the playoffs, but he has fumbled a decent amount.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just, look, when it comes down to it, it's that critical play, and he just hasn't delivered on the critical play. He had Dalton Knox, I believe it was. It might have been Kincaid, but I think it was Knox for a potential game-winning touchdown.
Wide open, yep.
And he just overthrows him. The ball sails. He's always one play short. That in some of these games, I'd have to go back against Kansas City. Like, if he could just make one more play, and he has a great game. Like, undeniably, if you look at those numbers and you go back at those games, he's carrying those teams. But it's just that one play short. And why is that? And he's on this track. And you could say the same thing about Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow, where is he going to end up like a Dan Marino, where he doesn't win the big one?
Way too early.
Because right now,
Way too early.
Because of maybe injury and because of the way the last two seasons have played out for Patrick Mahomes, he's kind of universally accepted as the top quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, and
like the baton has been passed from Mahomes to Josh Allen.
We were kind of giving before the playoffs started, when we were looking at the bracket, I just thought it was going to be very difficult for Buffalo because they weren't going to play any home games. They've got such a huge home field advantage. I thought that was going to be difficult for them, and then you factor in the lack of receiver help. I mean, Shakir is his number one guy, but I mean he was throwing to Brandon Cooks and Keon Coleman and Curtis Samuel and McCall Hardman Jr. I mean, he just didn't have anybody that was a threat besides Shakir and his tight ends. And you can't turn the ball over 4 times, especially when you're playing in someone else's stadium against a good team. You just can't do it.
But I don't think he has some sort of fatal flaw that's going to prevent him from winning in the playoffs, like to finish it off. I don't think so.
Who knows?
Some guys, it just takes more time. Some guys are just not blessed enough to do it.
He still has 5 or 6 more years. I'm sure he's going to be
easy.
Yeah, easy. He's going to be.
He has 8 more years.
He's going to be in the playoffs multiple times. Let's see what this next coach does. Let's see what they do to bolster the roster, especially at receiver. But man, he just picked a bad day to have 4 turnovers.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at his history,
especially the last one at the end of the half. I mean, that was just mind-boggling how dumb that was.
When you look at his history,
you got to take care of the ball in that spot.
Like I said, he's had good games against KC. First time he matches up is in the AFC Championship game against Patrick Mahomes, and they end up losing, even though he throws 2 touchdowns without a pick. His numbers were great, but they lose, and ultimately, that's what you're going to be remembered for, right? Do you win the big one, or that's the AFC Championship game actually in 2025. Where they came up short. But it's just this, to me, this was the opportunity. And he was in the AFC Championship game way back in 2021. And in that game, he goes
against
28 for 48, also against Kansas City. 2 touchdowns. He did have 1 pick in that game, but throws for 287 yards. Like, I don't think if you just look at his individual games, you can kill him that much, except for maybe this game. Because I will say, Bo Nix outplayed Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Bo Nix played a better game than Josh Allen. And Bo Nix wasn't perfect.
No, he wasn't. I mean, a lot was talked about with Buffalo's defense in those losses, too, because they scored a ton of points, but they gave up a ton of points. Allen was giving the ball to Denver in good spots, especially at the end of that first half where they got that field goal. They win by 3. So I'm not going to put it all on the defense. I'm going to put more of that on Josh Allen. But you can see why he's getting criticized. When you turn the ball over that many times and you lose by 3, he's going to get blamed. But I'm not going to say he can't win a Super Bowl. I mean, we have no idea.
I am all in on him.
Yeah.
Potential. I mean, like having. There's no reason why he can't win a Super Bowl.
No.
I mean, as a favorite to win a Super Bowl over the next 8 years. Some guys don't win them. Some guys just win one, like Aaron Rodgers, and they're great.
And you see what it does to him, how it affected him.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you don't see guys crying.
It's
pretty
rare
in post-game press conferences.
Pretty rare.
Well, he felt he lost the game.
I know. You see what it does to him.
Did. And maybe he did. He could take the L, but I mean, again,
I felt horrible for him.
He's got all the ability in the world. I don't think he's like can't handle the pressure or anything. No, nothing like that. I think he's gonna be fine. I would want to keep going into the playoffs with him as my guy.
Would he be, if you had the entire league and you can pick a quarterback to take you to a Super Bowl, would he be your number 1 pick? Would it be Patrick Mahomes?
I think Mahomes.
Or would you go with one of the younger guys? Could still be Jaden Daniels.
You know, I'm going to have to see Mahomes after he comes back from his injury. I'm sure he'll be fine.
I mean, based on track record, it would still probably be him.
I guess. But
Allen would be right up there.
Yeah. Top 3.
I think the last couple seasons, Allen's played better.
And Stafford might get to another one.
You got to throw Lamar in the mix, too.
Sure. And you could throw some of the young guys.
But you can kind of have the same argument that we're having about Josh Allen with Lamar. 1-800-636-1067. Let's go to the phones. Is it fair to start crushing Josh Allen for not delivering?
I don't think so. Let's go to, let me see here. Let's go to Bobby. Bobby, what's up, buddy?
Good morning, Junks. How you guys doing this morning?
What's up,
Good.
Bob? Good. No, you can't start crushing Josh. I mean, this probably was his worst playoff game. But in the past years, he sat down on the bench every game with the lead, and his defense gave up the lead to lose the games.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't – I mean, yeah, this year, not a great year. Not a great playoff game against Denver. Bo Nix outplayed him. But because of this one game, now everything turns against him, and you blame him for not getting there. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty close. Every playoff game that he lost, when he sat down, they had the lead. So you can't crush him for that. Regardless of how good or bad he played, when he sat down, his team had the lead. So I don't think you can start crushing him now because of that.
Well, he's definitely had unfortunate situations.
All right, good call, man. Appreciate it, Bobby.
I don't know
Thank
if
you,
it's every time, but look, he did his job. Like you can go through it, go through the Kansas City games in particular. It's not like he turned the ball over a ton, had awful games, but this game, I think you can criticize him a little bit, and he still threw 3 touchdown passes in the game. There were a couple throws, the one to Knox. There was another one on like a 3rd down where he just was a little bit off. His accuracy wasn't great. And that was the crazy thing is, kind of the stuff they say about Caleb Williams with his accuracy is what they said about Josh Allen coming out of college and early in his career. And he's completely flipped that. But then in the big moments in this game, the accuracy thing popped up.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a bunch of factors. We already talked about the lack of receivers he was throwing to. He was pretty much throwing just to his tight ends. And he was been banged up for the last few weeks, so maybe he just wasn't 100%. I'm sure he wasn't. He just picked a bad day on the road against a good team. You can't turn the ball over 4 times and expect to win. You just can't.
This is probably just a no-brainer, but I've told you, if Jaden Daniels is healthy, I think he's going to the Hall of Fame. I think he's got that kind of ability. I would trade him for Josh Allen, even with the age discrepancies and everything. I would trade him for Josh Allen, 100%.
I think most people would.
Yeah. Okay, so it's not saying a big deal.
Especially because
but I'm a huge Jaden guy.
Especially because of availability.
He's tough. He plays every game. He's allowed to have bad games. Guys have bad games.
He did. He had one.
Let's go to Let's go to Brian in Herndon. Brian, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, good.
Long-time listener.
Thanks, man.
And just wondering, my thoughts on the game in particular is, it was Josh's fault, but throughout the season, the issue was the coaching and the amount of pressure that was put on him by his coaches to do everything. And it's been a constant battle in Buffalo, getting stuff around him to help him succeed. And, he had Diggs for a while, but this year, like you guys have mentioned, the wide receivers were a problem. But overall, I think he wasn't having fun this year. I don't know if you watch any of the other Bills games. I know, obviously, it's the Commanders around here, but this year he hasn't been having fun. He just the stress and the pressure on his face every week, it just looks like he's not having a good time out there, which is not him.
Right.
So,
You think it was just feeling the pressure is what it came down to?
Well, I think, I think there was an ultimatum given from Pagula to McDermott saying you better win it this year based on the way, that statement from Pagula that came out yesterday about changing the structure of the organization. So I think that came out at some point during the year, and obviously that's just my opinion, but I think it caused some friction in the organization and put some pressure that probably didn't need to be there on the quarterback.
This really was his opportunity, though. When you look at it, if you look at the last 5 years, he lost 4 times to Mahomes in the playoffs, once to Burrow.
Yeah.
It was an opportunity, and you do go on the road. It's tough because they're going to have to go on the road for 3 straight games to get to the Super Bowl. But you go on the road against Jacksonville. Jacksonville was a better team.
That was a good win.
Josh Allen delivers the win there, and then you have that opportunity.
You're
like I said, if it comes down to one throw, just if he hits the Knox throw, they win it. Or if Cooks comes down with it, that's why the referee, if Cooks comes down with it, doesn't get it stripped, doesn't get called an interception, you're likely at a game-winning field goal.
Correct.
So the narrative is different. But it's always that way with Josh Allen. It's always like one play off. I mean, you got overtime games against Kansas City, right? Mm-hmm. Where, back then, was it coin toss situation? They lost the coin toss that's 2022.
They lost the coin toss.
And then Patrick Mahomes wins that in overtime. You lose another one on a field goal. Like it's just always like close. So he's got to do more.
Well, I mean, you're got to do more. You're playing better teams. I mean, you're playing really good teams, and when you go on the road, it's just tougher. If they play that game in Buffalo, I think they win the game.
All right, let's go to Reggie.
It's hard to go on the road for 3 consecutive weeks.
Hey, Reggie,
and win.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey,
man, I'm getting tired of us keep making all these excuses for these quarterbacks. Josh Allen went into these playoffs as the best quarterback in the AFC. We killing C.J. Stroud. We killed Dak Prescott, Caleb Williams. He's a kid, so you give him a break. Yep. I tell you who, when they had the ball, that when Caleb threw that interception, I tell you what, when Matthew Stafford got the ball, I knew they was going to win. No, man, this was his.
I agree.
He blew that game. But are you writing him off then? You saying he can't do it?
Okay, listen, I wouldn't have wrote Jayden Daniels off in 2025. Every year is going to be so different.
Mm-hmm.
And now you got a new coach. Now you're going into the season with uncertainty. So, no, you can't write him off because he's too talented. But there's no guarantee he's going to get into a position where there's no Joe Burrow, there's no Lamar Jackson, there's no Patrick Mahomes. Justin Herbert just got to nail an elite offensive mind. So you can't just automatically – no, you can't write him off because he's too talented. But, man, this was his best opportunity.
No, it's going to be tough. Like, think of Matthew Stafford. Like, we think of him differently
Reggie.
now, but I remember on this show, Jason talking about Matthew Stafford had never won a playoff game.
Right. Well, I mean, guys who are considered one of the best at their position, they have to do better in the playoffs. He proved me wrong because he went out and won a Super Bowl. Might do it again.
I'd love to have both of them.
Yeah.
1-800-636-1067. What are your thoughts on Josh Allen? Going to turn 30, hasn't won a Super Bowl yet. To some people, he had it on a silver platter because Mahomes, Burrow, and Lamar Jackson were all out of the way. but he ends up having a poor game against the Denver Broncos. Look, he did throw for 3 touchdowns, but he had 4 turnovers. What are your thoughts on Josh Allen? We'll take more of your calls next here on the Junkies.
DC's FM Sports Talk 106.7 The Fan.
All right, guys, EB here. FanDuel's turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the championship round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in. Take your shot on an upset or build a parlay that fits the moment. Who are you going to jump on? You like the Rams? You like the Patriots, Broncos, Seahawks? Then apply your profit boost and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. So do me a favor. Visit FanDuel.com/EB and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
My team over at Orsman Chantilly Kia has a simple philosophy: keep the customer happy. Like with great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed with the Orsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. Plus, they have a great selection of quality certified used vehicles. And Orsman Chantilly Kia offers free Virginia State inspections on your vehicle. It's that simple. Keeping customers happy keeps them coming back. Take it from your pal, B. Mitch. Orsman Chantilly Kia. Let's ride together.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Cold temps, red hot cards. You know when the hand is right. The Chill Deals winter sales event is on at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, and my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing. Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban. That's a hand you like to open. The flop, real inventory, silly savings. The turn, aggressive pricing that makes you lean in. And by the river, you're not guessing anymore. You're just grabbing your set of keys. Take it from your pal Cakes. When a hand plays out like that, you go all in at Lindsay Chevy. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsaychevy.com. Chevy, together, let's drive.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by
Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC3. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Next on The Fan, it's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley, and are we getting ready for a serious snowstorm? We're going to put our weather experts to the test and make some predictions. Neil Greenberg will join the show at 11, and we're talking what John Harbaugh will bring to the New York Giants, and should the Commanders be worried?
Brian Mitchell and J.P. Finley. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 106.7 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you start it with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
It's the Sports Junkies.
I hear what you're saying, and I like it.
On 106.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
So we were talking about Josh Allen. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. Catching more heat because his team doesn't advance to the Super Bowl this season. Cost his head coach the job. In Buffalo, they are now looking for a head coach. We had the breaking news earlier that Anthony Lynn, the current running backs coach here in Washington, is going to be interviewing for that head coaching job. I was just taking a look at the other guys that get mentioned all the time in the same conversation. You got Patrick Mahomes, 17-4 in the playoffs. All right, and he's won 3 Super Bowls. He's been to other Super Bowls and lost. Josh Allen's 8-7 in the playoffs. He's been to the playoffs 7 times. My buddy Matt sent me a text. The thing about Burrow is he's only been to the playoffs 2 times. Yeah, now he's 5-2 because he took one team all the way to the Super Bowl. So he's 5-2. He's got a winning record once he's in the playoffs. But because of injuries, because of his play, whatever, his teams don't even make the playoffs that often.
Right.
And Lamar is 3-5. He's been to the playoffs 5 times. So Josh obviously has been 7 times, Lamar 5 times, and Joe Burrow twice. So, you know, I kind of look at it this way. When in a different era, we always talked about who's the best quarterback, is it Tom Brady or Peyton Manning? And Peyton Manning won more regular season MVPs and maybe had more impressive seasons statistically, but in the end, Tom Brady won far more Super Bowls, 7-2. So you elevate Tom Brady above him. And Patrick Mahomes is going to be ahead of all of these guys, but there's one of these guys is going to be like the Peyton Manning. And then another is going to be like
like a Dan Marino.
Like the Drew Brees. And then another one is going to be like the Phillip Rivers.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Drew Brees got 1. Peyton Manning got 2. I think Josh is most likely to be the Peyton Manning with a couple of Super Bowls. And then
he's too good.
One of these other guys, maybe it'll be Burrow, it'll be the Phillip Rivers, and just never gets there. Now, he's been there.
He got there.
Maybe it'll be Lamar.
Yeah.
And then maybe there'll be one of these guys gets like 1, like Drew Brees. Because to me, they're all Hall of Famers. Like you say, Jane Daniels is a certain Hall of Famer. Those 4 guys are Hall of Famers.
Right. Yeah, of course.
All right, let's bang out some of these calls.
I mean, it's just, I just felt so bad for him because you saw it weigh on him, how he felt like he cost them the game. And some fans probably feel like he did. But he was just trying to do too much, and he just made some boneheaded mistakes that you can't make in the playoffs. You can't just give the ball away with under a minute left, in the first half and give away free points.
Let's go to Jeremiah, Fairfax. Jeremiah, what's up, man?
Hi, how are y'all doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, thanks for calling.
So I wanted to say this about the Josh Allen discussion. Although I'm not trying to hold him going to the playoffs as many years as he has against him, that is remarkable. you do have to produce more with it. He was drafted in 2018. He's only been to 2 conference championship games in his career, which Joe Burrow, as you said, has been to that many and only 2 tickets to the playoffs, which you could look at that both ways, but I choose to look at it like, how does Joe do just as much? And he went to a Super Bowl. Josh never did that with Wes. Jaden and Drake have already been to 1 conference championship in 2 years. I know that's not, a huge point, but it's something. And let's not forget, Josh Allen did have a top 5 wide receiver for most of his career with Stephon Diggs in his prime, and he still couldn't get over the hump. I know it was Patrick Mahomes, but this is a results-based business.
All right, so fair points. So what is your conclusion?
My conclusion is that although on a game-by-game basis, it's not necessarily Josh's fault they didn't win at this point in his career with how many attempts he's had and how little success he's had. Some of it does have to fall on him, and I would say a majority, because you've changed the coach, you've changed the offense, you've changed the defense. At this point, I don't know. Maybe maybe Mahomes is kryptonite. Burrow's been able to beat Mahomes twice, or he got close before a stupid penalty in the other conference championship. I don't know. I think part of it has to fall on Josh at this point.
I think that's fair, but man, you go back to the game in 2022, which they lose in overtime, 42-36.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Harrison Butker hits a 49-yard field goal, right? The previous caller says he steps off the field with the lead. He steps off the field with a 3-point lead with 13 seconds left.
Yeah, it's
right?
It's a crazy loss.
That's true,
Yeah.
but then you can always circle back to, who had home field advantage and why was that? Maybe you should have handled stuff in the regular season, which you can say for this is which was why they were on the road. I don't know. There's just always something you can go back to you could have handled something,
All right, thank you.
I think it's fair. That's why I
Jeremiah.
keep bringing up the pass to Dalton Knox. Hit that pass, you win the game.
I mean, it just seemed like such an easy completion.
I mean, it was a long throw.
Yeah, but he was wide open. I mean, Pro Bowlers, guys who are going to the Hall of Fame usually don't miss that.
Let's go to Elijah in
That
D.C.
just shocked me.
Elijah, what's up? Go with the Junks.
What's going on, Junks? What's going on,
Hey,
man?
buddy.
I do believe. So thanks for taking my call, man.
Sure.
I feel like some of this obviously does fall on Josh Allen. Now his receivers, we have to say, like, it always feels like, he's always having to do too much, and it's always like some people get a bad babe and then they do more, and some people get a bad babe and they do less. And I feel like just having Josh Allen on your squad, I think it made them, in a sense, they could always plan for the best but not prepare for the worst. And that's something I said on the break. And that's a phrase I've been using. I want people to think about. You got to plan for the best, but you got to prepare for the worst. And certain picks are preparing for the worst. You can say, like, at worst, our receivers are going to at least, or our run game is going to be able to at least, or so they can say Josh Allen can at least do a certain thing, but by and large, it's still not going to be able to be suffice moving forward. He was too loose with the football. I was certain plays, I was like, bro, why are you this loose with the ball? Positioning, he can't get to a place where I always say when you're trying to do more than your fundamentals can actually handle, that's not what you're supposed to be doing. I was always taught that in football. I don't care what you see on the football field. If you can't properly fundamentally handle your responsibilities first before you're trying to do something, you're wrong. And I think that's where he messed up at. And he don't deserve it in that space.
Yeah, he definitely was too loose with the football in this game. And look, I can see both sides of it. On one hand, people go, well, he didn't have any help, right? They're pointing to the receivers. Gabe Davis tears his ACL. Even that guy Shavers was hurt.
Well, there was a factor.
But they had the number 1 running back in the NFL this year.
Yeah.
James Cook led the NFL in rushing.
They used him.
Yeah.
I mean, they used him. He had a good game. Maybe they didn't use him enough, but he had a good game.
And they did put up 30 points. So, like, when we were talking about, well, what do you put it on the refs or you put it on Josh Allen? You got to put someone on the defense. Like, his defense didn't deliver in a lot of these games, in a lot of these playoff games.
Yeah, but he put the defense in a bad spot in some of those turnovers. He did.
All right, let's go to.
So I'm not going to totally blame the defense there.
Go to Ben in Ashburn. Ben, what's up, buddy? You with the Junks?
Hey guys, long-time listener. I'm been listening to you guys for about 20 years. Been
thanks, man.
Huge Bills fan. I just enjoy you guys. Not even a fan of really the DC sports teams, but enjoy what you guys.
Thank
bring.
you so much.
With Allen, does he deserve some criticism? Yeah, he plays reckless. He mashes all the buttons. It's kind of crazy. But some of it's a factor of him having to play Superman all the time, because I'm firmly convinced the team didn't put enough tools around him. Even going back to Steph Diggs, a lot of Bills fans were like, you got to keep adding tools. And they never did it. They built a team that required him to essentially be Superman in order to win. Yeah, he had James Cook. James Cook was absolutely fantastic. But they had a tight end who was fantastic, but the guy couldn't stay on the field. So really my coming at it, huge amount of frustration. But for you all as Commanders fans, like, demand you all keep adding tools around Jaden Daniels. Like I was listening to what was going on with Jaden Daniels and then Terry McLaurin. It's like, you got to get McLaurin in camp because you got to have him develop some rapport with Daniels. Otherwise, like, he's going to fail. So it's unfair what I can see kind of play out in parallel with Jaden Daniels. You're going to require this guy to be a superhero. Get him tools, right? Like, he can't do it by himself. Allen can't do it by himself. Jaden Daniels can't do it by himself. He's got Superman inside of him, but, like, he just can't do it by himself. So that's all I want to say. Appreciate you guys.
All right, thank you. Appreciate you, Ben. Thank you, buddy. All right, let's go to Mark in Largo. Been on hold for a bit. Mark, what's up?
Well, at first I was going to say it is on him. I think it's half on him and half on Sean. I'll say this, JP, since you're the statistics guy of the team. If Josh Allen had a Houston Texans defense in the last 7 years, he would have won 3 Super Bowls. Just that simple. But that being said, there is part where he does put them in a bad spot. I would say 50-50. But here's the end game I think that a lot of Bills fans need to pay attention to. Andrew Luck and Cam Newton. He plays just like those two. And what I mean by those two is this. Cam Newton 10 years ago hit his peak by going to the Super Bowl. He didn't do anything after that. You can't keep playing where you feel like you could bulldoze people all the time. He's turning 30 this year. He's going to start feeling it. And we saw with Andrew Luck. When Andrew Luck was drafted 14 years ago, everybody thought he was going to play 15 years. He didn't even make it to 20. And you can't he's got to pull it back from now on if he wants to play and get a Super Bowl. If he keeps playing like Superman, he's not going to make it to 29, man. He's going to retire. Later, guys.
All right, thank you. I don't believe that.
I don't think so either.
He's 28, 29 right now.
29.
Yeah.
If he was a guy who just completely relied on the running and bulldozing guys, which you see at times, I'd say that. But he's developed into an excellent passer whose, accuracy numbers are really good for a guy who wasn't accurate early in his career. He's one of the more accurate passers in the NFL, which is what was surprising about that game, that he missed throws that seemed like guys were open.
He just had a bad game, man. Cam Newton was never the passer that Josh Allen was.
No.
I mean, he bulldozed him. He'd run over you, but he was never the passer.
But nowhere close.
No.
And I think Andrew Luck's just a different guy. I mean, it's stunning. How old is he right now? He could probably still be playing in the league easily.
Oh, yeah. He's probably 37.
36 years old.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, totally.
And he's been out of the game for, 8 years?
He could probably work out for 6 months. If Phillip Rivers could do it.
And start playing again.
Yeah, at a pretty high level.
Yep, but he just has no interest.
Yeah.
That part of his life is over.
Yeah, passed him by.
Coming up next, it's Game Show Wednesday. We'll play Junkies Shootout. Your chance to win Chris Stapleton tickets. If you answer 3 questions in a row, you'll be heading to the concert. We also have a Surfside Iced Tea 22-inch Blackstone griddle to give away. 1-800-636-1067. Game Show Wednesday next.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Shooting, he scores! It's a power play goal!
And DC Sports Talk all day. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
Turn on the news. There's a new headline every day. Inflation climbing, interest rates shifting, new tax laws being proposed. It's enough to make anybody nervous about their money. But here's the thing. You don't need to chase every headline. At Trajan Wealth, spelled TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors help you tune out the noise and focus on the big picture. They'll work with you to build a long-term financial strategy based on your goals, your risk tolerance, and your time horizon. Peace of mind starts by calling Trajan Wealth. You'll have a plan designed to keep you on track no matter what the economy throws your way. Check them out right now, TRAJANwealth.com. Just like in sports, it's not about one play, it's about the entire season. Don't let uncertainty dictate your future. Call Trajan Wealth today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. Cold temps, hot cards, you know when the hand's right. It's the Chill Deals winter sales event at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, and my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, and much more. You'll love it at Lindsay, LindsayChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Hey, it's B-Mitch here. Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Rude Pro Partners have access to 60 months of same-as-cash promotions on qualified equipment from February 1st to April 30th. Rude also offers other aggressive financing options. As temperatures continue to stay cold across the DMV, make sure you're saving money with the most efficient HVAC equipment. Rude makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Rude Pro Partner near you at rude.com. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Hey, it's Danny Rouillet. Forget easing into the new year. My team over at Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling is coming out swinging. Now, score up to 25% off MSRP on a new 2026 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. That's Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, or shop TedBrittChevy.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes. And to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was. Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Just hear me out. Speaking of fans, let's go to the phones. It's funny.
106.7 The Fan.
I like pleasure spiked with pain, and music is my aeroplane. It's my aeroplane.
Welcome back Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan on a game show Wednesday. Going to give you a chance to win tickets to go see Chris Stapleton. We also have an exclusive Surfside Iced Tea 22-inch Blackstone griddle to give away. And we're going to play Junkie Shootout, one of our original games. All you had to do is answer 3 questions in a row. If you miss a question, random trivia, you'll get shot. That opens up a phone line, flush you away. 1-800-636-1067. Should mention in an hour, Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Capitals, will join us as we talk about the Caps, who have been struggling of late, lost 3 in a row. Hopefully they can break that streak. We'll talk to Coach coming up an hour. All right, let's punch up our first contestant.
All right, let's go to Rich in Olney. Rich, what's up? You're with the Junks.
Good morning, boys. How you doing today?
Richie.
Good.
All right, Rich, I'll ask the first question. We go around. Who is the director of the Avatar movies?
James Cameron.
All right, 1 down, 2 to go. That is correct. Can we give him a ding or somebody's sit over there?
I'd have to go over there. I'm too lazy. JC, you go second question. How many do you have to get correct?
3 in a row.
3 in a row?
Oh, well, this is a different category.
It doesn't matter.
Could be any category.
Any trivia question.
Okay, all right.
You guys have forgotten how to play.
Yeah, we haven't played this in a while, I don't think. All right, Richie. He's the new coach of the Atlanta Falcons.
I'm sorry, the coach of who?
The new coach of the Atlanta Falcons.
New coach of the Falcons.
Oh, shoot. It's not Albrecht. That's the D coordinator. I'm fried.
All right. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. I believe that is Kevin Stefanski.
That is Kevin Stefanski.
All right.
Good job.
Let's go to Andy in Fredericksburg. Andy.
Morning, guys.
All right, I'll give you one since I happen to have these stats up. Let's go within 2. How many rushing touchdowns did Josh Allen have this year?
Ooh. I'll say 8.
No, he had 14.
Yeah, I was going to guess 12.
He had 14
I knew it was double
rushing
digits.
touchdowns. Sick. In his last 3 years, he's had 15, 12, and 14.
But they kind of do the super tush push, too. I almost call his the super tush push.
Yeah.
It's a little different.
He gets like 7 or 8 yards on his
Yeah.
pushes.
1-800-636-1067. You hear somebody get shot. That means they're out of the contest. Opens up a phone line. Who's up?
All right, let's go to Brendan in Woodbridge. Brendan.
Gentlemen, how are you this morning?
Hey, good.
Brendan, what 2 actors star in The Rip on Netflix?
Oh, my gosh.
You there?
Ben Affleck and Matt Damon.
Yes.
Good job.
1 down, 2 to go.
Did you watch it yet?
Yeah.
Did you say? Did you give a rating?
I mean, I liked it.
You didn't
Rating?
love it.
No, I liked it.
You didn't love it.
I gave it a 4 out of 5.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'd
because you
probably
just
give
said,
it.
you just said I liked it.
Yeah,
You
but
said,
it's not-
it was
it's-
awesome.
No, it's really.
It's not one of the best movies I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's fun. It's not as good as the. It's not as good as Heat.
It's a little twisty turny at the end, but yeah, I liked it.
It's not as good as The Town, but it's good.
It was worth the time.
Oh, you saw it. You didn't like it.
It's the definition of mid. If that.
It's very mid.
I thought it was a little bit better than that, but I mean, it's not great.
All right,
You want to be
Jason.
entertained? It's entertaining.
All right, I want to be entertained.
I mean, the acting outside of Ben and Damon is. But
It's not that entertaining.
All right, go ahead, Jason. You have the second question.
All right, who are we going to? What's the guy's
Brendan.
Brendan.
Brendan. He's the new coach. He's the new coach of the Titans.
Who? I'm sorry.
New coach of the Tennessee Titans. Okay.
Oh, why am I crossing out mine?
Is
Yeah.
it the Halfley guy?
Nope.
No, he's the Dolphins. Oh yeah,
Robert Saleh.
Robert Saleh. Gotcha. All right, let's go to James in Ashburn.
Hey, James.
James.
Hey, morning, Jones. Thank you.
All right, I'll do this one again because I have his stats up in front of me. This is shocking to me, but within 10, how many rushing touchdowns does Josh Allen have for his career?
Jones. 35.
Oh,
He's
it's
got
like
79 rushing
Yeah, I was
touchdowns.
going to guess 80.
I was going to say 90.
Remember, he just broke a record.
He's only 28, 29 years old.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, who's up
29.
next? Junkie Shootout trying to get a winner.
Let's go to Dan Alexandria.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, good morning.
How many crayons are in a typical box of crayons?
Oh, goodness.
Come on, man. You were a kid one time.
What? 24.
24 is correct.
That's the answer?
That is the answer.
64, I think
That's
is
a
the
bigger
answer.
one.
That's the bigger
I
box.
said a typical box of crayons.
Yeah, they got different sizes.
I would have
8 or
given you
10.
64 too or 8, but it's either 8, 24, or 64.
When I was a kid, we always got the big hill.
Yeah.
Wasn't that 64?
All right, 1 down, 2 to go.
All right, Jason.
If you Google it or you ask Grok or Gemini, see what it says, it comes up with 24.
All right, I
All
believe
right, we got to give this away. All right, second question, right? Kurt Cignetti, who coached the Indiana Hoosiers to a national championship, coached at this school prior to Indiana.
Too easy. Immediately before?
JMU.
Yes.
There you go.
JMU. All right, for the win, it goes to Mr. Bickle. Hook him up.
All right, how about this? Just name any other school he coached at as a head coach before he coached at Indiana and at JMU.
Oh, that's going to be hard.
I think it's fair. You want to guess? He's Googling. No, he's Googling.
Sorry, bro.
No.
I can't believe he coached at Elon.
He was at Elon. He was at IUP before that.
But my daughter did a camp at Elon. I walked around there. Just to think that a coach of that caliber coached a football team at Elon is shocking.
Yep.
Who's up next?
All right, let's go to Matt in Fairfax.
Hey, Matt.
Matt, what's up, buddy?
Good morning, Junks.
Matt, name the medical drama on HBO Max that stars Noah Wiley.
The Pit.
That's right. 1 down, 2 to go. They always answer mine right. I'm trying to hook them.
That's the 1-pointer. Mine are supposed to be hard. 3-pointers are hard.
All right, Matt.
I'm a Bills fan. Ask me some Josh Allen questions. Let's go.
Should I?
All right, 2-pointer.
All right.
Who's he married to?
Haley Steinfeld.
That's right. Now it goes to Jason for the win. 3
All right.
pointers on him.
Josh Allen is from this town in California.
Oh man, I don't know. Somewhere in Northern California.
Well, you told me
Farmville.
You told me
I don't know.
it starts with an F, but it's not Farmville.
That's a brutal question.
He said, "Ask him anything about it." Josh Allen. He's from Fireball, California.
I mean, how do you expect him to get that? I mean, it's like mean.
Well, how did you expect the guy to get Elon?
He talked
Right,
trash.
but people haven't been like reading about Cignetti over the last couple days.
Yeah, if you just
Elon's
watch,
tough.
If you watch though the pregame stuff and the game,
I don't know.
maybe. All right, 1 pointer. Who's our next contestant? I'm not going to give away a
in
prize.
Richmond.
Hey, Evan.
Morning, boys. I've been really liking those Throwback Thursday segments that Valdez has put together.
He's doing a great job. You
got
can, of
another-
course,
you
check
want-
that out on the podcast feed.
Any hint as to what you might be pulling for tomorrow, or is that today's job?
I found the clip of you and your son cursing.
Oh,
so that will
Apropos of our
that'll tie in
conversation.
to our
Okay,
conversation
nice.
today, and then
Nice.
I'm going to listen to a reel that's entitled "The Ugly Hat Contest." So I'm kind of
Inspired by Cakes' hat collection.
Gotta be so bad. All right, Evan, I got the first one for you. Okay. I don't expect you to necessarily. I'm gonna try to make it as easy as I can. Michael Lasasso is the reigning NCAA golf champ. He foregoed or whatever the word. What is it? Foregoed his final year of eligibility mid-season, right? With Ole Miss to sign with Liv. He's signing with the High Flyers, which is captained by who?
That's a 1-pointer?
1-pointer.
Are you kidding me?
It was all over social media.
Are you kidding me? Never heard of the guy. Never heard of the
You
Liv
don't have
team.
to know him. You don't even have to know the name of the team.
Is
You
it-
saw
is
the
it-
announcement.
Is it Phil?
It's Phil Mickelson.
I
That was
would've missed that.
hard?
Yes,
There's like
that's way
3
hard.
players that you know. It's
Longest
one of the 3
question ever.
players.
Hard.
All right, let's go to.
He's still going? All right.
No, he's
JP,
going.
you're next.
Last guy. We do it when we come back? What are we going to do?
I say we spill it over. We got to get some winners. All right, here's your question. I'm going to give you a famous movie line. You name the movie. Got it?
Go fast.
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
mean,
Joe, what is the movie?
What is it? That's actually hard.
You gotta be,
ever heard of Gone with the Wind?
you gotta be like 80 years old to get that.
It's like one of the most classic movie lines of all time. 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Don't go anywhere.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
After being fired by the Miami Dolphins as their head coach, Mike McDaniel has landed his next job, the offensive coordinator of the LA Chargers. While many expected him to be a head coach again in the league, he'll lead Justin Herbert, and an offense that I'm told has nothing but Justin Herbert. We'll see if he can scheme around a hapless offensive line and a core that lacks any firepower. I'm Drake Toll.
All right, guys, EB here. FanDuel's turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost back every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the championship round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in, take your shot on an upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. You know Mike Mars grinding, trying to find a winner. Wonder what dog he's going to take. Then apply your profit boost and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. So visit FanDuel.com/EB and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call text 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's about time your deliveries worked as fast as you do. Your jobs can't wait. That's why the Home Depot delivers when and where you need it. Scheduled, next day, or even same day. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Need a work truck that pulls its weight? My team over at Lindsay Ford of Wheaton is your commercial vehicle headquarters. Transit vans, Maverick, F-150s, Super Duty trucks, and more, all priced to move and built to keep your business moving. Or do what I did, plug in and power up your drive in a new F-150 Lightning or Mustang Mach-E. Lindsay's Chill Deals Winter Sales event is on right now, so get over to Lindsay Ford, ask for my guy Jay Raptor, and tell him Cake sent you. Take it from me. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsayford.com. Is life insurance part of your New Year's resolution? Listen, if you're young and healthy, it's simple, and any old agent can get it done. But if you're 50 to 60 years old with a touch of wide waistband syndrome or have correlating health glitches, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou doesn't bait and switch you in with young and healthy rates only to clobber you with the truth down the road. $1 million of coverage could be as low as $200 per month. And unlike that treadmill, this one won't collect dust in the corner. Call Term Provider, speak with Big Lou, and find out how much he can save you on your new $1 million life insurance policy. Start this year off with peace of mind by calling Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-200-1966 or biglou.com. New year feels like you're playing shorthanded. Time to capitalize at Lindsay Ford of Wheaton. My guy Jay Raptor's got F-150s, Mavericks, Transit vans, and more, all priced to clear the zone. And you'll be in and out quicker than a line change. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsayford.com.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives, LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital. WJFK FM and WJFK HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
Tip, they score!
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Dylan Strome tips and Alex Ovechkin shot. You get a goal. You get a goal. Carlson, a shot, he scores.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
106.7 The Fan. Sports Flash.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Bills have asked permission to speak with Brian Daboll and Anthony Lynn, and they'll also talk to offensive coordinator Joe Brady about the open head coaching role per Diana Rossini of The Athletic. Both Daboll and Lynn have previous connections to the team. Daboll was the Bills' offensive coordinator before he left to join the Giants, and Lynn served as the team's assistant head coach before he got a head coaching job with the Chargers. Per Tom Pelissero, though, the Bills also requested an interview with Jaguars offensive coordinator Grant Udinski for their head coaching job per source. He just turned 30 years old and has a second interview for the Browns job on Friday. Could be one of the new young head coaches in the league. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies.
All right, I'm going to give you real quick.
Good reason to listen.
On 106.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network as we celebrate 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, EB, and JP. We're going to carry over the prizes to 9:45, so stay tuned for your chance to win the prizes coming up at 9:45. Now, Jason wasn't here yesterday when we talked a lot about the college football championship going to Indiana, and, of course, Fernando Mendoza with the signature play on the QB draw on a 4th and 5, scores the touchdown, leads them to a win. Magical season for Mendoza.
Man, he got crushed, too.
I don't know that he was on anybody's draft boards at the beginning of the season, but he wins the Heisman Trophy at Indiana, and he's likely going to be the number one pick. The question is, do you think he's going to be a stud in the pros? Does he deserve to be the number one pick? Is his game going to translate to the next level?
I mean, impossible to know, but yes, he deserves to be the number one pick. He's the Heisman Trophy winner. He's the national champion. He's the best quarterback. And the team that needs a quarterback, the Las Vegas Raiders, will take him number one.
But national champion and Heisman Trophy, Tim Tebow was both of those, and he wasn't an NFL quarterback.
True, but he wasn't thought of to be a true NFL quarterback like Mendoza.
I mean, he was technically an NFL quarterback, and he wasn't a good NFL quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't the thrower that Mendoza is. Mendoza's 6'5", big dude, strong arm, smart, makes plays, accurate with his balls. So he's going to be the number one pick. Is he going to be a stud? No idea.
I think he's one of those guys that needs, like a Brock Purdy, needs the right system. I think all of them, probably the majority of them, 20 out of 30 need the right system, the right support people, right staff around him.
Yeah,
he's in the right situation. I think he could be a very solid pro.
Yeah, you need an offensive guy who needs to develop him at that level, because the next levels, I mean, it's a game changer, the talent he's going to be going against. But he's going to be thrown to great players. I think he's going to be a good pro.
But his physical tools don't jump off the screen at me. When I'm watching on TV, he doesn't have this cannon arm.
No, but he's more cerebral. He's tough, and but I feel like he could scan the field. He could read. He could create a little bit with his feet if he needs a little extra time. I don't know. I think he has the intangibles.
I heard a comparison yesterday, and it made me think about it. And he seems like bigger, but the comparison was to Steve McNair, who was a super successful quarterback in the league. Now I think of Steve McNair as a bigger guy who could run a little bit more.
Yeah.
But Mendoza showed, Jason used the word toughness. I mean, he bounced off 2 tacklers on that QB draw.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
He basically, after the game, he talked about how it was a mixed coverage, didn't know if they should pass or run. He was basically like, I'm taking this. He basically did a Josh Allen, right?
Yeah.
He was like, this is going to be on me. It's 4th and 5. I'm gonna roll with the QB draw.
Yeah. No, I think. Do I compare him to Steve McNair? I don't know. That might be hard for me. I mean, it's been quite a while since I've seen Steve. I felt like Steve.
I think he's more than Kirk Cousins. Like when the comparison a lot with his throwing is maybe Kirk Cousins, but he's not just a pocket guy.
He's physically tougher than Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think he's physically tougher.
And he might not have the best arm in the draft, but I mean, he's got a good enough arm and he's accurate enough where he's going to make throws.
Yeah, I think
just got to give him, parts around him, good offensive mind that's hoping to develop him to a quality quarterback. I think he's going to be really good.
He's got plenty good enough arm. You watch Purdy, and
his arm is fine.
Purdy is like timing and everything, and I just think he has a lot.
Not
of
everybody
those
needs a Caleb Williams arm.
Yeah,
his arm is fine.
Yeah,
and he's big.
He's totally different than Caleb Williams.
Could he be benefiting from a team that was excellent? And look, the jury's still out on this guy, but like J.J. McCarthy.
Maybe.
Where J.J. McCarthy never put up these gaudy statistics. Now Mendoza has. Was on a national championship team that mostly preferred to run the football, but maybe not the most skilled guy. Like, I don't know how he'll fare. I mean, these guys don't even do the combine anymore. But if you had him in a quarterback competition and just, I think even at the combine they added like the velocity. So those type of things for Mendoza, I don't think are going to jump off the page. He's not going to have Jaden Daniels' speed like running.
No, but
he's not going to have Caleb Williams' arm throwing the football.
He's not that dissimilar, honestly, from like Tom Brady. Like from a physical tools perspective. Did you see Belichick's
He's
quote?
He's a better athlete than Brady.
He's a better athlete than Brady.
Yeah.
In fact. But did you see Belichick's quotes about Brady? And he talked about how, he was average athlete, good enough arm. Like he basically diminished every attribute that he had other than he just worked his ass off.
Right.
And, it was his incredible competitor. But all of the physical attributes were very, as far as Belichick was concerned, very.
I think he's going to be a good pro, but it kind of depends on who he's with, who's coaching him.
Yeah, I think it has to be the right situation. He could go somewhere and bomb. He could go to the Jets, for example. He could go to the Raiders and bomb.
Yeah,
they don't put the right people around him, the right system around him. And you got to give these guys, I'm sorry, we write these guys off after like 5-6 games. It's
gotta
brutal.
give them 3 years.
I mean, even J.J. McCarthy, I'm sorry, I think people are writing off J.J. McCarthy too soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I think you got to give these guys 3 years. And after 3 years, if they're not progressing, then you probably had the wrong pick.
And you're right about the situation and opportunities. I'm going back to the previous draft before Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams and Drake May. The jury's still kind of out on Bryce Young. Like he teases you a little bit, and the jury, I think, is out on C.J. Stroud. It's not looking good based on this last game.
It's how hard
and
it is
seems
to play
like
that
he
position.
peaked as a rookie, but you don't know. So, and the interesting thing about college is it feels like it's pretty frequent where a guy won't really be on the draft board at the beginning of the year. Like if you went back to the beginning of the year and the quarterbacks to watch, like Arch Manning was the top of the list.
Sure.
And maybe Nussmeier and, there was some.
Right, Lenore Sellers.
And then it completely flipped, like where Mendoza's the top guy.
Correct. I mean, he wasn't highly recruited. No one knew who he was when he was out of Cal. But he goes to the Big Ten and he wins a national championship. I mean, he played against some really good teams. So, what kind of an NFL player is he going to be? I mean, who knows? I mean, that depends on who he's throwing to and who's coaching him. But I think he's got I think he's got the physical tools to be, at minimum, a quality NFL starter.
I think so too. To be a quality starter, and I think he has the mentality. And I think the biggest thing is just sort of like poise, ability to read the field, that sort of thing. I feel like he can do that. He proved that, I thought, this year with some of those big, late throws.
I mean, he was going against some NFL talent in the national championship game.
Oh, definitely.
That defensive line is going to be in the NFL. And he didn't put up crazy, scary numbers, but, I mean, he beat them.
I just looked at a preseason ranking of college football. Top 10 quarterbacks. And this was an opinion piece on Fox Sports. He wasn't in the top 10.
Of course. I mean, he played at Cal, and no one really knew who he was.
And that's what it tells you is, you got to watch what they do on the field. Number 1 was Cade Klubnik.
Yep.
Clemson.
Had a bad year.
Then it was Arch. Then it was Nussmeier, who I mentioned before. John Mateer at Oklahoma. Lenore Sellers.
Carson Beck maybe was in there.
Drew Aller, Penn State. Carson Beck.
Yeah, Mendoza was better than all those guys.
DJ Lagway at Florida.
Yep.
Sam Levitt at Arizona State. And Josh Hoover at TCU.
Who's now going to be at
And he
Indiana.
leapfrogged all of those guys.
Correct.
So I think the biggest intangible, if you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067, he does remind me of Brady in terms of the cerebral thing. I saw this thing online yesterday, and it was Ricky Williams talking about the Heisman Trophy presentation and Fernando Mendoza. And he said beforehand he saw some sort of conversation between Fernando Mendoza navigate like girls, and both of them basically they put it to the side, and Ricky Williams joking, he's like, I never could put that to the side. But that he's so focused on football, like he can put something like that, like I'll get to girls eventually, but I got to focus on football.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, there are definitely college guys like that. 100%.
I mean, he was a 2-star who couldn't even walk on at Miami.
Right, believe both
his story actually is
both his parents were athletes.
Yeah, it's a little
it's legacy athletes, parents there.
It's different, but he's just overcome like all these obstacles.
I think it's a great story.
It's a fantastic story.
It really
I'm
is.
telling you, I watched a video yesterday which basically gave me a creeper on Players Tribune. You know what? I'll retweet it at Junks Radio. It's really, really well done.
Yeah. I don't know. Just for quarterback desperate teams in the draft, I just think it's a strong pick.
But he goes to the Raiders. He's not going to have great receivers.
No, they're going to have to do a lot. I mean, they're going to have to put a lot of pieces around him. He's not going to carry a team. But is he the athlete that Drake May and Jaden Daniels and these guys are? No, but he's smart. He's coachable. He's got a good frame, strong enough arm.
I think he's athletic enough.
He's athletic enough. He can get out of the pocket and
he's
move.
Tough. I mean, he made a couple cuts on that one run.
Yeah.
And he's definitely a game. I mean, the guy says he's willing to die on the field for his teammates. He said that repeatedly.
Yeah.
I will die on the field.
Yeah. He's really good in the locker room.
The guy's
He's just a likable kid.
He's
a little bit nerdy, I guess.
100%.
But
he's definitely nerdy.
Yeah, but he's likable. He's from a good family. It's a safe play.
I'm on some sort of Fernando Mendoza algorithm, I guess, in the last few days as I watched his video of his first day of school at Cal.
I saw
he's
that
petting
too.
a dog. He's
I
just
saw that
so nerdy.
Yeah. Right.
But he was the best player in college football. He's a national champion. And the question is whether he'll be a good pro. Look, it's tough for all these guys because when you're the number one pick, I think Cam Ward at Tennessee, he had flashes this year. But if you were to look at his overall numbers, you go, ugh, he struggled as a rookie.
Yeah.
That's what happens mostly with rookies. That's why Jaden Daniels was such an anomaly as a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
Usually it takes time. Even for Drake May, who, either is going to be the MVP or runner-up in the MVP, could win the Super Bowl this year in his second season. His first year wasn't like this year.
No, he was learning. Now, he was under a different coaching staff. He's a much better coach now. But, yeah, that's how hard this position is to play, man. It's tough.
It's the hardest.
It's ridiculous.
It's the hardest job in professional sports.
That said, I think the Raiders' job when we went through it a few weeks ago. It was probably a few weeks ago when there weren't as many jobs open, to be quite honest. We went through which are the most attractive jobs we opened. I kind of like the Oakland Raiders because you're starting from the bottom and you're going to have the number 1 pick. So if you believe in Fernando Mendoza, you build a team around him.
I believe in him if you give him the right pieces. Who are his receivers right now?
Oh, the Raiders don't have
They have
anybody.
nothing, right?
I don't know their contract situation, but the Las Vegas Raiders, let me see their depth chart. It was, trash mostly.
Here were their regular season stats at receiver. Okay. They had Trey Tucker, 57 catches. I mean, Brock Bowers is their best receiver.
Yes. Right.
But he was
Will
hurt.
he be healthy?
Yeah, he should be fine
be
next
healthy.
year. Right. Now, Jacoby Myers was there, but then he was traded to Jacksonville. They had Michael Mayer, the tight end from Notre Dame. All right, so they had 2 pretty good tight ends.
Yeah.
Tyler Lockett was there. They just didn't have a star at receiver. They need a stud.
Their depth chart was Trey Tucker, Jack Beck, and Dante Thornton Jr.
Yeah, they got to improve that room 100%, and they will.
Yeah, but I wouldn't bet against him. I don't know if he's going to turn into like this perennial all-pro, like earlier when we were talking about Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow and those guys.
I don't think he's in that league. Certainly not.
I think he could be in the the Jared Goff class.
But those back shoulder passes to Becker and the tight end were just perfect.
The second one on the third down too. I was watching it with my wife. I was like, they're going to go to Becker, and 5 seconds later they go to Becker, and he just delivers.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
that guy Becker. I know they said he'd never dropped a pass this year. Has he ever dropped a ball in his career? He's only a sophomore.
Well, he didn't play a lot. I mean, this was his first year playing.
So it may be.
Yeah.
And is he technically their number 3 receiver?
Yep. And their first half of the season, he
didn't play much, right?
Yeah,
it's amazing.
And
Amazing story.
he became their guy. I mean, he had great hands.
Yeah.
Amazing story.
Really is.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up next, we'll open up EB's entertainment page here on the Junkies.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC3. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
You're not just a homeowner. You're also a bug in the basement with the frightening number of legs owner. Fortunately, you've got heating and cooling built and tested to keep going. American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, built to a higher standard.
Visit MidAtlanticComfort.com and bring home a new American Standard heating and cooling unit, rated the highest in customer satisfaction year after year. Built to a higher standard, American Standard Heating and Cooling and MidAtlanticComfort.com. That's MidAtlanticComfort.com.
B-Mitch here. It's a new year and a new ride. And I'm excited to tell you, Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers, have teamed up with Harley-Davidson of D.C. and your Washington Capitals to give away a custom, one-of-a-kind Capitals Harley-Davidson. This incredible bike has been signed by the entire team. So start the year in the saddle and enter at CapsFansBike.com. That's CapsFansBike.com. And remember, when you ride protected with Law Tigers. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Kalfas and Nachman, Olivia Donahue.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet. Forget about easing into the new year. My guys over at Ted Britt Chevrolet and Sterling are coming out swinging. Now, for a limited time, score up to 25% off MSRP on a new 2026 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. That's up to 25% off. Real savings on one of the most in-demand trucks on the road. I'm not doing the math, but that sounds like a ton of dough. Starting the year with torque, not talk, at Ted Britt Chevrolet and Sterling. Cruise by and tell them Danny sent you, or check them out now at tedbrittchevy.com.
When an injury occurs, turn to the sports medicine team of experts at CAO. We're here for the weekend warriors, here for those at the top of their game, here for the outdoor adventures, here for the athlete in all of us. We're CAO, the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care, always centered around one thing, you. Go to CFAortho.com to find a convenient location near you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-9049.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-9049. That's 800-575-9049.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Next on The Fan, it's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley, and are we getting ready for a serious snowstorm? We're going to put our weather experts to the test and make some predictions. Neil Greenberg will join the show at 11, and we're talking what John Harbaugh will bring to the New York Giants, and should the Commanders be worried?
Brian Mitchell and J.P. Finley. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 106.7 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
It's the Sports Junkies.
You're on the air.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Remember, coming up at 9:45, your chance to win the Chris Stapleton tickets and the 22-inch Blackstone Griddle Surfside Iced Tea Griddle. And we've got Coach Spencer Carberry. But right now, let's open up the entertainment page, driven by BMW of Fairfax.
That's right. DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's a rock star over there. She's the general manager. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, BMW of Fairfax. Norfolk.com. I will be driving the X5 with Kate and Dee to Norfolk this weekend. I'm pretty sure they're not going to cancel the tournament. Too much money riding on it. I see like some snow and sleet. I think they're going to have it. But I'm going to be driving back.
Counting on all
You'll
my
be driving back.
I'm going to be driving back. I don't know where I'm going to hit it.
I'm counting on a
Fredericksburg
free
or something.
weekend of no soccer and no basketball.
Oh, but Dee says she doesn't think we'll have school for a week. If you look at the temperatures next week, they're all butt low.
School's going to be out for minimum 3 days, if not a full week.
I mean, if it's anywhere near what they're suggesting, and I am going to go and get some bottled water today. I don't know what else I need, but I need bottled water.
You probably should.
If I go on an airplane and I don't have bottled water, I'll have an anxiety attack.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why. When I went to Costco the other day, Costco usually has, just pallets and pallets of their own water, whatever it is, Kirkland water.
Yeah.
And that's the one I always get. I never get the Deer Park or the fancy. I get the cheapest one, right?
Yeah.
But I always get the 12 ounces, and they didn't have any 12 ounces. I guess that's why. So I ended up getting all the minis.
Yeah. Oh, you got minis?
Yeah.
You ever just go and get the big jugs?
No.
Just to have those?
No.
I got to get some big jugs.
You know what you should do?
People usually like big jugs.
What hotel you staying in down there?
I don't know.
Whatever hotel you're staying in, you should call the hotel and talk to their manager and ask them what are they predicting for snow in Norfolk. Don't base it off up here and people up here predicting.
But why don't I just look at Rob?
No, you got
to. Norfolk. They don't know any different, do they?
Well, yeah, because they're watching the local newscast or weathercast. That's what I would do.
It doesn't matter if they have the tournament. We're going. We're not skipping.
I understand that, but at least you'll know when to leave to drive down there. Are you leaving Friday or Saturday?
Friday. Got to be Friday.
Yeah, because
it's a big weekend.
It's probably going to hit because it's going to hit further south earlier on Saturday than it will here.
It's fine because then I'm just kind of walkable to everything.
Yeah.
It will be coming back Sunday where we will be putting our life in our hands.
Sunday, I would say Sunday, you probably should stay another night.
No, I'm just going to do it.
You going to watch the games while driving with the iPad in the middle?
We've been done. Yeah, I mean, usually D drives, let's be honest.
All right.
When we drove home from Raleigh, we had three. It's literally a 4.5 hour drive with no traffic. He hit a couple snarls.
Mm-hmm.
We did 3 driver changes. That's a lot.
Nice.
That's a lot.
It's not that far away.
I'm a pro stop guy. I like to break up the trips.
I don't like to.
Even when I was going back and forth to Temple every weekend, especially during my third year of law school, I would stop at the Maryland House or the Delaware House or one of those spots.
Oh, yeah.
And that was a 2.5 hour ride.
All right, guys. I guess the Oscars are coming up, right? We haven't had the Academy Awards
Had the
yet.
Golden
We've had the
Globes.
others, and we haven't had the Oscars yet.
Are they in February or March?
I feel like they're in late January, early February. But either way, they're coming up because the Razzies are coming up, and they had the Razzies Award nominations, and apparently it's all about Snow White and War of the Worlds.
War of the Worlds, didn't that come out years ago with...
I guess it's a remake. And
Tom Cruise?
I think it's a remake with Ice Cube.
Okay.
So Ice Cube's getting killed. Gail Gadot, is that how you say her name? Gail Gadot, however you say her name.
Wonder Woman?
She's, I guess, a star of Snow White. She's getting killed. And then The Weeknd.
Is that Gail Gadot?
The Weeknd, he's got a movie out there, Hurry Up Tomorrow, that's getting 5 nominations for the Razzies. Some big actors, too. Jared Leto is getting a Worst Actor Razzie nomination for Tron.
Haven't seen any of these movies, so I guess I'm avoiding the Razzie movies.
Ariana DeBose is getting a Worst Actress Razzie for Love Hurts, or at least nomination. Natalie Portman, Nicolas Cage, Robert De Niro, big name actors are in the mix.
What's De Niro getting clubbed for?
What's the movie? Worst screen combo for Frank and Vito in the Alto Knights, which again I never heard.
I've never heard of any of those guys.
Just go watch The Rip today, EB.
I could.
Valdez
I
hates
could.
it. Jason and I liked
Valdez
it.
said mid. So if you give a mid, does that mean is that 2.5 stars out of 5? Is that what a mid grade would be?
It's like 2.5.
Oh, it could even be a 2.
Yeah, it's not that
Really?
good. I don't think it's that good.
Were you just bored?
It's
too cliche.
It's
don't give away. Don't give away.
It's not that.
It's just
There's
unreal.
not
It's
that
just-
much to give away.
It's not that exciting. It's unrealistic.
It's very
just-
unrealistic.
Oh, it's very unrealistic.
Yeah, of course.
It's just so blah.
Is Ben Affleck just Ben Affleck the whole time? And like you just staring at him going, "That's Ben Affleck." Or do you ever suspend your disbelief and believe he's a
they're
cop in a kind of real dilemma?
No, he's fine. He and Damon are fine.
Okay.
The other actors are just blah.
They're not going to get nominated for Razzies.
I don't think so.
I saw an interview with them. They've been doing a bunch of interviews together.
Yeah.
And I kind of liked it that I think it was Affleck, maybe it was Damon who said it, is like for years they didn't want to work together, even though they're buddies, because they thought they'd be kind of typecast to be doing movies together.
Mm-hmm.
And then they realized, hey, we kind of like working together, so let's just start doing movies together again. They're established enough, like, let's work together.
Right.
Now, I didn't see that one that I think Affleck directed where it was like medieval times that they did. I can't remember. It was called The Last Duel, I think.
Were they both?
That didn't interest me.
Were they both in or involved in Air, or was that just Affleck? I can't remember.
I think they were both in it.
What did
Matt Damon?
I think Damon.
Didn't Damon play somebody in Air?
I thought he did.
Did he play Sonny
Been a while
Vaccaro?
since I saw it.
One of them played Sonny Vaccaro, right?
Yeah, I thought Damon was in it, but I can't remember.
I feel like Damon was in it.
Damon 100% was in it.
Yeah. Jason, all right, you can help me out with this. Pour some out for Midnight Oil drummer Rob Hurst. Passed away after battling cancer for years. Oh, I know this song.
Rob Hurst passed away, huh?
70 years old. Native of New South Wales.
NB, Matt Damon was Sonny Vaccaro. Ben Affleck was Phil Knight.
Oh, there you go.
This is right when we were in college, right?
Yeah, this is Beds Are Burning. Is that this one?
Come on, a little louder, Valdez. Haven't heard this in forever.
This definitely feels like it's from a bygone era.
This is college.
Yeah,
I feel like this is like my wife was in a sorority. She did very little with the sorority, but I felt like if we went to an event or something, this song's playing.
Yeah. This was actually late high school.
Is it?
Yeah. Released in 1987.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, almost.
In that era, believe me, they were still playing it in 1989.
Oh, hell yeah.
1990. So pour some out for him. It's too bad, but I guess they say.
How old was he?
He was 70 years old, but he had cancer for quite a long time. Was in a lot of pain, so maybe the best thing that happened. William Shatner is still capturing the attention of the paparazzi of pop culture. You know how old William Shatner is?
Ooh, let me I
think he's 90.
I'm going to say 91.
He's 94.
94.
Wow. And it appears, was he driving here in this? He's driving in LA and he's stopped at a stoplight and he's caught eating what looks to be a bowl of Raisin Bran.
Really?
He's eating cereal while driving.
He's got cereal. He's eating a bowl of cereal
with the milk
behind the wheel. Now, I can't hate on him for eating while driving. I do it all the time. We stopped at Kentucky Fried Chicken on the way to Raleigh. I was so excited to have my Kentucky Fried Chicken. And I'm eating them. I got the fingers and greasy and everything. And I'm eating my mashed potatoes and gravy while I'm driving. But a bowl of cereal. I eat when I pick up Kava.
When did he make the bowl of cereal before he got into the car?
I don't know.
That's weird.
He's not, dude. He looks pretty good for 94.
He does. He doesn't look 94.
I would say he looks like 77.
So hold on.
He looks incredible.
So who caught this? Who
I
took
know,
a
the
picture?
Paparazzi.
Oh, they just are following William Shatner around?
They're everywhere. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they just somehow they know.
That is funny.
Harrison Ford is he still dating that or living with whatever that Calista Flockhart? I think he is. Remember,
he's in a good show called Shrinking.
He is.
On HBO
He
Max.
still is. He's 83 years old. still very active. I'm not sure if he's still flying, but he's certainly still bicycling. They've got him photographed at 83. He's got a spandex on. He's got his little outfit, and he's pushing a bicycle that presumably he's about to ride or just finished riding.
Anyway, if you're looking
kind
for a
of
show,
interesting.
Shrinking is with Jason Segel.
I'm not really
who's
looking for a
funny,
show.
With Harrison Ford. They're shrinks, psychiatrists, and it's a pretty good show.
Can you do
Apple
me a favor?
TV.
Can you, if I gave you homework, can you look back and count how many shows you watched last year? You know how we were bragging,
Yes.
people brag about books?
It wouldn't
you
be-
come up with a number? You think it's in the teens?
Teens.
You
Yeah.
think it would hit,
he
could it
watches
hit
it.
20s?
He watches
Probably.
a ton.
How would you even
I mean,
know?
I don't know if you like. I've caught up now. Jason put me on Landman. Like I've watched Landman. My wife and I watched it, although we didn't watch the final episode.
Final episode's good. Finally, something's happening.
It'd probably be about 20 in a year. Because I watch a series like Beast and Me.
I'm half that.
It's done.
I'm nowhere near 20.
I think I watch pretty much like 0.
There's a lot of shows that I start watching the first couple episodes and I just get bored of them.
What's
like The Beast in Me? Have you watched The Beast in Me yet?
I liked it. I watched it.
It's just kind of boring.
you,
Just to me, it was just kind of boring.
I don't, this just the headline of this it makes me curious. And my computer's slow. I need to get a new one. If anybody can give me a deal on one, let me know. Leanne Rimes is undergoing a $10,000 treatment to clear microtoxins. So you think, okay, that's like a Hollywood thing, into microplastics and toxins and weird stuff that most people don't really concern themselves with. But maybe it's necessary, they say, after her teeth fell out on stage.
How's that happen?
How's that happen?
Regular teeth, or did she have dentures or something that fell out?
I don't know. I'm just clicking on it
'Cause
right
teeth
now.
don't really just fall out. Like the way I'm picturing this story now is she's on stage, she's singing, and her teeth bounce off the stage.
She says she underwent a $10,000 plasma exchange that will help her clear microtoxins after revealing last year her teeth fell out mid-performance. She says, I demand so much from my body. And she says she's sharing this in her wellness ritual with sensitivity and humility, not as a prescription. Of course, most people will say, well, I don't have 10 grand to blow on getting rid of the microtoxins. They claim the treatment will remove plasma from your blood to eliminate inflammatory proteins, toxins, and cellular waste, and then replace it with a sterile albumin to replenish essential nutrients.
I do know that teeth falling out is a common dream. And it supposedly means that you're under stress, high anxiety. Have you ever had a dream where your teeth fell out?
No, but now I'm reading more of this story. I do have something in common
With
Leanne Rimes.
What does
What's
Eric Bickle have in common?
What is that?
You got a bridge?
Her bridge fell out.
Hold up, that's your
So her bridge.
Hold up, is that? But that's in the back of your teeth.
Yeah.
Can we notice where the missing teeth are right now? Give us a big wide smile.
I don't want to.
It's in the back.
No, he's not going to do that.
He's got the most banged up teeth.
Yeah, my bridge fell out this weekend because I was eating hard candy and it cracked part of the bridge. And then I was brushing my teeth on Monday.
It came out.
And I just picked it right up off my teeth. I look like a hillbilly right here. On this,
The right side.
I have no lower.
And that's what Leanne
Is that different than when we did the Caps broadcast and you were traumatized because the camera kept
I think that was a
focusing on
different.
the
I think that was a different tooth. It might have been. It could have been in that area, but I currently have a giant gaping hole here.
Jason, how much money would it take for you to switch teeth with EB? Like his whole history and everything that goes on.
Pay my
with
house
his
off.
teeth.
Pay my house off.
That much?
Yeah.
I mean, you go to the dentist
I
once
wouldn't
a
want
month.
to carry around a bag with all the bridges.
I just don't feel like driving to Frederick, but I got to drive to Frederick.
Yeah, you
and
gotta
I got
do
to
it.
get this fixed. It's gonna be a whole thing. Probably gonna have to order a new bridge. But I learned a lesson. My dentist always tells me I have to avoid it. I can't eat hard candy. Hard candy.
Well, you've stopped, haven't you?
Not this weekend.
For the most part?
There was, you know how
what was the specific type of candy that took you out?
When you go to a restaurant and they have those wrapped white Lifesavers after you eat?
Yes, mints.
Yeah, it's like but it's literally like a Lifesaver. It's like a donut. It's wrapped. I think it's a Lifesaver, and it's white.
That took your teeth out.
I grabbed like 5 of them, and my wife said I was just crunching them. I was just crunching, and then next thing I noticed, I was chewing teeth. I cracked my tooth.
You got to suck on those until they get really thin.
You don't crunch on Lifesavers.
I was like anxiously crushing.
You
them.
definitely have a lot of anxiety issues.
There you go. Me and Leanne Rhymes. I need the $10,000 plasma treatment.
All right, coming up next, your chance to win the prizes, including the tickets to go see Chris Stapleton
and Coach
the Blackstone Griddle. And we've got Coach Spencer Carberry from your Washington Capitals.
106.7 The Fan.
Brad Evans here to help it beat the Bulls for the West 1-1 Sports. With Bo Nix out, the Broncos are turning their backup. Jarrett Stidham owns opportunistic legs. In 4 career starts, he averaged 23 rush yards per game against a New England D that allowed 16.2 quarterback rush yards per game in the regular season. Give me the over. Stidham, 15.5 rush yards at -115. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
JP Finley here from my team over at Oarsman Alexandria Kia, where they have a simple philosophy. Keep the customer happy. Like with great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed with the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. They have a great selection of quality certified used vehicles, and they'll pay up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your current vehicle. Keeping customers happy keeps them coming back. I know. I've bought 4 cars from the Oarsman Group. Take it from your buddy JP. Oarsman Alexandria Kia. Let's ride together.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Cold temps, red hot cards. You know when the hand is right. The Chill Deals winter sales event is on at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, and my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing. Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban. That's a hand you like to open. The flop, real inventory, silly savings. The turn, aggressive pricing that makes you lean in. And by the river, you're not guessing anymore. You're just grabbing your set of keys. Take it from your pal Cakes. When a hand plays out like that, you go all in at Lindsay Chevy. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsaychevy.com. Chevy, together, let's drive.
This is Dr. Riggleman with DMV Weight Loss. What if this year wasn't about another diet, but about getting your energy, your confidence, and your health back? Our all-natural program helps you reset your metabolism so you can burn fat efficiently and keep it off for good. No exercise, no counting calories, no risky injections. Feel better, live better. Start your life-changing transformation today at dmvweightloss.com. That's dmvweightloss.com. DMV.com.
From 4X to XL and 100 pounds gone without being hungry. At 61, I'm in better health than in the last 35 years.
The DMV weight loss program has successfully helped thousands of people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in 60 days. You can start the program from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation today by calling 703-496-4680 or dmvweightloss.com. That's dmvweightloss.com. Results may vary.
Winter's all about layers. Coats, gloves, boots. At Dulles Kia, the layers are in the lineup. Drive a new Kia K4, just $239 a month. Step up to a new Sorrento, only $379 a month. Or go all in with a Telluride as low as $389 a month. All brand new, all loaded with tech. And now, all under one roof at Dulles Kia's sharp new facility. However winter hits, there's a Kia that fits at Dulles Kia in Leesburg or DullesKia.com. Call 703-669-6888 for details about costs and terms.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's the Sports Junkies on 106.7 The Fan.
Man, these guys are so classy, you know? Pretty damn good.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Everybody here ain't from here, but we're here doing our thing.
All right, going to hook up our listeners right now. Callers number 10 and 11. You're going to get tickets to go see Chris Stapleton All-American Roadshow Friday, October 2nd at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets on sale Friday, January 16th at 10 a.m. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/events. And then caller number 12 at 1-800-636-1067. We'll hook you up with an exclusive Surfside Iced Tea 22-inch Blackstone griddle. 'Tis the season for cozy nights and game days. Celebrate with Surfside. You must be 21 to drink. Please be responsible. More information at thefandc.com/contests. All right, we got Coach Carberry on, head coach of your Washington Capitals. He's presented by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing. You visit CFAortho.com. Good morning, Coach.
Morning, guys.
Hey, Coach.
So I've never been to Vancouver. What's it like?
I was there years ago.
Supposed to be a great city, isn't it?
It's dark right now.
I know.
Is it? Yeah.
Yep.
Still dark out. Yeah. It's good. It's a beautiful city, right on the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
This time of year, it's sort of mild. It's not super cold. They think of it more of like Seattle weather, so it's a little bit more rain than hard snow and real cold.
I was talking about Vancouver earlier in the show, Coach. I was out there playing. I was out there playing a high school basketball tournament, and my point guard on the way back, on the takeoff, 5.5 hour flight, on the takeoff, vomited all over me.
A little too much tonight.
Too much to drink the night before, and he vomited all over me. There wasn't another open seat on the plane, so I had to sit there with his vomit on my lap for 5 hours.
Couldn't you go to the bathroom and wipe it off?
I mean, I did, but it was all over my jeans or whatever I was wearing.
And the head coach was not happy, right?
The head coach was not happy. He suspended him the rest of the year.
But did you win the tournament?
Yeah, we did. We did win. But I have bad memories of Vancouver.
Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about the play of late. You guys have lost 3 in a row, and the thing which jumps out at me as novice hockey fan, you guys just aren't scoring enough. What can you do as a coach to generate more scoring chances for this team and add a little more scoring punch? We know you haven't had Willie available. He's your leading scorer going in. What can be done to get a little more punch?
Yeah, we're always trying to find ways to do that. I think we're always looking at ways to just create more chances. So high danger chances is the name of the game. If you can create more high danger chances, whether they go in or not, eventually they'll go in for you. You know, some nights you'll have where you're creating, let's say, 15 high danger chances and the goalie stands on his head. But if you do that consistently, you're going to score at a high rate. So we break that down, and how do we get in there to create those high danger sort of right in that slot chances. So we have a bunch of different tactical things that we work on, individual habit things that we work on, and we just continue, you know, against each individual opponent as well. We can find little things of, okay, they've been exposed here a little bit. Can we replicate some of the things that teams have done to this team throughout the year and where they're giving up chances?
By the way, before we even got into the hockey, I should have mentioned, you know, your Vancouver trip was delayed, right? Because you guys had plane issues?
Yeah, we were supposed to fly out after the game in Denver against the Avalanche and had plane issues, so we had to turn around from the airport and go back to the hotel and stay the night in Denver.
Ooh. Do you guys have, in your group, do you have any nervous flyers, guys that freak out over news like that?
I don't know about players. I haven't heard of any that are too bad. I mean, if you're
you fly too much.
What about head coaches?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a few coaches that we have. I won't name them, but there's a few that, you know, when it gets a little bumpy, they are not comfortable.
Yeah.
So I know one of the things that you've done to shake it up, and you know, you guys do this often throughout a season, is you shake up the lines, right? So tell us about like Ovi's new line and what you're looking for.
We just sort of made a move last game. Him and Stromer have predominantly played together over, you know, probably my entire tenure here, over 2.5 years. Majority of the time, I would say probably 75-80% of the games, those two have played together and done really well over the last couple of years. This year, for whatever reason, it just hasn't worked as well as it has in the past. And the underlying number. You look at some things of why are they not having success, and then at some point, as a coach, you gotta change the mojo and make a change, and that's what we did last game. And so, thought Ovi's line playing with Dowd did a real good job. I thought that was our best line of the night. Now, hopefully, can get Stromer going.
How are you feeling about how the season is going now? Honestly.
I mean, it's been very, very, I would call it ebbs and flows. Like it's just
I thought
been
it was
a very
streaky. That's how I was saying it.
Yeah, and there's just been a lot of different adversity, and I think guys. Yeah, it's just been a different year. It's you can feel, you know, where last year everything right for our group and individually guys were playing at a real high level and things were going their way. And so it, at times, you know, felt easy. And I know nothing feels easy in this league, but at times things just, you know, consistently night over night over night, game over game.
You could count on things.
Went well.
Yeah.
So then you come into the following year, and I just feel like it's coming harder for a lot of our guys who are coming back. And then the thing that you just can't understate, which I know it's tough as fans and as people of the that watch the team. It's so hard for young players in the National Hockey League to consistently have success night in, night out. It's just so hard. It takes time, and I know no one likes that. No one wants to hear that, but at the end of the day, we have a lot of young forwards, Justin sort of Ryan Leonard, that, you know, are playing in this league for the first time and going through this, and to expect them to play at a high level consistently every night is just, it's unrealistic. And so they've done a great job. They continue to grow, continue to get better, have had some great nights. But just to think that it's going to come every single night for young players in this league is just unrealistic.
All right, Coach, we got to run, but best of luck on this road trip at Vancouver. Then you head to Calgary, Edmonton, Seattle, Detroit before you get back home.
Wow. Get some points.
Be safe, Coach. Thank you, buddy.
Sounds good, guys. Have a great week.
It's Coach Spencer Carberry, presented by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing. You visit CFAortho.com. We got to run. B. Mitch and Finley next.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
What kind of a dumpster fire did the Cleveland Browns have to be that someone's willing to withdraw their name for their head coaching job to go be a coordinator elsewhere? Yet that's exactly what Mike McDaniel did. Where do you go now if you're the Browns? You're already a joke. Now you're a joke that can't find anybody that wants to be your head coach. At least not the kind that you need. Someone who can come in, take control, finally get things pointed in the right direction despite your meddlesome owner. I'm Chris Mack.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Your holiday decor is down and suddenly your house looks very January. Kohl's can help you bring the spark back. No twinkle lights needed. Save on bedding that feels like a snow day. Decor that'll boost the mood. And Shark vacuums because, yes, you're still finding pine needles. Get an extra 15% off some of your faves store-wide. And beat those winter blahs at Kohl's. Select styles. Offer ends January 25th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons do not apply to Shark. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Cold temps, hot cards. You know when the hand's right. It's the Chill Deals Winter Sales event at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, and my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, and much more. You'll love it at Lindsay, LindsayChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Is life insurance part of your New Year's resolution? Listen, if you're young and healthy, it's simple, and any old agent can get it done. But if you're 50 to 60 years old with a touch of wide waistband syndrome or have correlating health glitches, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou doesn't bait and switch you in with young and healthy rates only to clobber you with the truth down the road. $1 million of coverage could be as low as $200 per month. And unlike that treadmill, this one won't collect dust in the corner. Call Term Provider, speak with Big Lou, and find out how much he can save you on your new $1 million life insurance policy. Start this year off with peace of mind by calling Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BLING to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app app and use promo code BLING for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BLING for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
If you are facing divorce, call Cordell and Cordell today.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on.
If you are facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. CordellCordell.com.
New year feels like you're playing shorthanded. Time to capitalize at Lindsay Ford of Wheaton. My guy Jay Raptor's got F-150s, Mavericks, Transit vans, and more, all priced to clear the zone. And you'll be in and out quicker than a line change. You'll love it at Lindsay, LindsayFord.com.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Brad Evans here to help it beat the Bulls with the West 1-1 Sports. With Bo Nix out, the Broncos are turning their backup. Jarrett Stidham owns opportunistic legs. In 4 career starts, he averaged 23 rush yards per game against a New England D that allowed 16.2 quarterback rush yards per game in the regular season. Give me the over. Stidham, 15.5 rush yards at -115. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
WJFK FM and HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD2 Morningside. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan, an Odyssey Sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
3 coaches with ties to the Bills are among the first candidates to emerge in the team's search to replace fired Sean McDermott. Adam Schefter of ESPN is reporting that they've scheduled an interview with Commanders running backs coach / run game coordinator Anthony Lynn that'll take place on Saturday. Diana Rossini of The Athletic is reporting that the Bills are expected to interview their offensive coordinator, Joe Brady, and multiple reports say that they will also interview former Giants head coach Brian Daboll as well. Lynn was on Buffalo's staff when Rex Ryan was their head coach, and he became their interim offensive coordinator after Ryan was fired in the late 2016 season. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Be mentioned Finley. Be mentioned Finley. It's Be mentioned Finley. 106.7 The Fan.
Sublime. It's enjoyable to know you in the concubines. Take off your coats, ladies act like gems. Sit down, Indian styles, you recite these hymns. See, lyrically, I'm Mario Andretti on the Momo. Ludicrously speedy or infectious with the slow.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Hanging out with us on the YouTube stream, 106.7 The Fan page on YouTube, or watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Wherever you get the content, we appreciate you. Yes. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I am cold.
Dog, it's cold.
Yeah, it was cold. Like it was cold this morning when I went to move my car from the Charger. It was teens.
So I had to get the trash out, the recycling out, get the girls to school.
Yeah.
And
that was my yesterday thing.
Dog, cold. And I thought about putting it out last night, but my wife's car is so gigantic. I've tried to get her to get a new car, and she won't. She loves her car. But she has, like, the Toyota Sequoia, but the last style of the gigantic joints. Like this thing is, I don't know the dimensions. I swear that it's 12 feet wide. So it blocks up the entire driveway. So for me to try to pull the trash cans down with her car in there, it's damn near impossible. And then it's so cold out that I don't feel like being delicate with everything. So I wait until the next morning when her car's not there. I know Ask Me Mitch Anything's on Friday. My 10-year-old daughter does her best to get out of the house without wearing a coat. And I'm just like, baby, it's 16 degrees.
Yeah.
You got to wear a coat. And it has me thinking back to when I was a kid, I tried to not wear a coat.
Yeah, but
why do children not want to wear coats?
Kids are just weird. Listen, I told you when we were in Minnesota, and it was cold. It was colder than it is here.
Oh, yeah.
There were kids walking to that Minnesota Timberwolves game with short sleeve shirts on. No jacket, no coat, nothing. And the parents walking right there with them, but the parents had on the damn jacket. But you know, like this, what's that little saying? You're too young. You're too young and dumb that you don't know. And I think that's what it is. They don't know that they're freezing. They think, oh man, this is cool. No. Because I saw a kid yesterday, I think it was, with shorts. I don't give a damn what it is. It's not that cold. It's not that warm. It's shorts and a short sleeve shirt.
Freezing. I don't understand.
That's craziness, man.
Kids are just, you're right. They're a little bit nuts. They think it's fun or funny or whatever. And so then, like, me and Shelby have to have a disagreement. Like, we're not leaving the house. So here's how she got me. So she wears a uniform to school, right? And there are, it's a uniform. You got to, like, be within the parameters of what you're allowed to wear. But they allow them to wear sweatshirts when it's 16 degrees.
Yes.
And she's like, oh, well, I already have my uniform on, and then I'm going to put a coat on. I was like, when you're in the classroom, you need another layer. You can't just be wearing a little polo shirt. And she's like, nah. I'm like, you have to wear this. You have to. And then I get, like, the look, like, gosh, Dad.
No, but you gotta ignore the look. See, that's the thing about it. Like, I got 3 daughters, and I got the looks a lot. But when it's something I know you got to do, to hell with your look.
That's where I landed.
What I say is where we're going to go. That's it.
That's where we landed. The sweatshirt got put on. It wasn't.
See, I'm going through that stage again. I got that little 2-year-old granddaughter, and dog, she gives you these little looks, but she gives you that little, like a little scowl. Like she has my little, when my little eyebrows come together, she has that. And I'm like, where the hell she gets that from? And my son like, look in the mirror. Yeah. He said, that's you right there.
That's funny.
So
because you and Willie look a lot alike.
But I
too.
Listen, I say, look, I don't care how you look, but you're going to do what I say do.
Yeah. It was
and all this stuff
it's
about
freezing cold.
I don't have to negotiate with a kid.
Right.
I know we could change the world of how we want it to be, but I am not negotiating with someone I take care of.
Right.
Okay? If you want to negotiate with your kids, you do that. Like my dad told me back in the day when that's when I was a kid when they had you could call 911 on your parents. He said, no, when you call 1-800 number, he said, this here, they told me I'm supposed to give you this. But you make sure you memorize this number if you call that number.
What was the other number?
911. He said, because you're going to need to call that number if you call this one. He said, the day that they take care of you, they could tell me how to handle you. I take care of you. I make my damn rules here. My kids get the same thing.
When things get dicey at the house, like when we're just like, you know how it is with kids. Sometimes you end up in these like crazy scenarios where the kids just aren't being reasonable. I just tell them, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Like, we're not negotiating. We're going to keep this damn thing moving.
That's it.
So, a lot of things happened last night. I had a paddle match, lost again. You can't really see it now, but I jacked my hand up pretty good.
I see a little thing on your knuckle right there.
Man.
On your pinky?
I was bleeding like here,
so what did you hit?
So, dude, the actual paddle you play with has like a sandpaper exterior.
Kind of like the what's it called, like a ping pong ball paddle.
Kind of, but a little rougher. But yeah, similar. And at one point, me and my boy Samir both jumped up to hit a ball, and I think his racket clipped me a little. And then at another point, so you play it in a cage. Like, it's like a chicken coop.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you run into the cage, and, like, your hand gets smushed up. I should have worn gloves last night because it was so damn cold. I don't know what's up with my paddle game. I think I showed flashes of, I think a little part of me is remembering how to play. But I was thinking about this last night in the shower, Jeff. I was trying to think about what...
Hey, whatever y'all do with y'all private time, keep that with y'all. Don't bring that to the public.
I was just saying, I was thinking about this. I was taking a shower, and I was trying to think what my level of paddle play is comparable to from what we saw from the Commanders this past season.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking. And I think where I'm at right now, honestly, is comparable.
The 4 games, the 40-point games?
I was going to say the Commanders kicker over the course of the year. Like, made some, missed a bunch, didn't really trust it. Kind of a rough season. That's where my game is at. Now, when my game was at its best, I was probably like a Jeremy McNichols. Like, I could make a couple plays. I wasn't playing all that much, but I helped the team.
Mm-hmm.
So I've gone from Jeremy McNichols to the kicker. And I think that tells you fairly well about where my performance is.
Yeah.
Like, I kind of want to tell our captain to stop scheduling me because I can't win you any games, dog.
But the thing of it is, though, this is the thing I don't understand about you. Not everybody that plays. You just stop playing at the end of the season and pick it up the next season.
Yeah.
And you expect to be good.
It's also a winter sport. Like, you kind of...
But I understand that. But, like, those that play golf, and when they stop allowing you to put in scores, people stop playing golf for the most part. Because the weather's a little different. But you can always go to an indoor bay. You can go hit some balls. You can chip. You can putt. So when you start the next year, you're not so far away because we all know if you get to your best, this is the strange thing about golf. You get to the absolute best you've been all year. Say you get to a 6, okay?
They're going to make you play as a 6.
Then you don't play, and then all of a sudden, late February, early March, when they start letting the scores go in again, you start back up at a 6. You don't go to a 10 like, well, man, I was a 6 at the end of the year. Well, I'm a 10 now. What the hell the computer says?
Right.
If the computer say you're a 6, you're a damn 6. Shouldn't have got so good at the end. So you got to at least practice to come back to it. So you can't just stop playing and don't do it nothing at all, dog.
So when I was better, when I was at my Jeremy McNichols level, I was playing. So the league night is every Tuesday night, but I would usually play at least one other time a week.
Yeah.
Go Saturday morning or something. But when that was before both my girls had weekend sports all weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's like I have to make the time, and I just don't.
That's it. You got to find time for you, bro. Put the extra mask on yourself first.
But here's what else I can tell you. I think you know how seriously I take my golf game, and it's not that serious. I take my paddle game way less serious. So, like, I will practice golf.
My thing is this, bro.
I don't even know how I could practice paddle. Like, you need 4 people to play. I don't think I can go up there solo.
You can still practice. You can practice. If you practicing, you're hitting it back and forth and all that type of stuff. You understand what you're doing. But when you don't do it at all, I bet you if you go play by yourself, you'll be better than not playing at all.
Yeah, you're right. I want to get you up there one night because I think, 1, there's a bar. Like, it's a pretty social event, right? But 2, I think you'd get a kick out of it, but I don't know that you're signing up to go play outdoor sports in 12 degrees.
Nah.
Yeah. So we got to find
in other words,
mild night.
I would be the guy cheering you on from the side.
You stay in the hut because you don't want to stand out.
And that's where the bar is?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll be in.
There's windows. You can see.
I can see you. And I'll say, hey, man, you know, if you would have done this when you come back in, I'll tell you this. I'm not going to come outside and tell you.
But from the hut, so there's like a center court, right? Court 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes, like the courts you could see are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm usually on like court 7 or 8. So you can't really see where I'm at.
Yeah, so I just,
Just watch the good players. It's more fun.
Yeah. So, that's why I used to like playing racquetball.
It's
because
not,
it was completely inside.
Yeah. It's not dissimilar from racquetball, but it is outside.
But like paddle, you're basically playing like tennis you got two people on each side.
Yeah.
See, racquetball, you can use your physicality.
Yeah.
Because my buddy Matt used to always play with me, and what he would do is stand to the last second. You know, you're supposed to get out your way.
Yeah.
I say, Matt, keep standing, and you're going to find out something. And he kept doing it, so
truck him?
I put him into the wall. He put a hole in the wall with his elbow. He never got my way again.
I imagine. Yeah. I want to give credit to the dudes that beat us last night, but I'm having trouble finding the email. It was me and my boy Samir again. We had fun. But you texted me, TGL is on, and I love watching it.
Bruh. Rose.
So was it on 7 to 9? I got home at like 9:15 and was locked in to watch it.
It comes on like 7:30, and then it went off at 9. I had the basketball game came on with me. I was watching, the Razorbacks?
Oh, and Vandy maybe?
And Vandy playing. Yeah. And that came on. But like the thing of it, so they had this par 5, and it was Max Homa, I think it was, against Rose. Rose hit the ball 34 yards past him. So then Homer hits a nice shot with a 5-wood from 250, 60 yards, something like that. Roll onto the green. And they're like, okay, he can get up and down here. He'll get a birdie at least. Rose is 225 out with an iron in his hand. When he hits the ball, you can see it on the screen. I'm like, this is going right at it. And when that thing hit the green, I'm like, this is going to go in. And it boop, boop, clip in the hole. Albatross.
That's crazy.
And you could hear how loud the whole arena went. But even Tiger was like, what the? it was fun, though. I really enjoyed it, man.
So TGL was over, and I watched a little bit of the NBA game, and then I remembered one of the guys, when we were watching the Natty, was telling me about this new Bucks documentary on Amazon. So I was like, all right, I'll give that a shot. I did not know a ton about the Tampa Bay Bucks.
Uh-huh.
I did not know how bad they were. I don't know how.
Oh, they were awful back in the day.
They went 0-14 their first year, but they went, I think it was 0-25. They didn't win a game until like the 26th game of the franchise's existence, which was mind-blowingly bad.
But like you got to realize, though, like back then when you bring a new team in, people didn't give you their good players.
Right.
They gave you the trash.
They said the Dolphins sent them a player that had already quit and enrolled in medical school.
So, it was very, very hard to come in and immediately start with. Like now you have to put a certain amount of people up if they brought in a new team.
Right.
So you could compete. It wasn't no competing.
I took notes because I found so much of it fascinating. So they got Steve Spurrier as their first quarterback, who was just getting killed back there. But even then, Spurrier was funny. The coach of the Bucks then was John McKay, who was a funny dude, legend at USC. Left hand up on this, I'd never heard of this young man. Leroy Sermon, I believe.
Yeah.
Selman.
Yeah.
That's a bad dude.
Yeah.
People think people weren't good back then. Go watch the tape of
listen,
that
bro,
guy.
It's always been good athletes in the world. Hell, Jesse Owens ran put some times up that people couldn't knock down for a long time, right? So there were athletes that were damn good. Took Carl Lewis a long time to break some of them damn long jump rappers that was out there. So it's not like everybody. People assume that everybody today is better than the past. No, the technology is better. I don't think the players have the same drive as they did back then because you didn't have nothing. You had to just go run through the damn pastures, run through the fields, and figure it out.
Leroy Selman was a baller. When the Bucks finally got their first win, you know who they beat?
Had to be Washington.
Saints. And Archie Manning was kind of talking S all week. He's like, we can't lose to them. That would be embarrassing. And that defense showed up and balled
Archie
out
must not
at the
think
Superdome.
about the records that he stood up. The records of the Saints, they were bad.
Right.
For a long time.
It was the Yucks versus the Aints is what they called it.
Boy, that was bad.
But I want to fast forward a bit. I knew Doug Williams was drafted by Tampa. I knew that. I didn't know Joe Gibbs was the offensive assistant at the time. And they have Joe on there talking about scouting Doug and going to Grambling. He said he spent 3 days there. And they talked about in that time, not only to take a black quarterback, but to draft a black quarterback in the first round was unheard of.
Yeah.
And
they couldn't say he was too short.
It was also crazy to see Doug as a young man.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
But Doug, and when he was
skinny,
Doug,
dude.
But 6
Yeah,
he was tall. He's huge, man. So
one of the things that always
excuses
stands out
that
to
they
me-
would use, they couldn't use him then.
with Doug were the size of his hands
Yeah.
are just incredible. But so they draft Doug, and he's instantly the best player they have. All of a sudden, they won 4 or 5 games his first year. They make the playoffs and get to the NFC title game his second year. The injuries Doug was playing through were incredible.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams broke his jaw, and he was out like 5 weeks. Comes back, his jaw's wired closed, and they opened it a little bit to make sure he could breathe and call the plays. They put 2 face masks on his helmet for him to go play again. Just unbelievable stuff.
Well, it just like when you come from those small schools, you play through stuff though.
But dude,
that's all that means.
I feel like I know Doug a little bit now, certainly. I had no idea that his wife passed away. His first wife passed away his second or third year in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And just how devastating that must have been. They had a little baby girl. I had no idea about
Mm-hmm.
that. And then I also had no idea that Doug, I knew when he came to the Skins, he hadn't, like, I was so little, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't realize that the cheap skate owner of the Bucks refused to pay Doug even market rate. Like, Doug wasn't asking for the top. He was asking for market rate. They wouldn't do it, and Doug went to the USFL.
Yeah.
I didn't realize all of this stuff. And then when the USFL disbanded, Joe was like, get him. Get him
Hey,
right
Joe
away.
one thing about Joe don't forget when he's seen some talent, man.
Totally.
Oh, yeah. And I think there's a story they tell. He was like, listen, just be patient. We're going to need you on this run later on in the year. Be patient, and when he went to him.
Well, and I don't know if you knew this. In Tampa, the fans all called it. So after the owner wouldn't pay Doug and Doug goes to the USFL, Tampa's terrible again. Just terrible. They called it the curse of Doug Williams. And then when the Skins won the Super Bowl, they're like, told you, the curse of Doug Williams. And all the fans down there, all the TV people, the writers, all were saying the curse of Doug Williams. I just found it fascinating. The last note I took, because I'm only through like 2 or 3 episodes, but this line made me think about what you say about Bryce Young. So they draft Vinny Testaverde number 1 overall. They're super excited about him. Coming out of Miami, he looked like a stud. Vinny Testaverde struggled, right?
Yep.
And one of the coaches said, when quarterbacks come out of Cadillacs and step into Fords, it's not going to be the same.
Yeah.
Basically, like the talent they had at Miami versus what he's playing with now at Tampa, it's going to look different.
Yeah, when you go and John Thompson always said it, the top players go to the worst teams, and you expect one guy to completely change it. And in football, it's damn near difficult.
Yeah,
in basketball, yes, one guy can come in and make a world of a difference. In football, if you get a great quarterback, and everything else stinks, and your defense stinks, that quarterback ain't winning. Point blank.
You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We're just getting warmed up. It is a Wednesday. There is snow approaching. It is cold as heck. Nobody go anywhere.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth.
celebrate you, baby.
I like this song. Moby? Moby Landfill? I think this is like, was it high school, college? Getting going here on a Wednesday morning. Everybody knows the threat of snow, significant snow is looming here. Amelia Draper from NBC4 is going to join us at 11:45, get us
Amelia
kind of what to expect this weekend.
Yeah.
Over under 3.5 days of school out next week.
Under.
You think they're out 3?
The snow's going to come Friday night, be done Saturday. Sunday, they're going to start, getting a little chance to go. They'll be back to school on Wednesday.
They're definitely out Monday. That's lock of the century.
Yeah.
Speaking of locks of the century, if anybody's paying attention to the Junkies, as many do, their young video producer, what does Mike do? Is he video? Mike Marr.
Mike is preparing to jog.
I love. So Mike is down a significant amount of hypothetical money on the Junkies program.
Yeah, hypothetical.
And I believe it's hypothetical. Maybe if it's actual cash, he's in more trouble than just this jog. But and he only has to the Super Bowl to get back to even. And if he doesn't do it, he's got to jog 8 or 9 miles from his apartment in Arlington to the studio, and he's got to wear boots.
And they come to work early in the morning. What's got back? Gotta get up early in the morning. He gonna get up early.
And so me and B are talking to him about like his options. Like, all right, you got to run hard 5 miles, and then you could probably walk the rest or whatever.
Yeah, you better get you a bicycle or a skateboard.
And he's talking through all his options, right? But what I love about Mikey is that he's like, but fellas, don't worry about it. I'm just gonna make the money back.
Bets. The way he got into this mess, because he didn't hit none of them bets.
None. It is a remarkable cold streak our guy is on.
Yes, indeed.
All right, but B, we touched on this yesterday, and we're gonna have Nikki Jabvala join us at 1:00. Lots to talk about with Nikki, but she's also gotten some of the information from the team, or at least tried to get some information from the team. Last week, 2 weeks ago, Jaden Daniels is on stage at a Fanatics thing with Tom Brady and reveals he's going to Saudi Arabia to participate in a flag football tournament.
Yeah.
I think the word participate is pretty interesting in all this.
Yeah.
Now, apparently, you have to get written permission from the team.
Yeah.
Let's start here. Who gives the permission? Like, you go to DQ? You have to go to AP?
No.
You have to go to Harris?
This is going to have to be something involving Harris. Because this comes down to, as I read some stuff yesterday, it talks about the NFL has already told the players that are involved, Myles Garrett is a player, Saquon Barkley, all these guys, that if you were to get injured over there, your injury thing in your contract does not work there. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that'd be the definition of a non-football injury, right?
It's not an NFL-sanctioned event. And I would think that the quarterbacks are the ones that's the least for something to happen. Because all they doing is more likely going to be throwing the ball around. But it'll get to if it gets to a point where it becomes where they say we don't want you to play, you can choose to play, but it's all on you. But you can also go over and do an appearance now.
That's like, I really do my best to not get mad about stuff that isn't worth getting mad about.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think a lot of times we create like false controversies. I call them non-traversies over stuff that like I'll joke with my wife, right? Tomorrow night I'm going to meet Biaggi for dinner. And the odds of me and Bob having a couple martinis are high, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes my wife will get pre-mad at me when she knows I'm probably going to come home and maybe forget to put my shoes and my wallet away. They might just be scattered around the house, right? I'm like, let's not get pre-mad. Let's see what happens. Then we can get mad if deserved.
Yeah.
But we don't have to get pre-mad.
Yeah, like I would tell Monica all the time, I discuss bad things once.
Right.
Okay, so if you start talking trash before I leave, I'm just walking out the house. When I come back, because I'm not going to go where I'm going disappointed, mad already about something.
Right.
I could discuss this when I get back.
Right.
So the whole thing, you want to get pre-mad, be pre-mad by yourself.
So my point with that is, with Jaden going to Saudi Arabia, let's not be pre-mad until we know exactly what it is.
First of all, we don't have a right to be pre-mad about anything, because if the team gives him permission to go play.
That's true.
Okay? That's who he's concerned with. He's not concerned with listen, I know we as fans and media people, we think we are most important in people's lives. We don't mean one damn bit of anything to him. It's his family, the ownership, the contract. Those are the things that are important. If the people that's paying him say, hey, go play, we rather you not, but if you play, take care of yourself. Just throw the ball. You don't have to go run. If you got to run, hell, just throw it down, throw it in the ground. If they give him that permission, what do we have? I mean, what can any of us say at that point? Nothing.
It'll be interesting what happens there, right? What do you think the check is for Jaden going to Saudi Arabia?
I would say it's in the six-figure range. I don't think it's 7.
I think it is.
Nah.
They give money away like water out there.
But still, this is a one-off, and I'm telling you, it's probably a 6-figure thing.
I want to open this up because for me, Landville, the question is it a big deal / bad idea? I think big deal, no. Bad idea, probably not. It's kind of where I land on it.
I'm on big deal and bad idea, no. Because this is...
Everybody's freaked because the dude that played for the Patriots 20 years ago ripped up his knee in a flag football game on the beach. I think that's where all the concern comes
I would tell people this. If you ever ran before, I don't know who came up with the idea for them to run on the beach.
In sand.
It's harder to run in sand than it is anything else. And I think the fact that Tom is involved with this, Tom is probably letting these people understand this is an exhibition. This is not a real game. Get what I'm saying? Which means we're not going 100%. We're out here to do whatever, but we're not going to be crazy. But I think sometimes when I'm on these airways talking, I don't think people understand that I lived the life that they were living. And they talk as if people are supposed to go to practice, go home, wrap yourself in bubble wrap, sit there until the next time you play. No, they have lives. They do the same damn thing you do. You go to work, you go home, you hang out with your boys, you go do stuff. These guys do the exact same thing. And 9 times out of 10, they're not going to, 99 times out of 100, they're not going to have a problem with something going on. And I think for the most part, they take care of themselves when they're doing something away from the practice field. Because running around on the practice field, although they don't hit like talking about, hell, we didn't tackle people then either. You can have any freak accident on that football field. So it's like, let's get beyond what we think and start listening to what it actually is. People live.
Jeffrey, Jaden going to the Saudi Arabia flag football tournament. Again, I can't stress enough, until I see him playing in this thing, I don't know what participate means. Is it a big deal? Is it a bad idea?
I mean, I would say it's not a big deal or a bad idea because, bro, I've watched people, like for instance, I watched someone walk down the bleachers and tear their Achilles.
Yes.
So, I mean, I believe Jaden will do what's smart because he knows, like, I still got to play contact football at the end of this year. So I'm not worried about it at all.
You think he's like playing though? See, my position remains.
Yeah,
I don't know that he's actually playing.
I read the story and yesterday, and it says that they're going to play in the game, and that's the thing of it. He's going to be a captain and play. The question is, how much will they play?
Right.
I'm sure he's not the only quarterback on the team.
I can't imagine. Although I guess wasn't Max Crosby listed as one of the dudes going?
Max Crosby, Garrett. Myles Garrett, Saquon. I saw a few other bigger name players. You know,
Landfill. Jaden's going to the flag football tournament in Riyadh. Big deal? Bad idea?
I don't think it's that great of an idea. Like, it seems a little risky.
You think it's a big deal? Because I think those are different.
No, not really.
I think it's a 0 out of 10 big deal and maybe a 1 out of 10 bad idea. Like if he was recovering from a leg injury, I might feel differently.
Mm-hmm.
But like that's not the case. He hurt his elbow.
Yeah. But the thing of it, like, this is what I'll get. Okay. Guys play golf every damn week.
Right.
Mostly quarterbacks. What are the injuries you can get in golf? For all the people out there that think they know everything, golf is not a sport. You can screw up your knee. You can mess your back up, shoulder, spine. All those injuries can come from playing golf.
Don't forget that hip.
Well, I never heard a person hurt their hip till I saw you do it.
My hip was tight as I don't know what. I thought
sometimes you hurt your hip on a water slide.
But see, that's what I'm saying. They do that every week, all over this country, all over this world. Nobody complains about it at all.
Yeah, I think like many things in our universe, in a microwave society, to quote Billy Shakespeare, much ado about nothing. But here we are. If you feel very differently, you could call us. Neil Greenberg will join us at 11.
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much.
last night, so I went to the club.
Put
on a fresh white suit and a mini coupe sitting
My guy Tay on Twitter talking about Jaden going to Saudi Arabia. Even if he did play, the quarterback is the safest player out there in flag football. Then he added, we need some defensive coordinators news to drop. Dom calling from Chicago. All right, how did Landfill phrase this? Jaden Daniels is playing Saudi Arabian flag football. Is it a big deal / bad idea? Dom, that's the question for you. Is this a big deal or a bad idea?
It's a great idea, man. We need to get a life as fans. I ain't going to say we. I'm not one of those fans. Man, these guys, I lived in New England, man, about 20-something years ago, and I had a couple of Patriot neighbors. They would go bowling every week. They go to the club at night, the limo pull up there, and they all sit around, go to the club. They cook out in the backyard after practice. You know, these guys got life. They're regular people, man. They bowl, they play golf, they do all the things we do. And also, how about that whoever disagree with it? They have a profession. Do they sit around on the weekend, or do they play golf or bowl, or they might even play tackle football? But they're not concerned about their health, but they're worrying about somebody they don't even pay.
Thank you, Dom. All right, man. Good call, man.
All right, bro.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of good on the Jaden thing.
It's like I just think that he plays for the Washington Commanders. They pay him. If they have a problem with something, they voice that to him. If they don't voice it to him. You know, like there are people that didn't want him to play in games that he's getting paid for. And the same people don't want him to get paid for exhibition games or things that he's doing. Players are never going to just sit in the house. And I know that they think certain players sit in the house. They don't either. You know, they got guys that you may not see around, but they go and they do stuff with their boys. They go hang out and do stuff. You just never see them. But everybody got a damn life. And that's what a lot of people need to do. Get one.
You and I both know a lot of people. You can take those calls, Jeff. We know a lot of players that golf.
Mm-hmm.
A lot.
Yes.
It's like widely celebrated how Josh Allen's a straight up golf addict.
Yeah.
When you go play high end courses, most of the time you're walking.
Yes.
And some of these courses you're walking 7-8 miles.
7-8 miles, and
uphill,
some of them are hilly.
And you're on the side of a hill.
Yeah.
Like you get hurt doing that.
Yeah, but this is
riding
why
motorcycles.
This is why I say, like, a lot of times we have these discussions about people that don't have a clue, because most people think golf is not a sport. They don't think golf is. They all think golf is just riding around in the cart and then occasionally swinging a club. I like those people to come walk out there with me. Let's go do a round. Let's do 36 in one day. I'll show you it's a sport, because I promise you walk 36 holes and you have never done it. Since you don't think it's a sport, your ass probably won't be able to get out the bed the next day.
B, so did I tell you I got invited on a banding trip? It's 3 days of 36 a day.
I love that.
You do. I don't know about me.
Hey, all I got to tell you this, dog.
I like to chill. 36 a day for 3 days?
The first round, don't go crazy. The second round, you can go do what you want to do. But first round, don't.
Those morning rounds, you got to keep it together.
I'm just saying, like, because the thing about banding, you're dealing with the terrain, because it's undulated, not just the greens, everything. You got wind, rain,
right,
weather,
right,
the ocean layer in the morning. You know, it's gonna be some stuff. But if you are not in some level of shape, you're in trouble. That's all I gotta tell you. You're gonna be sore as hell.
Mark is called in from Landover Hills. Mark, you worried about this Jaden thing?
I tell you, JP, I think sometimes people's memory is about as long as their you-know-what, because I can tell you, buddy, if it hasn't been made brutally apparent about a football team that doesn't practice enough to form muscle memory, that's what Brian's talking about, then I don't know what they're paying attention to. Of course Jaden should go play and use his muscles and establish muscle memory, what we all want him to excel in, under the auspices of a safe game where you have a flag on your hip It is totally ridiculous. And you and Brian had me laughing with the kids and your wives and stuff. There's way, way too much of a preconceived notion about everything. And then in this negative world that people who yip poodle all the time or complain all the time that we're invested in, well, man, people are going to have a negative preconceived notion. And yes, he should go play. And hey, Brian, tell him the way it is, buddy. Good deal. Great show, guys.
Hi, Mark.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate you, bud.
Like the thing like basketball, like what annoys me about that, like everyone always want people the stars, when they don't play, people get pissed, don't they?
Yeah.
But you know what basketball players do all the time? Play basketball. When they're not in a game or practice, they're probably doing shoot around somewhere.
Well, and they go to China for like a
They go play all over the place and do all kind of things. That's because that's what they do. That's what athletes do.
All right.
Man, you got to get rid of some of that energy some type of way.
Let me slide this call in real quick. Peter in Vienna. What's up, Pete?
Hey, guys. First of all, B-Mitch, golf isn't a sport. Nobody's playing defense. Can't be a sport. It can be exercise, it's not a sport.
Exercise is sports. If when you run track, is somebody playing defense? Yes or no?
Man, they are running. They can run defense.
Now, if you're running 100 meters, ain't nobody playing on damn defense. So that's a sport.
That's true. That's true. That's
so
true.
your notion doesn't make no difference. Make no sense.
All right, fine. Good point on that. But my point on Jaden is, look, the man is the 2020 reincarnation of RG3's career. He's not going to be our starting quarterback after next year.
I don't know.
We're going to be looking for a new quarterback in the next draft.
If he go and play flag football, that means he's not going to be our next quarterback.
No, he's no, nothing about that.
Oh, you
He's
just think he
not
won't
gonna
be?
survive another NFL season?
I don't think. I think you out your mind, dude.
Dude, for every Lamar, you get 10 RG3s. The build doesn't work.
Dude, I think you're out your mind. Because this is the problem.
You want to make a bet?
I'll make a bet with you. Whatever you want to bet.
I'll make you a bet $500 that after next season we're looking for a new starting quarterback.
So you gonna say they're gonna be looking, or he gonna be gone? Because you can't use this thing if they look for a quarterback in 4-5 years. So tell me
he's gonna be gone.
He's gonna be gone.
He is gonna be gone.
Bet.
He is gonna be gone.
And don't disappear when your ass is wrong.
Put me on hold and get my number.
Jeff got it.
Jeff's in charge. All right.
It's amazing.
We got action.
Did I tell you before?
Goodbye, Peter.
The smallest quarterback in the league is who? Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Nobody said nothing about his size. Nobody says anything about his size.
That was. We got action, baby. Neil Greenberg next.
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented.
When you hear Iron Man, you know what's coming. Hard-hitting information. One and only Neil Greenberg. We appreciate our guy making time from the Washington Post at Post Sports, joining us via the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Greenberg, how do you do, buddy?
I'm doing super. How are you guys?
Well, we just had a pretty interesting situation. Just before we went to break in the first hour, we got a call from Peter in Vienna, who proceeded to bet B-Mitch $500 that Jaden Daniels is not on the Commanders roster in 2027, right?
Wait, what?
Yeah. To that, I just got this incredible tweet. I want to read this one. Joshua Armoni said, and that's how you make a quick $500 on a Wednesday morning. When you hear that, it's just insane.
Yeah, the wheels would have to come off. Like literally, like he'd have to have
he's under contract. Like it's
right.
It's not even an option.
I mean, as of right this second, there's virtually no scenario, barring something catastrophic, that would stop the Commanders from picking up the fifth-year option and or negotiating an extension. Right? Like there's nothing has happened. He's had some fluke injuries. But nothing has happened to say, whoa, maybe we got to cut bait here with Jaden Daniels and find something else. I'm sorry for that person. I guess, to me, $500 is a lot of money, and I wouldn't just be throwing it in the trash. But
you might be a lawyer.
Some people
that's
burn.
So
we split that 3 ways? Me, you, and B-Mitch?
Well, I am looking for a new QI40 driver, so. Yeah, that's called 629. So 500 helped me out. I get close there.
Get you almost home, yeah. Greenberg, what a weekend of football, man. What did you think? High, low, best game, worst game, best moment? Just what stood out for you?
Denver Buffalo was great. I love thrilling overtime games in the playoffs. I thought the Rams-Bears was interesting in that I felt like Chicago lost that game more than the Rams won the game. And then, those are the 2 games that really stood out for me. You got to feel for the Buffalo Bills franchise and Josh Allen and just, is Buffalo the best to never do it? You just look at their legacy. It's always just being good enough to be in the conversation or even getting there and just not being able to convert.
Historically, going back to the Jim Kelly years too?
But
just in all the sports, they got to be the best to never do it, right? You just look at how many bites of the apple that they've had and how good they've been. Probably one of the most disappointing franchises just in terms of leading up to the big day and then just falling flat.
Yeah.
I really do feel bad for Buffalo fans.
They had 7 double-digit win
Their
seasons.
point differential is unbelievable.
Now 7 double-digit win seasons in a row, right?
Yeah.
And
franchise quarterback, great quarterback, guy that's just unbelievable, pulling out victories, being perennial contenders. Short list of Super Bowl favorites every year since Josh Allen has kind of put himself on the map.
Yep.
And just can't get it done. And, that just shows you how difficult it is to win in the NFL. I know a lot of people like to cut bait after one poor season, but it's hard. Even if you have all the ingredients, coach, quarterback, supporting cast, it still doesn't mean much. You still have to play the games, and you're still vulnerable on any given Sunday. That's why it makes the sport great. But it's hard to win, and I hope the local fans cut the current team some slack because, as I said, you can have everything go right and it still goes wrong.
I did a post the other day after I watched that game, and I know he had his turnovers and things of that nature. But as I watched the game, what I saw was a team that depends too much on one guy.
Yes.
And I said the Bills and Josh Allen both will never win a Super Bowl if they don't give him some help. And what I mean by that is he doesn't have enough on offense to take the pressure off of him. And the defense wasn't as good as they were in the past to help him out either. They just feel like throw Josh on the field, he'll make it work. What's going to happen? Josh Allen is going to get destroyed because over time, I don't care how big you are, you get beat up. And if they can't stop anybody, then he tries to go Superman too much, which is always a detriment to a quarterback.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, I even backed the Denver money line in print, and I specifically wrote, backing Buffalo is risky because its success is overly dependent on quarterback Josh Allen. And that's true. I mean, you need help. This is why, the draft's important, free agency is important, injuries are important, depth's important. Mm-hmm. There's so much that goes into winning football games. Yes, you get a good quarterback like Jaden Daniels, and that gets you, if we're using football, analogies from, the 25-yard line into the, past the half, past the 50-yard line and into opponent's territory. But you still need a lot more stuff to get you in the red zone and then score a touchdown. So, it's hard. And I as a fan have obviously been hard on teams. But even as a writer sometimes, I kind of look back and I say, maybe I was a little bit too harsh because it's hard. It is so hard. I'm learning more and more how hard it is to build championship caliber teams or even contending teams. There's just so much that goes into it. It's just a really difficult endeavor.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give Greenberg a follow at @ngreenberg. Check out his work in the Washington Post sports section. I think our conversation here about how difficult all this is a really interesting segue. So Terry Pegula is the owner of the Bills, and he's conducting a press conference right now that seems a little out there. He's like blaming the fired coach for drafting Keon Coleman. It's kind of all over the place, right? But he said something that is really interesting. And I want to ask you both this. Pegula said, what is success? Is success being in the playoffs 7 years in a row without a Super Bowl? And I think success in the NFL is so hard to define. Because last year for Washington, that was success.
Yeah.
You get to the NFC title game. This year in Chicago, those folks view it as a wildly successful year. This year in Buffalo, it's not. Like, how do you define that in NFL terms?
But success is depending on where you are and what you've been doing.
Right.
If Buffalo had been like Cleveland or had Washington had been, and then they go and they get two playoffs back to back, that's success. But in their situation, okay, there are many teams over the history that have gone to the playoffs 7 years and did not win a damn Super Bowl. Because only one wins it at the end. So Pegula, he has to understand that the team he purchased, they went to 4 Super Bowls in a damn row, and they have no Super Bowl win. You understand what I'm saying? So he's kind of like lost in a sense. He doesn't understand it like Greenberg just stated. It is difficult as hell. I was on a team that won the Super Bowl. But we saw some chances throughout that year where guy would get hit and you're like, oh, no, he wasn't hurt. See what I'm saying? So we were lucky as hell. We were good, but we were lucky. And I think people don't understand that aspect of it. It's not that damn easy to just go out there and win.
Yeah, I think he's placating to the fans a little bit to say, we didn't reach our ultimate goal. But you have 6 wins in 2018 and then 10 wins in 2019. That's success. In my opinion, that's a successful season. Mm-hmm. And then you start rattling off double digits and you're in the playoffs and you're winning games in the playoffs. Like, those are successful seasons. What I think he's really talking about is how much gray area is there between your expectations and your actual reality, right? Like, if your expectation is Super Bowl or bust, then sure, you can say, not winning the Super Bowl was a failure or however you want to word it, but 31 teams fail every year. And that doesn't mean the best team in football doesn't always win, right? And the best team in the Super Bowl game doesn't always win.
Yeah.
And that's why we watch the game. If this was all preordained, if we knew that Buffalo was going to win, the product wouldn't be nearly as popular. But to say that you haven't had a successful tenure with that coach, I think is ridiculous. Because look at what's the alternative? 4-win season like the Giants, or a 3-win season like Arizona, and you're wondering how the heck am I going to compete with the Seattles and Rams and 49ers of the world? I mean, you're a perennial divisional contender who is also an AFC contender, and by extension a Super Bowl contender. Like if you don't see that as a successful season, then I don't know what to tell you. I mean, like, success isn't just holding the trophy at the end of the year. It's a worthy goal. It should absolutely be the goal of a contending team. But I think you do a disservice to all the players and coaches that get you as far as you got and say that they failed, because I don't see it that way.
See, what I see is this. I read a story the other day when they fired McDermott, then Bean got a promotion, okay? And it was a sentence in that story that said the owner seems to get closer to the people that he trusts. And as I'm hearing this today, saying that it was McDermott who drafted and this type of thing, and then that's not success, I hear a guy who's been feeding the owner some BS. Okay? For that owner to say, because if that GM didn't have something to do with drafting him, why the hell is he still there? Because I've been around football a long time. No coach, unless you have the title of general manager also, is the only person that comes out and says, let's draft this guy.
Yeah, I mean, what was the famous line from, you have to let me, shop for the ingredients if you want me to cook in the kitchen. And,
Parcells, yeah.
It's a team game. And not only is it a team game, but the people on the team do such vastly different things at different times. And, it's been, analytically proven that you can't beat the draft. And really the only way that, the best chance is to have as many chances as possible. And, GMs can only do so much. Again, you can get the best possible team on the field and they can get injured, or they can, they can have 2 bad games in a row that, just the ball doesn't bounce their way for whatever reason, and that can knock them out of a playoff run where they were, or they could be 16-0 going into the playoffs and not win the Super Bowl. I mean, is that an unsuccessful season? I mean, there's 31 other owners that are like unsuccessful. Are you nuts?
Right.
So it's
the notion of success is interesting.
Yeah, and a lot of it's pandering, right? Anytime an owner or a GM, I think, goes in front of the media, they say a lot of things, but they don't say anything, right? Like they're really just placating and they're pandering and they want to give the fans something that they want to hear so that they still buy the season tickets. I think there's probably a classier way that an owner can go about it, instead of saying that they weren't successful under a coach that delivered, a bunch of double-digit seasons and some postseason success. But, this is the next guy will get a chance and we'll have to see what we do. And, my guess is Buffalo won't be as successful, only because like Josh Allen's kind of, he's getting older and, they do need pieces. And I think the league figures out other teams quicker now. And, so there may be a little bit of a learning curve there. So, we'll just have to wait and see what direction the franchise takes after this.
You better be careful with that. We're not having success because you know what? Let's see what success will be the next 7 years.
Right. How successful is the next campaign going to be with a new coach and, all that other stuff? I mean, can you imagine if they don't make the playoffs? Like, then, you're going to have people second-guessing you for the entire offseason.
Yeah.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can read Neil's work in the Washington Post. I want to make sure we make a little time for the Caps. And my question isn't great. Is it time to be worried? Lost 3 in a row. A true must-win tonight against Vancouver.
Yeah, Vancouver stinks. Vancouver hasn't won since December.
Right, they're bad.
December. Have they lost 8 games in a row? They're They're not good. Again, this is hockey. It's going to have ups and downs. I do not worry until we get much closer to the playoffs and trades are made and we see kind of where they are. They have 24 wins. The Islanders are in second place with 27 wins, 5-point difference between them. Carolina's kind of running away with it, but a 3-game win streak puts them right back to where they were before, up at the top half. And, then we're talking about, how does their playoff outlook look? So,
dude, Vancouver, according to my research, has lost 11 in a row.
Yeah, they are. I'd be worried if I'm a Vancouver fan, right? Like that's the worrisome part. They're not scoring goals and they're losing. They're not really competitive. They just lost 3-4 to the Islanders. So this is a good game for Washington in terms of at least having an opponent that they should win. You start to chain them together, and then who knows what it's going to look like. But again, don't worry about it. Let's let 60 games go by, and then let's see, because they play Vancouver. Well, they're on that crazy road stretch, right? So Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton. Calgary's not that good, I don't think. You get 2 in a row, and then you start to, put some other wins together on this road stretch or get some points. They're going to be fine.
All right, that's good to hear. You got any leans for this weekend for the conference championship games?
I do. I like the Broncos and the points. I think there was an overreaction to the Bo Nix injury. I don't think Bo Nix was worth 7 points to the spread. I would say it's probably worth somewhere between 2 and 4. And some odds makers agree with me. But the money came in, they had to move. So I do like the Broncos plus 5.5. And then I like Seahawks minus 2.5, get under that number 3. Like I said, I think Chicago lost the game to the Rams more than the Rams won. So I'm back in Seattle in that game.
All right. Interesting stuff. And I know we did this briefly last week. College hoops. Remember the old Atlantic 11? Mason, the best team? Are you still rolling with UVA? You still counting them as local?
I mean, they've been in the Atlantic 11, weren't they? Weren't they in that Atlantic 11?
They might have been.
VCU? were they in the
Steinberg.
Atlantic? Yeah, I'd have to see, but I would say like VCU, Virginia Tech, they're all okay. They're all in the top 50 of KenPom. So I think that they'll have a relatively good showing. I do have a bleep you landfill before I go.
Oh, hell yeah.
We definitely want that.
Hell yeah.
He was poo-pooing Shea Stadium the other day, and I'm not going to hold it against you
He knew
guys
that was going to happen.
and boycott the show, but I love landfill. I've known him for over a decade, but bleep you, Mullins.
Mullins, would you like to respond?
I'm just saying Shea Stadium was a bad stadium.
Say it to my face.
Come to the station, and I will.
Greenberg.
All right, then.
We have Greenberg in studio next week.
Dude, I'm here for it. Do you disagree with that, Shea? It could mean a lot to you, and you have a lot of great memories. I've been to Shea. It wasn't great, dog.
You're right. It was spectacular. It was.
See, this is the problem with the stadium talk. People compare those old historical stadiums to these brand new these huge things and all the lights and glitter.
It was so cozy.
The stadium became a part of the whole thing. So I can understand where he's at.
In baseball especially, there are old stadiums that have aged incredibly well. Fenway and Wrigley are 2 of the gems of the sport. Hell, even Camden Yards is now 30 years old and still incredible. Shea was a dump. Sorry, Greenberg.
Okay, now...
Hey, remember, JP said it. You and I are friends.
All of those multi-use stadiums that they built in the 60s and 70s sucked. All of them. Veterans,
I don't know what's happening
RFK,
right now.
Shea Stadium, they all suck.
I told you I work with haters, Greenberg. Haters.
I didn't believe it until now, but now I see it.
You're welcome in studio anytime, sir.
And if you hit somebody, I'm with you.
We don't have HR, so you're good.
All right.
He don't work for the station. It wouldn't make a difference.
It's a good point, too. Thank you for the time, dude.
I love you, B. Mitch.
All right, baby. Love you too. I love you too, Greenberg.
Bye.
To hell with the rest of them.
Amelia Draper joins us in 20 minutes to tell us how much snow is coming. Nobody go anywhere. Get on the podcast, any of your podcast apps, Spotify, Apple. Get on the Odyssey app, probably up on YouTube. My man White Brian cooking over there. White Brian, the chef. Let's take a look at the NFL coaching carousel. Brian, Mike McDaniel. This one's an interesting one. You know, when McDaniel got fired in Miami, there was a lot of talk. Maybe he makes sense in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of people thought maybe McDaniel would make a run at the Bills job. It appears McDaniel is going to be the Chargers offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel working with Jim Harbaugh, working with Justin Herbert. What do you make of that move?
I think it's a good move because Jim understands the running game. He likes running the ball. He needs some of the new era passing, though. Like you stated earlier on the show, maybe a couple weeks ago, they don't go down the field. Everything they do is like mediocre. You know, it seems to be, I'll be honest, it seemed like their offense was more of a college offense to me. And I think Josh McDaniel can bring, he can bring some of that, Mike McDaniel can bring some of that, some of the new style NFL to it.
While running the hell out of football.
Running the ball.
Because
I think those two, if you bring some addition to what they had in the passing game from that running game, they can be a potent offense.
All right, let's run through the jobs that are definitively hired. John Harbaugh with the Giants.
Done. Stefanski.
What do you think? Scale of 1 to 10, Harbaugh to the Giants.
I think they knocked it out the box going with John.
Yeah, I think it's a good hire. Stefanski to the Falcons.
I don't know if that's a home run, but, I mean, we're going to see. So Baker Mayfield somehow gets to see you twice a year now, Coach.
Yeah, what did you make of that? So,
hey, listen, bro. When you felt somebody kind of didn't help you out and did something wrong to you, and you went somewhere else, somebody help you get there, hey, I'll challenge him too.
So
coaches are involved, bro.
Yeah. The tweet came from D. Orlando Ledbetter, an institution of a journalist down in Atlanta. I mean, he's a Pro Football Hall of Fame voter. D's been doing this a long time. He is not a pot stirrer. D tweeted, Falcons' Kevin Stefanski had a dumpster fire at quarterback in Cleveland. Baker Mayfield and Deshaun Watson failed, which started a chain reaction to 11 other starters. Quarterback Shedeur Sanders closed out last season with 7 starts. Baker quote tweeted that and said, failed is quite the reach, pal. Still waiting on a text or call from Stefanski after I got shipped off like a piece of garbage. Can't wait to see you twice a year, coach.
So I can understand being pissed. If something, like, we always talk about being the bigger man in the sense. One thing I know, most times when the coach getting rid of you, they still talk to you. The ones that don't talk to you, you hold a grudge the rest of your damn life. You know, it doesn't leave just because you're gone from it. And it could be front office guys. Because, you know, I talk bad about 2 people in football.
Yeah.
Vinny and Joe Banner.
It's also worth pointing out that Stefanski, the lone playoff win he registered in Cleveland, was with Baker.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting. Baker has gone on to prove he can play in the league, right? The Cleveland decision to go to Deshaun Watson probably wasn't Stefanski's. It was probably ownership, but he had to at least sign off on it.
Yeah.
Well,
not necessarily.
Yeah, true.
I'm getting this quarterback, dude. Figure out something.
The Stefanski hire, I'm curious because a lot of people really love Stefanski and his offensive concepts. I think Coach of the Year awards are not always properly reflective of how good a coach is because Coach of the Year awards almost always go to a team that was bad that turned it around, and the NFL is built for teams to turn it around.
Yeah.
The league is built for teams to go about 500, and generally you see worst to first damn near every year.
Oh, it happens a lot.
So, like, I think the methodology for selecting coaches of the year is generally flawed, but we'll see. Yeah. If the Giants getting Harbaugh as a 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10, I'd say Stefanski's like a 6 or a 7.
Yeah.
Dolphins hired Jeff Hafley, Packers D coordinator.
I don't know much about Jeff Hafley, and I'm not going to try to step in and act like I do. I know when he got better talent up there, his defense started to look better. And I think that could work for any damn coach. I can give J.P. Finley a job today and give him Lawrence Taylor, Reggie White, and people like that, and I promise you, you'll be a damn – well, I'm saying at the prime for somebody hitting and say, well, he won't be very good at this point.
Right.
But I think if you had those guys in their prime, you'll be good too.
Sure.
I want to hear what Hafley did when he had some sub-talent. Was he able to make them play above?
So you just brought up Reggie White. I didn't realize he went to the USFL first.
A lot of those dudes went to USFL.
But my point is Reggie White is number 2 on the all-time sack list.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but I kind of doubt they count USFL sacks for that.
I don't think they do.
I don't know how many years he played in the USFL, but how many sacks would he have? You know what I mean?
Probably another 20 plus. If it's 2 years, he'll have 20 plus.
He recorded 23 and a half sacks in the USFL.
So
Bruce Smith is number 1 all time.
Add that
200 sacks.
Add that 23 and a half to his.
Reggie White is second with 198.
So if you add the 23 and a half?
Yeah. Wow. What do you Robert
Ricky
Saleh.
Sanders. Didn't Ricky come from USFL too?
I'll have to look it up.
Yeah.
Robert Saleh is the 4th confirmed head coach hire at Tennessee. Where are you at on that scale of 1 to 10?
They have a better defense up there. It's depending on what he gets at offensive coordinator. He's going to need somebody to come in and be able to work with the young buck.
Yeah, Ricky Sanders played for the Houston Gamblers alongside Jim Kelly. I tell you what, Coach Gibbs drafted well out of the USFL. Sheesh. Yeah, the offensive job is going to be really important in Tennessee. Couple interesting little nuggets. One of these from Rossini. The Eagles are conducting their offensive coordinator search with the understanding that Brian Daboll wants the Bills' head coaching job. If he doesn't land it, Daboll is expected to wind up in Tennessee as the offensive coordinator for Cam Ward and the Titans.
So, in other words, the Eagles are not going to wait on him.
Doesn't seem like it.
I don't think Howie's going to wait. If they know you're trying to get a head coaching job and you may land here, Howie's going to move on. Because Howie has the mindset, hey, we're not playing second fiddle to you.
And honestly, if you're the Eagles and the amount of talent put together on that roster, how about this one? This is from Jeremy Fowler. You know Davis Webb, young quarterback. I think he played at Cal. He's a Broncos assistant now that's getting like legit head coaching opportunities. He interviewed in Baltimore, interviewed in Vegas, and they're saying he's probably going to get an interview in Buffalo. He's been a coach for 3 years. Davis Webb.
But see, that's that. But what I'm trying to tell you, man, when you get into the know and people start saying you're good, it don't take long. Like Sean, how quick did Sean get a head coaching job?
Now, Sean was an assistant coach working his way up for 9 or 10 years.
Yeah, but as soon as his name got out there, and they remember who his grandfather was,
right?
It didn't take him very long, did he?
Now, Davis Webb played in Buffalo. He was Josh Allen's backup 5 years ago. That's crazy, right?
If I'm Josh Allen backup, I need to be his coach. You remember you didn't want to invite me over to the little party y'all had? I need you to do some gases.
Now, how about this? Davis Webb, when he went pro, was coming out of Cal, Berkeley. But he started his career, guess where? His college career.
It's too many colleges for me to be able to pick that one up.
Texas Tech.
Cliff?
If Davis Webb gets the job, it's expected Cliff Kingsbury will arrive as his offensive coordinator.
So now the player is now the pupil is the sensei.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I like that.
Can you imagine Cliff calling? I don't know who would be the play caller. Maybe Davis wants to call the plays. But can you imagine Cliff being the play caller for Josh Allen?
Yeah.
It'd be interesting.
It'll be interesting, but it'll be a lot of what we've seen before because he doesn't change his offense for people.
No. When we come back, Amelia Draper tells us how much snow we're going to get.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy.
Surprised you don't have a snowblower. The way you like to have things.
I'm not going to even try to snowblow that. That's too damn big. So what I do, that's why I normally have a 4-wheel drive. I back out and keep driving.
Yeah, but not if it's 2 feet.
If it's 2 feet, then I'll get the guy that's going to be coming down the street, throw him a couple of $100 and let him come and get it up.
Yeah. All right.
I'll find a way to get out.
Amelia is set to join us now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. Amelia, how are you? I know you're busy. Thanks for making time.
Oh, my gosh. It's my pleasure. How are you, JP?
We are good, dude.
Will we be good this weekend?
Yeah. What's coming?
Oh, my gosh. A lot is coming. So first of all, we have cold, which everyone's probably like, yeah, cold, who cares? But 20 degrees is our high Saturday.
Oof.
So when the snow moves in Saturday night, it immediately sticks. It's a fluffy snow. And when it's fluffy, that means that typically we have 1 inch of rain makes 10 inches of snow. We could see 1 inch of rain making 15 to 20 inches of snow, the liquid to snow ratio. So that means we're talking about a lot of snow. I think 9 to 12 inches is a good bet. I think a little bit over a foot. I think we're going to start to see that as a possibility as well.
Wow.
And that's coming in on Saturday, you said, right?
Saturday night. So
Saturday night.
If people have plans on Saturday, no problem. Even I think an early dinner on Saturday, you're just fine. But over midnight, early Sunday, that's when the snow moves in. It starts to fall heavily Sunday morning into the lunchtime hours. And then the roads are a mess. I mean, I think schools are going to be closed Monday, Tuesday, maybe even most of next week in our area. That's just, kind of how it goes.
So I need to make sure I park my car in the garage this time. Don't put it out front.
Oh, my gosh. I'm so jealous of you, Mitch, that you have a garage. That sounds luxurious.
I
got no garage.
I get so sick and tired of going in and out the garage. So, but if it's snowing so Saturday night, when I get in, boom, put that thing in the garage.
Oh, my gosh. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
What is the potential that it is a dud? That something changes and it ends up 2 inches?
It's JP's hope.
Yeah, right. I know. So it's likely, right? Everything in weather is a possibility, or just like sports, right? It's you think you're going to know exactly how the game's going to go, and then, something crazy happens. But that is looking less and less likely. I will say that the players in the game really start to move onshore, and then we'll get better kind of information about the storm when it moves onshore Friday. So Friday is when we're really locked in. There's a small chance that happens, but all of the computer models right now, the American models, the GFS models, UK models, are giving us a significant snowstorm Sunday into Sunday night. So it's possible, it's unlikely.
Is that a one-time, or is that anything else following that for the rest of the week?
We're going to be following this, and then once the snow sticks, it's not going anywhere. I mean, after the storm moves out, temperatures next week don't go above freezing. So we're talking about a foot of snow on the ground. Right. And that's okay, Sunday, this is fun. Monday, not bad. And then by the end of the week, I think people are I'm ready to just get back to, the mid-Atlantic weather where we typically never have snow.
Yeah.
I just pulled up this. Next Friday, it's supposed to be a sunny day with a low of 3 and a high of 20.
Buster, can I take a vacation?
Oh, my God, Amelia.
I mean, those lows in the suburbs aren't out of the question. We haven't been below 0 here in D.C. in over 30 years, and we're talking about that as a possibility. So the snow is one thing, but I think the cold is what's really going to start to wear on people, too, because it's going to produce more snow than if it was a snowstorm and temperatures were around 30, and then it's not going anywhere once the snow falls. I mean, it's going to be, buckle up. When we're in the summer and you get a heat wave and you're I'm ready for summer to be over. I think people are I'm ready for winter to be over.
Yeah, when is that stuff going to leave? When is spring coming?
Yeah, 100%, right? So,
Yes.
But it's looking highly likely. So I would prepare for around a foot of snow.
What, there may not be an answer to this, honestly. Why are we getting this super cold and this crazy snow now when we rarely get, like, we get snow and stuff, but rarely like this, right?
Yeah, so it's just kind of the setup of the storm. So what happens first is we have high pressure that comes down from the north, so it brings that cold air in. It sets the stage, and then we have the storm that moves into Southern California, traverses across the southern part of the nation. So, I mean, yeah, we're talking about snow here, but we're talking about some significant icing into parts of the South, like parts of Texas, into parts of the Gulf states. I mean, that's terrible when you're talking about around an inch of ice. So this storm has huge impacts across the southern part of the nation. Then you head a little bit farther north, that's snow. So just kind of the setup, we get the cold coming down from the north, the storm comes across. It's like literally the perfect storm.
Jeez. Will our area get ice, or will we be mostly snow?
We're looking at snow. I think especially here in the D.C. metro area, we're looking at all snow. Now, I will say like southern Maryland, Fredericksburg area, maybe a little bit of sleet mixes in. That's something that we're starting to see the models kind of show. So we'll continue to refine that. That's the other thing is like, we're going to talk about totals, but we're not going to put out a map until Friday because that's when we'll have the most information. We don't want to like nail down numbers and then keep changing them back and forth. So our plan is to put a snowfall map out on Friday and then just lock it in and wait for the snow to start to fall Saturday night.
Yeah, I appreciate how you and Doug always try to like not sensationalize. You know what I mean? Because weather gets sensationalized like crazy
all the time.
It's the constant battle.
Yeah, I bet. Talking with our friend Amelia Draper, meteorologist, NBC4. Obviously, there's a big snowstorm coming. So this will be the biggest snowfall since when? I know we had that huge storm in 2016, right?
Yes, so this will be the biggest blizzard, or the blizzard in 2016. So this will be the most kind of snowfall event we've had since 2016. So 10 years. So we're gonna have to see how it pans out. But we're talking about around a foot, and I have to go because I'm going to hop on midday and do some weather.
You're good.
For
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Amelia.
guys.
All right, see ya. That's our friend
Bye.
Amelia Draper. We got a lot of snow coming, man. I remember that blizzard in 2016.
You want to come pick up my shovel? You can use it.
Nah, dog. I'll have to shovel out, but I'll make do. I remember that blizzard in 2016. So, B, we moved the house we live in now. I guess we've lived there 10 years now. We moved in 2 days before Christmas, December 23rd, with a 4-month-old baby. My advice to all young parents, never move 2 days before Christmas. It was a terrible idea.
Yeah.
So we moved into this old house, and we were dead broke, and there was a lot of work we wanted to do and couldn't do it. We were legitimately worried about like the wiring in this house, the electric, and then we get blasted with this big blizzard. And I remember telling my wife, I was like, well, if the power goes out, we'll bring a mattress down and sleep in front of the fireplace. Like I was making some frontier decision-making process. And the snow falls, and luckily the power didn't go out. I remember taking Shelby, my 10-year-old, my 4th grader now, and we loaded her. You know, babies get those little snowsuits. And we took her outside, and I had shoveled at this point, and we put her where I had shoveled on the walk, and the snow was taller than she was at that point.
Wow.
She was 4 or 5 months old. It was crazy, man. So a big snowstorm will be awesome. All the snow lovers will be all excited, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. By Wednesday, everybody's going to be miserable. Book it. Nobody go anywhere. We're going to talk with Pat Leonard at 12:30.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy. And the
Come on and get B. Mitch Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. Snow is coming, B. Snow is coming. Right now, though, you know what else is coming?
What's that?
Sure seems like the 18-game schedule is coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Robert Kraft, owner of the New England Patriots, very, very influential guy.
What was the statement he said? They got to take care of the who?
Well, let's hear it. Robert Kraft talking about going to 18 games and playing internationally.
I want to tell you guys, though, we're going to push like the Dickens now to make international more important with us. Every team will go to 18-2, and eliminate one of the preseason games. And every team every year will play one game overseas. And part of the reason is so we can continue to grow the cap and keep our labor happy.
You buy it?
See that when he just said keep our labor happy, that kind of pissed me off.
Why?
Because that labor is the reason that the people come to the damn game. They don't come for his old ass. So I would say this: whoever's running the PA right now, do not make that move unless you're gonna get big time paid, and that comes down to some percentage points on that little share you have right now. It needs to go up. Because now you're asking players to uproot for a week because they're going to be over there for basically a week when they go to those games and all those different type of things. And you look around the world, it ain't the safest damn thing to be doing right now, especially coming from America. So you got to, if that's a concern, then you want to make sure they're well taken care of. So make sure your labor is super happy.
Yeah, I mean, the labor is certainly an issue, right? I think the point, though, and I'm curious what you think about this. So basically, I read Robert Kraft's comments, like the longer form of it. And the NFL completely dominates American sports media.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
93 of the top 100 programs in the U.S. are NFL games. The only growth area, now obviously you can continue to dominate and make a boatload of cash, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
But to grow, to continue revenues increasing, international is a huge part of that.
Yeah, it is a part of it.
So that's why you want to add the games, because eventually they want to add an international television contract. And if you have 18 games and everybody plays once, it kind of spreads out. Like, when, like Rams-Bears the other night, everybody's talking about the weather. Both teams played in it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get to a space where everybody's playing international, everybody's dealing with it.
Yeah, everybody be dealing with it, but the whole thing of it is, like, I understand, I don't think the TV thing has anything to do with their growth that they're trying to do. They're trying to grow, that get more.
I think it's all of it.
Yeah, but
sell more jerseys.
But like the games when they play over there, they're shown here anyway.
But it's about showing them there. And then if you have this constant 9 a.m. game from week 1 to week 18, week 19, that then right now it's like mostly NFL Network, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like all of a sudden you carve that out and it lives on Apple TV. And you get a game every week. It's not like these 6 one-off games at 9 a.m.
But the thing of it, even if it's still here, it's not going to stop growing. If they got the top 100 shows of the top of the 100, and then they keep growing, you got new people coming in all the time. AI businesses and stuff are growing. You got somebody with money coming at every time. So it doesn't necessarily have to go there. It's what they want. And normally they push what they want.
I agree.
But I would just say this:
that
make sure you get paid off of it.
For significant, like the NFL, as long as you and I are going to live, will continue to grow, and its growth rate in America will continue to be steady and positive.
Yeah.
But if you want to spike, the only place you could spike now is internationally because you already dominate here. You can't dominate more.
I understand that, but I think they need to get used to the fact of you're competing over there against a major opponent. Soccer is for real in those other countries, okay? And I understand they give us a lot of love when you come over there for a game. But if you start trying to force it, I can see some people pushing back on it. But it's going to grow. It ain't going to stop growing. And the whole thing is like they act as if it's going to stop. We're not going to be able to profit. They're profiting like hell. But players, fight for your share.
Well, totally. It feels like it's a done deal. You know what I mean?
I don't know if it's a done deal, but I think they're really trying to push it.
Right. When do you think that could be implemented?
I don't know.
I believe the Super Bowl this year is going to be in San Fran. Super Bowl next year is in Los Angeles. The Super Bowl in 2028 is in Atlanta. Now, the dates are pretty interesting. The Super Bowl this year to next year, the Super Bowl this year is the first Sunday in February.
Mm-hmm.
The Super Bowl in 2027 is scheduled to be played the second Sunday of February.
Okay.
That's also President's Day weekend. Super Bowl in Atlanta in 2028, scheduled to be played the second Sunday of February.
Mm-hmm.
So in some ways, it seems like they are building out for 18 games already. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe it's just Labor Day is really late and they start the week after Labor Day. But if you're going to go to 18, one, do you think they get a double bye?
They have to. They double bye and increase the roster.
It's more or less a 70-man roster now.
No. Increase the roster. I'm not saying pay somebody a damn practice squad contract for $200,000, $100,000. I'm talking about pay somebody else another $800,000 to be on your main roster, not just those 53. I want to see about 60 of them. Because they're going to make more money. They're going to add you another game. So why not have more people? Because right now they're struggling to get through this 17 with the roster that they have right now. So you're going to have to increase the roster.
The other thing,
because that's just a slick way of them being cheap.
If you go to 18 and you have a double bye, help me out here. That's 20 weeks, right?
Yeah.
And then the playoffs are wild card, divisional,
one of the
conference championship, week off, Super Bowl.
But one of the which-columns are gone. One of the preseason games is gone. You start a week earlier.
They obviously will get rid of one of the preseason games, but to have two buys, you have to start 2 weeks earlier. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, it's a 20-game schedule, 3 preseasons, 17 games, and it's a 21 weeks before the playoffs start. To go to 18 plus 2 is 20 for your preseason, plus 2 for 2 buys is 22. Like if you do that, you're either pushing way deeper into February or you're starting in August.
Well, you might have to start in August, and on top of it, the people that get the 2 weeks before the Super Bowl, you might get one.
I wonder if they crunch that week.
You might get one.
If you can crunch the Super Bowl week, all right, so I'm looking at, hypothetically, and it's not starting this year, but considering that the league has the Super Bowl scheduled for Valentine's Day of 27, they're moving ahead on this, right? So as it is currently constituted, the NFL doesn't play Labor Day weekend. They start the week after. Labor Day weekend belongs to college football. So the season would start September 13th, and that would be week 1.
Has it always been like that?
That has shifted, but it's been that way for a while.
Okay, but they'll shift back.
Yeah. So let's just say they go to Labor Day weekend. Let's play it out for this week, for this upcoming season. So week 1 would be Sunday, September 6th.
Mm-hmm.
So the 6th, the 13th, the 20th, 27th of September, that's weeks 1 through 4. 4th, 11th, 18th, 25th, That gets you through week 8 in October. November, you've got 5 Sundays. So that gets you through week 13, right? 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. December is another 4 Sundays. So that gets you through week 17. You still need to go 3 more weeks. And that's starting Labor Day weekend if you're going to go double bye. So that's January 3rd, 10th, 17th. Playoffs start January 24th. Divisional round would be the 31st. Conference championship would be the 7th. Super Bowl would be the 14th. And you crunch Super Bowl week to 1 week.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know what? They'll figure it out.
That's the way to do it.
Believe me.
Otherwise, you're starting in August if you
Jay,
want it.
those
Because
people, they
I
gonna
also
figure that
think
out.
they want the national holiday. Because President's Day is always the second Monday or the third Monday
Move the
of
game
February.
to Saturday night, too. Well, since you got
You
the
don't have
Monday
to, 'cause
off,
you got a
you can
national
leave on
holiday.
Sunday. But my whole thing is you're going to have to figure out. You can't, if you're looking at the injuries and things right now with one bye with 17 weeks, you're going to have to add the second bye.
It's going to be interesting, dude. It's one of those things that you know is coming, and you wonder what the hell it's going to be. And, I mean, late in these seasons, these guys are grinding. I mean, think about Darnell Savage. We saw him divisional round weekend get cooked. Darnell Savage started the season, I want to say he started in the NFC South, then came to Washington for like a month, and he just got re-signed. Derek Forrest, the Niners signed him last week before the Seattle game. Like, that meat grinder's going to continue.
And what you call him? Diggs signed with Green Bay. They just released him.
Right.
I mean, it's bro. They're going to figure out a way, but this is where the powers that be at the PA got to fight. Because, yeah, the meat grinder will...
Like, I mean, you were a PA rep forever, right?
Yep.
What would your ask be?
Second bye, and then we got to discuss that split, that percentage split.
What is it now, 51-49?
Something like that, but it needs to get to even, damn near even, or the players get a little bit more. Remember, you got 1,900 players splitting. It's 32 owners.
48.
So you need at least a percentage and a half. You got to fight for something, bro. Don't just think that they just name something and just get it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm with you, obviously. What if the league comes back with, well, you're getting an extra game check?
Who cares about, I'm getting an extra game check because you getting an extra game check. Because, let's be real, preseason you get nothing, per se. Regular season you get paid. So if the league is, see, this is my whole thing. Any business that does something new, they're getting paid for it. That's new money for them.
Right.
So I get new money. So I'm not, and if I'm making, I'm going to use it on average, 1.7 million right now. So you're 100,000 a week, okay? You add another game, I'm not going to get 1.7 divided by 18. That needs to be 1.7 plus, I want the extra 100 or 100
How does that
plus.
work with existing contracts?
You add another game to it. The game was, this is for 17 games, right?
I don't know what that legally
But
looks like.
it's another game.
You're right.
So that has to be done. That's like saying we do an extra day for the same thing.
Right. I get it.
Got to fight for it, baby.
What?
And if they're
doing
afraid, I can come over and help you out. I'm not afraid.
I'm not doing a bit here. With everything going on at the PA, who's even the president now?
The guy that was, I think, the second person, he's been the acting guy. I forgot his name. But they got somebody over there.
Like, are they in position for this fight?
Yeah, they'll be in position for it. Believe me, they got lawyers.
Sure,
That's all
but
you
like,
need.
They don't even have a president. They have an interim, right?
First of all,
they got to. I'm saying this fight is. Yo,
they don't have an executive director.
The snowstorm is coming. You
Yeah.
got to go get your shovel now.
But
like the PA needs to see this is coming and be ready for it.
The guy who's been in the interim, he has enough. He knows just as much as the other guy. He knows more than the other guy, to be honest with you on that. But the lawyers who've been there, they know it all. So you as long as you got your law people right there, you fight.
So the current leadership is David White is the interim executive director.
Yes.
And Jalen Reeves-Maben is the player president. He played for the Lions and the Bears.
But see, the thing about that president, he's not going to be in that fight. He'll be bringing stuff to the players and doing things of that nature, but it's the dude White and the lawyers that are going to be really doing the fight.
How does this work? So Eckler is a VP of the NFLPA. So the NFLPA on the player side has an executive committee, and then every team has a representative.
Yeah.
I don't know this, but Austin Eckler posted to his Instagram what kind of seemed like a goodbye.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you're saying goodbye to football, goodbye to Washington, or just goodbye to the 2025 season. Can you stay on the board?
Yes.
If you're not playing?
If you're not playing, you serve out your term.
Okay.
That's what I did.
Gotcha. So you were on the executive board?
Yes.
What was your position? One of the VPs?
Yeah. For about 8 years.
Wow. So you can continue to be reelected?
Once you're not playing anymore, then it moves on to somebody else. But you can be reelected year after year.
That is coming, man. And I feel like Robert Kraft just said the quiet part out loud. You're like, yeah, we won international. We won 18. It's going to grow the revenue pot. Players get more of the revenue. I think you're absolutely correct that they should get a greater percentage of the revenue. I think the biggest, and I remember Sundberg telling me this when he was the rep, the biggest flaw, I think, in the calculations for players, these new stadiums get built. The new stadium in Buffalo, new stadium in Nashville, they get built because people want to watch the Titans and watch the Bills. To my understanding, they don't get revenue from non-games in that stadium, even though it's their labor building that stadium.
Yeah.
That should change. That is a huge part of the pot. All right. Nobody go anywhere. Pat Leonard joins us next. It's going to be really interesting to kind of talk to Leonard about what the excitement is up there for Harbaugh. I imagine it's significant. Pat's joining us now via the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV. What's up, dude? How
What
you
up,
been?
Pat?
JP, B. Mitch, what up?
We good, brother. Y'all got my buddy up there now.
Who's that?
Harbaugh.
Yeah, what do you think? You think best coach in the division now or what?
I'm not gonna say all that right now. Nah, he the man has a track record, and he's a damn good coach. So if people just stay out his way.
Yeah, that's the the promise that he offers for sure is there's no guarantee, right, how quickly it's going to happen, but just the baseline of competence. Like I talk to a lot of Giants fans here who are just so tired and worn out, and the positive is that next season you may just be able to wake up on a Monday as a Giants fan and just talk about the football that you saw on Sunday. You know what I mean? It's just
Right.
a nice conversation about the positives and negatives of the football. And the Giants have fallen so far, and that is that's progress for them. You know?
Yeah. I mean when
as I was here
when this seemed like it was going to happen, I was like, the best thing Harbaugh brings for the Giants is he raises the floor of what had been just consistent incompetence. I don't know what Dart is or what that defense is, but like I know they won't have the laughable mistakes and losses that became just like so consistent up there.
Yeah, for sure. And, Harbaugh had an enormous amount of leverage really with any job he took here, but especially with the Giants because they so desperately needed that. The interesting thing, guys, is that, listen, the Giants deserve to have their day of this feeling like a huge win for them, so they're getting it. But there will be a conversation soon about, so the Giants, one of their big problems was coughing up leads and not finishing games. And Harbaugh actually kind of struggled with that, right, at the end in Buffalo. Like, he's a leader. He's a CEO coach. He'll get the culture and the building all headed in the same direction. But there are some X's and O's. How does it affect our chances of win on Sunday? Details and conversations that need to happen here. I think the most encouraging thing is the personnel side of the building is changing because John will have a lot of impact on that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think right now the conversation's about him as a coach, him as a leader, and for good reason. But I think the interesting thing about what's going to be different about the Giants right away is just the kind of players they bring in, right? Like Shane, who really has been stripped of all power. He said yesterday that Harbaugh has already articulated he likes big players playing in the AFC North. And, of course, it's the National Football League. Not many smaller players running around, but you guys know what we mean.
Yeah.
And, there's a running joke we have covering the Giants in the last few years. You know how you stand there outside the locker room before every game and you see the road team, whether it's the Commanders, the Cowboys, the Eagles, or whoever, walk by the Giants locker room to the road visitors locker room at MetLife Stadium. Consistently, the teams that the Giants play have 6 or 7 guys who walk by you and you say, who the heck is that, right?
Yeah.
Just guys who just are war daddies. And the Giants just don't have enough of that, and I think Harbaugh is going to bring a semblance of grit, toughness, and size to their lineup and to their fronts.
I think that's what we remember when we were at a training camp when Washington was practicing against New England. That's exactly how we felt. Because they walked up, you're like, damn, that's the tight end.
Yeah. Yeah.
the tight end was Gronk walked out. Gronk was as big as every damn offensive lineman we had.
Yeah, they say don't judge a book by its cover, but sometimes the eye test tells the truth.
Yes, indeed.
Right, right. They look good getting off the bus, right? So what has Harbaugh said, like what he likes, what he wants to change up there? Like, I mean, I think John is smart and savvy enough to not make any kind of bold claims about we could turn this around and, be in the playoffs in a year or whatever. But, like, what has he said about what he's walking into?
So Baltimore had way better facilities than what the Giants have to offer him at the moment. They have a structure that he was used to that the Giants didn't have that he demanded as far as say so. But then
there's areas of the building, guys, where there just hasn't been turnover for a long time. Training room, strength room, and in the weight room, video department, public relations, and these are areas that the Giants have struggled in, have underperformed in, and where John is going to need some of his people at least in those areas. And it was interesting to me yesterday. Virtually everybody with ties to the Giants, was there in attendance at this press conference / pep rally. Strength coach was not there. I believe he was at the Indiana-Miami National Championship game at sometimes Indiana, but that was interesting to me. I think what you're going to see is John understands, and, as B-Mitch, this firsthand, like, he's going to handle things like a professional.
Yeah.
But this is an interesting part to me. Is actually what I'm writing for the Daily News tomorrow. It's like, okay, on the one hand, you want to make change and you want to do it like a pro. So you don't want to just walk in, rip everybody out, and say, go look for a new job tomorrow. But if you only take half measures, let's say you wanted to change the head of the training room, do you give that person an emeritus title and let them hang around to not ruffle too many feathers and install your own trainer at the head of the training room? But if you do that, what you risk is having someone who's not your person still in the building behind the scenes, whispering into people's ears like Littlefinger from Game of Thrones. And that is a very real thing that has happened with the Giants too much, where they say change is coming, and then 3 months later you look around and you're like, well, I see a lot of the same faces. So that's what Harbaugh has to navigate that. He will navigate it as a pro, but to be honest, I think he needs to be a little more cutthroat than he might even intend to be. But from what I hear, he's going to go through this with a fine-tooth comb, and he's not going to leave anything untouched, is what I hear.
I talked with him before when he first got to Baltimore, and I was like, how did you change up things? I said, they had Ray there, Ed Reed, guys that were established. He said, well, at first, I could see that they wasn't comfortable with things I was changing up. He said, so I partnered with them. So who are the leaders up there that you feel he can connect with and try to get that message across? Because if you get your main leaders on the side of the coach, everybody else is coming.
Yeah, that's a great anecdote. So Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence, a guy who they need to rein back in and really make him feel a part of it and listen to him, but also coach him a little bit harder. But those are the guys, at the front of the defense. That's how you're going to win or lose, frankly, and the offensive line to an extent. Interesting thing, B-Mitch, you tell me. This is a question for you. A lot of the key players of this team, even though there are some veterans that I just named that are important for him to partner with, are very young. Mm-hmm. And Green, Abdul Carter, Malik Neighbors, Jackson Dart, these guys, Cam Scadaboo. How do you think Harbaugh will relate to those guys? Because partnering with them, right, you're still molding them, right? So you can only go so far in giving them a strong voice. So how do you think he'll do that, being such like a veteran, experienced coach?
I think he understands how to stroke egos. But then, when you become a person's friend, then you can tell them the truth and they don't get pissed. So he strokes your ego, he gets in, and then he's going to tell you what he needs from you. You know what I'm saying? And once you feel, oh, man, coach really got my back, blah, blah, man, oh, coach, all right. And once the coach show you he cares and then tell you, but I need you to do this, this, and this, it's easy to get him there. But if you come in and just start barking at them without them knowing you, they're going to buck back.
Man, you're a wise man, B-Mitch. I'll play for you tomorrow.
I'm going to tell you, listen, man, when I first got up there, I was 31, 32 years old. But still, he came directly to me and said, look, man, we brought you here because we know you'll help our special teams out. Hell, everything he asked me to do from that point on, I was like, okay, coach. You know what I'm saying? Because
he's my guy.
Although I was an older dude, I still wanted my ego stroked. And he and I worked. He said, what type of returns you like? I said, get up the field, straight ahead. And he changed everything to that.
It's cool. Smart. Pat, I wanted one, and obviously Harbaugh's not going to talk about this yesterday, but you'll know the situation up there because it is still Joe Shane, which I find pretty damn interesting, speaking of Littlefinger. But Brian Burns was probably the best player the Giants had last year. Probably not even close, I would guess.
Yeah, for sure.
Last year of his deal with guaranteed money on it. Then you're going into like void years, or I guess they're technically not void years, but there's no guarantees on there. He's got a big cap number for this year because it's a big guaranteed number. What are the chances of a new deal for Burns? And what are the chances of maybe not having, of like making something else happen there?
I think there's anyone they have to take care of. It's him and Lawrence. Now Lawrence did get he got like a sweetener this past year, like a few million in potential bonus money. But I could tell you, 97, the guy in the middle is the guy that they need to talk contract with first.
Yeah.
He's not thrilled, and to be honest, didn't put in 100% of this season from my vantage point. But I think from a culture standpoint too, JP, you got to take care of Burns if you're the Giants, because listen, Joe Shane's done a lot wrong, and the Burns trade and contract was too expensive and robbed them of somewhat what they could do with other things. But that is one player that he has acquired that you can point to and say, well, this dude can ball, right? And so I think that he sets a good example for the team on and off the field, and I would say that that's a conversation that'll happen whether or not something gets done ASAP. I think along that front in general, they need to pay close attention and do the right things so the players see what they value and prioritize there.
Where do you think Dart is? Like Harbaugh likes Dart, Harbaugh loves Dart, Harbaugh's curious about Dart.
I think Harbaugh, well, I know Harbaugh from talking to him yesterday. He, we'll all sit here and look at the film and debate the highlights and how much of a pocket passer is he versus a runner and those things. Harbaugh felt like he came away from talking to Jackson and working with him and looking at film with him. He just came away feeling like it was the kind of person he's excited to have at the front of his offensive team. And I agree with that, getting to know Jackson for the past year and a half or so. Like, he is very much has the it factor. Now, of course, Harbaugh's not standing there saying he's Lamar Jackson or anywhere close or a star quarterback that they don't have to work on. But where Dart is he has gotten a new lease on life here. So what I mean by that is Daboll steered the selection of him. There were some leaks coming from the Giants building, from my vantage point, from Shane's direction, about his running style, not staying healthy. And it felt like the tables could turn on Jackson even internally, depending on how things went. Now, the good thing is that he was able to get back on the field late in the season, put some more good football on tape. And then the organization realized, oh, this kid's actually a selling point to our candidates. And so now Jackson is being treated, 360 degrees so as the franchise here. Now, I think John Harbaugh is smart enough to know, though, that we're going into year 2 with a guy who showed you a lot of positive, but there were some warning signs, too, about whether it's how he plays or also, like when Mike Kafka really tried to make him a passer who runs instead of a runner who throws, it didn't look very good.
Mm-hmm.
So, listen, these guys are young. Sometimes it takes a while, but he's a work in progress as a player. But as a person, Harbaugh said, like, oh, yeah, I can work with this.
Yeah. Crazy times in the Big Apple. Pat, we appreciate your time, brother.
Right,
Everybody
Pat,
check out
appreciate
the
you,
Talking Ball podcast with Pat Leonard. Read his work in the New York Daily News. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, guys. Great time.
All right. That's our guy, Pat Leonard. Give him a follow at PLeonardNYDN. Now, nobody go anywhere. Nikki Jhabvala will join us at 1 o'clock.
Beat Mitch and Philly.
Something exciting for you. One of B. Mitch's favorite bands. If I may, real quick. Jeff's been busting my balls to do this ticket giveaway.
Uh-huh.
And then we established that we're going to do the ticket giveaway in the next segment.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff's not sitting there.
I don't know if he's going to get a pizza or not.
I'm just saying, Landfill, do you still want me to do the ticket giveaway? All right, we're locked in. One of B. Mitch's favorite bands, Five Finger Death Punch.
Yep.
Coming to Knuckle Up Records. We should sign them.
Yeah.
Coming to Jiffy Lube Live. Caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to Five Finger Death Punch, Friday, October 23rd at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/events. Caller number 10, Five Finger Death Punch.
I would love to talk to them to find out where did you come up with the name.
Well, Landfill, can we hear a little of good old FFDP? Well, I don't know if Landfill can now because he also has to answer the phones. I am not particularly familiar with their work. Seems like a kind of band that Heavy Metal Chris would like. I'm looking at Jeff. He definitely was not getting the pizza. He just wasn't there when he told me to ask for the phone.
So I'm wondering Five Finger Death Punch. Where do you get it from?
Five Finger Death Punch.
I'd like to ask you, why you name something that. Where did they come from?
Here's what I can tell you. They are an American heavy metal band from Las Vegas, formed in 2005. So they've been doing this a while.
All right.
Their debut album was called The Way of the Fist.
So they must like fighting and stuff.
Their follow-up album was called War Is the Answer.
They like fighting. They like battles.
Yeah, man. All right. I don't know enough about Five Finger Death Punch, I'm going to be honest with you. But they are definitely, this seems like real metal. Not fake metal, but like the real deal.
Gotcha.
And whatever. Caller number 10, you could win tickets. Landfill had this on here, and I didn't want to gloss over it. The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Uncle Phil's house, is available for sale.
Yeah.
How much would you pay for that?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Yep. I don't want to live in Bel-Air.
How much you think it's going for? You know the house.
Probably
Opening
about
seems
$30 million.
iconic. $30 million.
Yeah.
Where we live is expensive, obviously. The D.C. area is expensive.
Not more expensive than that.
When you, I got to play L.A. Country Club one day. And when you see the houses around there and you drive around that part of L.A., not all parts of L.A. are like that, but that part, the wealth is astonishing.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine $30 million for that Fresh Prince of Bel-Air house is not even close to the most expensive house on the street.
Yeah, probably not, but it probably not anywhere close to the size you may find a house here neither.
Sure, everything's bigger and views. And
it's just it's the views. Because, hell, you tee off on number 1 at Pebble Beach, and it's not the prettiest of all.
Right.
But I think the 3rd or 4th house down to the left, it's about $45 million. You get down to number 9, I think it is, right on the corner there. That house is like $65 million. But you're overlooking an ocean with a cliff right there, golf course. There was a house. You come back with 11, 12 is it's 12. Yes, I think it's 12. Where the guy bought the house for about 10, 15, tore it down to rebuild one for like 35, 40.
Right.
Yeah.
Different ballgame. Different ballgame out there.
You got people out here with that same type of money.
Not as many, though. You do have some, but not as many.
You get a lot more for your money here than you do there.
Yeah.
And this is expensive as hell.
Right.
My lot in L.A., how many million you think that would be?
I remember years ago talking to, my lot in L.A. is probably double. Your lot in L.A. is 10X.
Bruh, listen, a lot of those houses in California on a quarter-acre lot.
Right. Especially if you're in Santa Monica or something where it's more a little more.
Like
urban or
I've
suburban.
seen some houses for $2 million and $1.5 million there, and I'm like, huh?
When
it looked like my garage.
Last year we went to San Diego for spring break, and we were staying on Coronado, and we walked to church because it was Easter Sunday. And I remember we walked by this. And you know, some of them they'll have 2 little bungalows on one lot.
Yeah.
And I looked it up on Zillow as we were walking by, and it was like $1.75 million. It was a 1-bedroom bungalow. It's a different planet. When we come back,
I'll stay here.
Nikki Jhabvala joins us.
Beat Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Los Angeles Chargers are expected to hire former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel as the team's new offensive coordinator. This is a great move for McDaniel. The objective now for the Chargers is to put in a plan to keep Herbert standing upright in the pocket. Poor offensive play has led to the demise of the Chargers season last year. McDaniel and Herbert are a pairing that will work. I'm Chris Black.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
JP from the Junkies here for my guy, Dr. Sean Kumra, and Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria. Look, I know a lot of people get nervous about going to the dentist. I was nervous myself, hadn't been in years.
Joining us now, our friend Nikki Jhabvala from The Athletic, covers the Commanders. How are you, Nick?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We are fantastic.
It's always
Wonderful.
weird settling into the offseason where, like, I see you, I don't know, 4 or 5 times a week for 6 months, and then I probably won't see you till we're in Indianapolis at this point.
Yeah.
Just one of the weird parts of kind of being a football reporter. I want to get to the Jaden stuff specifically, but let's start with just how do you think the Commanders are handling everything so far in the coaching carousel in this offseason?
Yeah, it's been interesting. I mean, the coaching carousel has been wild across the league, but the Commanders, I mean, they've kept their stuff pretty much close to the vest. A lot of teams have announced who they've interviewed, who they've hired. I don't think the Commanders have even announced that. They put with Cliff Kingsbury. They went straight to, we hire David Blau. But I feel like that's been their guy for a while. You kind of got that sense last offseason when they blocked him from interviewing with the Jets and 2 other teams for, would-be promotions. I mean, Quinn thinks incredibly highly of Blau, and then they were also facing the pressure of possibly losing him to Detroit, who also wanted to interview him for their OC opening. So I think they felt like, we need to make this move now to keep him. We really don't want him to leave. And they did. But it's interesting because now they have, a inexperienced play caller and coordinator. They also need a DC, and you look at the candidates they've looked at, about half of them don't have play calling experience. And then there's, a few of them that do have DC experience, but you just wonder, will their system sort of mesh with what Quinn typically does? Is Quinn looking to take a significant departure from, that cover 3 system that he usually runs? Just trying to figure out what sort of their mindset is. And, maybe they're sort of figuring it out as they go along, but now we're in a holding pattern.
Yeah. Is it like some of the people that they are interested in that are trying to still do head coaching jobs and other stuff like that? That's kind of making them hold up?
Yeah, I think they're waiting for the head coaching stuff to sort of settle because it's, some of the candidates they're interviewing too may also have opportunities with other staffs, and they're not completely ready. So, yeah, I think they're waiting on some of this to settle, and then, and then Sean McDermott gets fired and continues. So, yeah.
Yeah, it just never stops.
Yeah.
Couple of things. What do you think of Bobby Johnson's departure and replacing it with Darnell Stapleton? Another internal promotion.
Yeah, I was thinking about this more, and I feel like the way they view David Blau is sort of how they also view Darnell Stapleton. Because if I think back to when Dan Quinn first came in, he was one of our earliest conversations with him. Darnell Stapleton was one of the first coaches he mentioned as one he was really excited about, as somebody who was, a good developer of talent and a teacher, a former player. This was when everything was happy and good, and but he's a name that has come up repeatedly, and I went back through old quotes, and the last 2 times we've asked Dan Quinn about Bobby Johnson, he immediately shifted and talked about Darnell Stapleton and Dave Toub, which I thought was, I should have picked up on it then, but in hindsight, I was like, it makes sense now. So I feel like he views Stapleton similarly to the way that he views Blau, as he's another young coach on the rise. You don't want to let young talent go. And I think they really wanted to kind of move him up into that space. Oh my God, I said space like Dan Quinn. Oh my God.
For me,
oh my God.
When I just sit there and I look at the coaches and I watch people that are very, very hands-on with the players, and Darnell I thought was always doing stuff. All of their little drills, he was always doing it.
Yep.
I've seen Bobby talking with them as well, but I see Bobby doing more workout stuff than I saw him doing the stuff I saw Darnell doing. But ultimately, you watch a guy talking to players, you watch him on the sideline, those guys respond to him too.
Yeah. I mean, I think I think it helps that he has a playing experience. You know, he wasn't in the league that long, but he did get a ring.
He's got a Super Bowl ring, and I think that matters too.
That does matter. Yeah, I mean, he ran the room at Florida. He was the O-line coach at Florida before coming to Washington. So he's not totally inexperienced. You know, he's not. You know, he just left the game and he's transitioning to coaching. Now he's been in this for a minute, and I think he was very instrumental in helping Josh Connerly along in year one. And I think, like you say, I think guys respect when coaches get in there with them and show it how it's done, you know?
Yeah, for sure. The opposite side of this is they could still lose coaches. And we saw this morning that Anthony Lynn is going to interview for the Bills head coaching job. I'm cool with them going young and inexperienced, may be unfair, but inexperienced at the positions they're taking on, right? In Stapleton and Blau. To me, Lynn is somebody you'd really like to keep around, as he's one guy that has extensive experience, right? Head coaching level, OC, run game coordinator. I mean, Anthony Lynn was in Detroit when David Blau was playing for him. Like, there's some level of familiarity and understanding there. How real do you think this Buffalo thing is, and what do you think the chances are they keep Anthony Lynn?
I mean, it's real. Another, he's a finalist for this, and he's going to interview. I mean, this is just purely guessing here. I haven't talked to folks over there, so I don't know, but it just sort of looks like that they might go with Dable or Joe Brady or one of those. But I could totally be wrong. But yeah, losing Anthony Lynn would be tough because he also built a really good rapport with Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt. Like you could see that Ja'Cory really took his coaching, and I think that matters. That matters a lot. And yes, he has experience. He knows the staff. So if you're promoting from within, he's already got good rapport with Stapleton and Blau and all those folks. So you would lose that bit of continuity. But without knowing Anthony Lynn fully, I don't doubt that he probably wants another crack at head coaching again. So I doubt this would be sort of the last time that, something might come up. He was him and Bobby Ingram are like the two coaches that I'm like, there's a chance they could draw interest elsewhere.
Yeah.
When all this started, I could definitely see Bobby Ingram.
Bobby's solid.
I could still
He's
see
very
Bobby
solid.
going somewhere else. And
he's
one
solid.
thing to keep in mind, he was a Ron hire. He's one of the very few
But they
guys.
kept him around.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Exactly.
You
And
always-
that says a lot. Tavita was another one. I think they thought very highly of Tavita. And he's so.
Well, and a lot of this can be contractual too. Like when's that contract up, and do you want to pursue other things? Like there's a lot of moving parts with this stuff. Lynn and Ingram are the ones I'm watching, which does mean it sure looks like. Now we'll see when Cliff lands somewhere. If Cliff lands somewhere, what kind of hiring he does. But it seems like David Rye is going to stick around. I mean, he got the interview for the offense coordinator job.
Right.
Rye had been a Cliff guy, but it seems like he's going to stay in town. Do you read that similarly?
I do. And yeah, I think he's got a good rapport with the tight ends. I think
he's
that
a high energy guy too.
Yeah.
He's a very high energy guy. And I think that, 30 seconds he got on Hard Knocks was a good glimpse into who he is. And I think he could be like another coach on the rise if they have some success again this year. But we'll see.
Can we do a deep, I'll keep this brief, but the team gets ultimate approval of everything that goes out on Hard Knocks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And if you think about some of the coaches that got highlighted, Stapleton was doing a pass pro install. They had that scene with Blau running the quarterback's room where he was, kind of more the personal side, asking everybody what they thought of this year, where he got the comment, like where Jaden talked about everybody has adversity. Rye obviously was heavily involved during the Zach Ertz. I don't know nothing, but it's kind of interesting. The team approves all that stuff.
But see, the teams approve the stuff that come out on air. I'll be damned if the team is watching every piece of film.
I don't know.
They watch what the people put in front of
I
them.
bet they watch a good bit. Because this team doesn't want anything else.
No, but I'm saying they watch the thing that you put in front of them to say, this is what we're thinking about putting out. So they approve it. But every little piece of it, I doubt if they're looking at everything.
No, but of the thing they put in front of them, what parts are they vetoing?
Right. Well, I mean,
if you're promoting the guys who we like, put it out there.
Did we? Because if you go back and look at how things were, what we know now, the last month of the season, Nikki, you just said you'd ask about Bobby and he'd answer about Darnell. It wasn't just the last day where we asked about Cliff and he started talking about everybody else. That was a couple weeks.
Exactly. No, he's
was Cliff even in Hard Knocks?
It's not. It's what he hasn't or what he didn't say that was ultimately became the biggest news. The fact that I don't recall Cliff ever having any appearances.
I don't know if I do either. Now that I'm thinking about it,
he's the offensive coordinator. You would think he'd not even once. But it's not even about Hard Knocks. It's more you just kind of reading the tea leaves. It's you could sense that they were sort of moving apart, or that they had sort of a sense of where things were headed.
All right, speaking of a sense of where things are headed, what do you think happens with Brian Flores?
Yeah, good question. I mean, I could totally see him getting a head coaching job. I think he deserves it. Where? Honestly, not sure. I could see Pittsburgh. I could see even Baltimore. I could see the Raiders even. Because there are 6 openings left, right?
Yeah, crazy.
So I could definitely see him getting a head coaching job. But if not, I mean, the fact that Washington's the only DC job he's interviewed for, that puts them in solid position as the plan B, right? But we'll see. I mean, that would be a huge hire. That would be so great for Washington if he can.
Would it be?
That's the one that would get the people moving, I feel like.
What do you think the chances are of it actually happening? Because I go back to O'Connell saying, we understand he should go interview for head coaching jobs, but we remain confident if he's going to be a D coordinator, he'll do it here.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think they're also in play, and then ultimately, what does he think gives them the best chance to win? I would, I don't know Brian Flores. I don't know sort of what goes into his thinking there, but if he's going to be a defensive coordinator, is thinking more of, I want to go somewhere where I can give myself the best opportunity to be a head coach again, or I want to go somewhere where I can give myself the best chance to win. And if I look at the quarterback situation of both teams, I'm probably picking Washington. Now, their defensive situation needs a ton of work.
Yeah, but you go there and make Washington look good, then that's a hell of a notch on his belt.
Yeah. But you're also leaving a really great defense in Minnesota, so that'd be tough.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not Flores, who do you think it is?
I mean, I'm kind of leaning toward Gannon.
Yeah.
Because I think that's one where, he has the experience. He had a really great defense in Philly. I think we've seen him sort of adapt in how he ran the defense in Arizona. He sort of moved a little bit away from Fangio and kind of morphed into what, fit their personnel. So I think he'd be a good hire. I don't think people would be excited about him as maybe perhaps they should be, but I think he's a very good coordinator, and it gives you somebody more experience on that side of the ball when you have a lot of inexperience on offense. Does that matter? I don't know, but I kind of think it does.
Yeah, it's going to be. I don't know, man. It's wild because there is so much NFL going on, and yet things in Ashburn are just silent for a team coming off 5-12, and. I mean, hell.
I don't like it. It's like when you have kids and it's dead silent, something's wrong. Like, this is weird. I don't like it. Tell me what's going on.
Right. But you compare that to Terry Pegula of the Bills giving this press conference today. That was just a wild ride.
Yeah.
And
that was theater. Oh, my gosh.
Can you believe
that right there? I wouldn't want that around.
Can you believe what they did to Keon Coleman? There's no way you can keep that dude on your roster, right?
I wouldn't think so. I mean, I feel for that
first
kid.
rounder, right?
confidence.
Yeah,
Jeez.
he's not gonna leave. They're not gonna just let him go with nothing.
I mean, that's tough. I like, and like if they decide to move on from McDermott, fine. You can, there's a way to frame it as, we've gone to the playoffs this many years. We have the talent. We believe we have the talent to make the Super Bowl, and we just need a change. It's time to
Self-preservation league, and I believe that Bean is up there protecting himself.
Yes, but to promote Bean the same time you fire McDermott does give the vibe that you're picking sides. And then when you come out and pretty much say that in the presser, doesn't look great.
Did not look great. What do you think the best open job is, Nikki?
I still think Buffalo, but now you kind of wonder about the ownership situation. But I mean, it's hard to beat having Josh Allen in his prime, right? That's.
What type of coach wants to walk into that situation? That S show you saw today, what coach with any kind of character wants to walk into that? Knowing right now when you walk in, you're number 3.
And that's the problem, because then you're not doing your players justice. You got a good team. You got a great quarterback. And now all of a sudden you may not get the best coach because they're, not feeling so great about their security and walking into that situation. So I just don't, it's just so poorly handled.
Poorly handled. However, Nikki, I have some news that I think you'll like. I'm going to reveal one of your passions to our listening audience. You're a big Yankee fan, and they just got a deal done with Cody Bellinger to keep him in town.
Let's go.
I thought you'd like that.
That's very good news.
All right, we will continue to text each other snarky things, and I'll see you in Indy.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys.
Right, Thank you for the time, Nikki. Appreciate it. Oh, damn it. I never asked her about the Jaden thing.
Yeah.
You didn't either.
Well, I was going to ask her, but, you like to talk beyond, so once you get to 120, I stop.
We had 20 minutes. We both forgot.
No, we had a topic going, and then once we stopped, I was going to do that, but then you commenced to talk about texting quirky things.
That was the last 30 seconds. We'll be right back.
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented by
All right. I didn't realize this was on the show sheet right now, but I literally just complained about this to B. Has everybody gotten the iPhone update? I didn't ask.
Let me just before we go forward. You didn't know this was on the show sheet when you texted this morning?
I hadn't looked at 1:30 yet. I know it, I texted. I didn't know it made the cut. Here we are. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. I imagine I'm going to catch a lot of grief for this entire segment. So if you want to start with me not paying attention, that's
go ahead.
Completely acceptable. Has everybody gotten the iPhone update?
Yes.
I didn't want it. You haven't gotten it yet?
No.
Have you actively told them no when they ask you?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Eventually, you ain't got no choice, but it's okay.
Last night, they just hit me. They said, we're doing this tonight. So I had no choice. It's whack. I don't understand, I don't understand the constant need to update and change everything.
You know why they do it? Because people call in complaining and saying and make suggestions. So they go with the overall most important things that people have said and they adjust it to that.
Have you gotten it?
Yes. I got it on my watch and my phone.
Does it bother you?
No, not at all.
I don't understand the bubble aspect.
The bubble aspect, I didn't pay attention to it. It's something they did for them or whatever, and I guess it's something with the lighting or whatever. But I don't care about all that. I just care about the functionality of the phone, and I think it's the same. Just that things move. Some move from the bottom to the top. Some move from the top to the bottom. You know, and it's like all of these items where they can sit in and do a update from afar. When people complain about stuff, they fix it. Or they make it to the most complaints, they make it better for what those people asked for. And I just move forward.
I don't think people are asking for this. I'm not asking for it. Jeff's not asking for it. White Brian, did you get it?
I did.
What do you think?
I think it's fine. Takes a little getting used to.
So specifically, I don't understand the text message thing. They just completely moved everything around.
They just moved one button from the top to the bottom, another one from the bottom to the top.
Right, that's completely moving everything around.
But if you know that they did it there and you do it for the next 2 weeks, guess what? It would be like it was always there.
I will get used to it. I'm aware of that. It just, I don't understand the need to do this.
I think they feel overall what they've done
because if you're
made
saying
it better.
It's people calling to complain, there's going to be just as many people calling to complain about the update as the people that were it can't be done for the people that call to complain because people will call to complain always.
I think more people might have been complaining about one thing than now. Probably more people going to be not worried than you are worried. That's just think that. I get stuff all the time sent to update, and I automatically just get myself ready. If they move some stuff, cool. Figure it out. Keep moving. But you want them to better it.
Yeah, I just don't understand flipping everything upside down. And the bubbles and stuff, it's just kind of odd. I'll get used to it. Do you like it? Are you happy you got it?
I don't know.
I feel like at best people are indifferent.
No, it's not being happy or nothing. This is update 26.2. You've had a lot of updates.
But
sometimes you get updates, you don't know they updated it.
Only a handful of the updates are significant. A lot of them are just you never even notice it.
So the ones that you notice are the ones that you notice very much are the ones that are going to be something major. So it's major that they move the button from the top to the bottom to you.
The texting functionality is very different. The search is now at the bottom, the new text. And they're trying to push me into new views. They want me to look at my email a different way. I don't want to look at my email.
I think the update a few before, when you had your phone like this with all the apps and stuff, you remember the search was always at the top. That moved that one already down to the bottom of the middle part anyway. So I always project. I figured it was coming down anyway. Because, like, when you go to look, this has been here since the last update or so. So I knew it was something else was coming from it.
Speaking of something else coming, we can keep me screaming about the iPhone update, which I just find annoying. Our guy Rusty tweeted me a picture of old man yells at cloud. That's kind of what this is. Landville, do you have the update? Do you like it? I just don't think anyone likes it.
Yeah, I haven't noticed anything changed at all.
The texts?
No, I mean, I use the Google keyboard, so.
I don't even know what that means.
It means I'm operating on a higher
that
level.
phone does way more than you think it does.
That I'm sure of. This is more interesting. The Philadelphia Eagles, apparently Mike McDaniel and Brian Daboll told him thanks but no thanks. And Philly was willing to offer them full autonomy over the offense. Diana Rossini, speaking on WIP, says the Eagles' offensive coordinator position is not viewed as an attractive opening.
Have you seen that idiot that runs that team running up and down the sideline?
Yeah.
Do you think he's going to stay out of stuff? Why do you think he put his friend in place? He wants to still control some stuff. And the guys of that stature, they're not going to deal with that.
Totally. And I think while you can get a job, like Kellen Moore got a job, right? He got a head coaching job because that team is loaded. Is it worth the headaches? Whatever's going on with A.J. Brown.
If they didn't have other options, they would have taken that job.
Right.
They have other options. So if you don't have to, it comes down to the people that have other opportunities and those who don't. Because somebody that rolls up in there and they offer them that job, they don't have another opportunity, they're taking that damn job. They'll deal with that headache for a moment.
Somebody, it will absolutely take the job. Like, it's going to get taken. Do you think that makes it more or less likely that Cliff ends up there?
If they tell him he's going to have full autonomy, he'll take that namesake and go up there and do that. If Cliff takes it, with all the stuff going up there, he didn't have another opportunity.
It's pretty damn interesting that a team with an excellent offensive line, a quarterback who has a Super Bowl ring, played in 2 of them, elite talent on the outsides, Saquon freaking Barkley is viewed as not a good job. Right? Like, how crazy is that? And
I think let's be real. There are some people who could care less about what those fans say, how tough the media is. They're just going to go do their damn job and keep moving. There are other people that are affected by that. Because no matter what you do, you can be great in the first quarter. They'll boo your ass out the stadium in the last quarter. You can be great for a half a season. Or they want to fire you half a season, then all of a sudden you go to the Super Bowl, they treat you like you're better than sliced bread, and then the next year they pissed off at you immediately again. It is no such thing as having something that's going to be on the level playing field throughout. You got to earn it every time, and a lot of people can't handle that.
That's crazy, man. I wonder who they end up getting. I wonder what WIP's callers are like right now.
Listen. If someone turns it down after being offered full autonomy and this, that, and the other, they're probably going to attack that person. This is watch when San Diego, when LA go play them again, or wherever they go play them again. Watch how harsh they're going to be to them. That's how they are.
If they miss the playoffs again in Philly, do you think they'd have to fire Sirianni?
I don't know if they have to, but if they miss it again, they're going to call for it.
And then lost.
They're going to call for it.
Like, if they don't win a playoff game again. I think if they miss the playoffs next year, Sirianni would go.
I can say this. I know that they'll be calling for it. I don't know what Lurie will do.
What do you think Lurie's saying right now?
But about what? People saying no?
Yeah.
How? What the hell is going on here? This is a great job. Why won't they take it? What you think Howie's saying? Because your head coach crazy.
Because
He's not going to say because they know I got control over everything. He going to pass the buck.
I mean, Howie and Jeffrey Lurie have a close relationship. Like, Howie's not going anywhere.
No.
Sirianni firmly in the scope, depending which way this goes. But the way the Eagles have gone, they could win the damn Super Bowl. They could. You know what I mean? They get an OC we haven't even discussed, get hot in the second half of the season.
What do we say about if I put you with all the team with the Reggie Whites and stuff?
Right.
You put somebody behind that thing that really knows how to utilize. And also, listen, man, somebody got to be able to make Jalen Hurts be Jalen Hurts every game. Not just all of a sudden one game. Bruh, if your legs are
He is a maddening player.
If your legs scare people like that, utilize it every once in a while. I'm not saying become this running guy all the time or taking all these hits. Utilize your legs. Move the chains. Get first downs. Keep your offense on the field. And know what that does? That opens up your passing stuff for you, make it a little easier for you.
Yeah, the Hurts stuff is a really weird one to. I mean, that offense was awful, dude. You saw it throughout the season in the second half of games, and you saw it in the playoff game. What was it? Juwan Jennings had more air yards than Jalen Hurts in the second half of that game?
Yeah. Listen, man, it's just, I've always felt you get given a certain level of talent. You better utilize all of it. That little saying back in the day when they tell you, use it or you're going to lose it.
Dude, so interesting subplot to all of this, and it likely means nothing. Last week, say like Thursday, folks from NBC Sports Philly reached out to me if I could do an interview to talk about Cliff because they thought Cliff had a real chance of coming back to town. I replied, they wanted me to do it Monday, like the holiday. And I was like, I'm taking my family skiing. Can I do it Tuesday? Monday, I'm going to be driving. It's just going to be hard. And by the time the guy got back to me, he's like, doesn't seem like Cliff's much of an option. We'll circle back later in the offseason.
Coming back to town in Philly?
Yeah. Now I wonder if Cliff's more of an option.
Hey, if they had already made their mind not an option, it might not be an option anymore, dog.
What is an option for us always in perpetuity? Gambling. Next.
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JON.
several inches of snow, but we need a location that's fair. I don't know how we establish that. The discussion Brian and I were having is how many days until I decide schools should be open again. Because I'm approaching this. If it's a foot of snow, I get school's going to be closed a couple days. But, like, I will try to hold back my judgment until Thursday. If the snow's coming Sunday, I'll give them 3 days, no problem. I might start complaining on Wednesday. I'll be honest.
You
I'm
will
looking
start
ahead.
complaining on Tuesday night.
No.
Yeah.
A foot of snow is crippling.
Yeah, it's crippling, but they should be able to get the roads cleaned. And if you look outside and you see the roads clean, you're going to lose your damn mind. Well, no, in your neighborhood, it may be a little bit. But if you go outside your neighborhood and you see the roads are clean, you're going to think, what's going on here?
It's going to take, my neighborhood usually takes forever.
Yeah.
Landfill, tell him what you said, Landfill. Speak your truth.
If it snows on Sunday, the school should be open on Wednesday, at least, by a minimum.
That's what me and Amelia said.
Yeah.
So you think schools are open Wednesday?
That's what I'm thinking.
They close till Friday.
I'll tell you this. Now, I know out there in the way western part of Loudoun County, they won't be. And if they're not open out that way, then Loudoun County gonna be off.
What county is Greg in? They're going to get a lot of snow.
Well,
Dog, that's
first of all, they might be off for the year.
I don't even Orange County maybe. What
I don't
county
know where
is
the
Greg?
hell Greg
is that
lives.
fuck here?
I think it's Warren.
It's out there. Greg is damn near in the mountains.
Yeah,
Well,
he is
in the damn mountains. Well, I forgot. He's on the Skyline Drive and all that stuff. He over that way.
Yeah, I mean he is far.
But see, what happens with Greg is not here. So we're talking about Montgomery, and Montgomery is a bigger county too.
Driving up to Wisp last weekend, you got to go all the way up to the top of Montgomery County. It's different at the top of Montgomery County than it is where I live.
Yes.
It's different.
That's why every time when you complain, I always say, think about those people up there. Because if they off, your kid is off.
That's why I'm trying to approach this in a mature fashion. You're good till Wednesday.
Just relax.
But if you get to Thursday, dog,
just relax and drink you some Dr. Pepper Clear. You'll be all right.
Easy for you to say relax. You're not in the house with 2 little kids running around going nuts.
I've been in the house with little kids, never had a problem with it.
Because you would just leave.
No, I just drink and be good. See, this is the problem with people. Just like when my wife leaves the house, she'll be like, well, make sure the kids go to sleep. Let me tell you one thing. If you keep talking to the kids, they'll never go to sleep. Most women, what they do, get mad at me if y'all want. Go to bed. I bet not have to come up there. If you keep yelling, they're not going to sleep. You know what I do? Okay, y'all want to sit down and watch TV? Come watch TV. Play around. When they get sleepy, they will fall asleep. I don't say one word to them. They fall asleep. I make sure they're good. When they sound asleep, I take them and put them in the bed. I did it all the time.
I bet that drove Monica nuts.
Yeah, but you know what?
She's trying to have
though?
those kids on a schedule.
Yeah, try to have them on the schedule, and then when I come home in the house, they still up because you know what? You've been talking to them all the time, yelling. I do that with the grandkids. That's even worse. What you want to do? Some ice cream? Yeah, let's go. Because like once they get tired, kids go to sleep wherever they are. I'm not gonna keep talking to you.
Let's make some bets.
Heard it here first. Heard it here first. What I got to say was heard here first. All right, everybody gather around.
Heard it here first on Dean Mitch and Finley.
Gather around, gather around.
What they got to say was heard here first.
White Brian, how'd we do?
Landfill won, everyone else lost.
Damn, Landfill?
When, last night?
Yep.
Yeah, I rule.
No, you don't.
Landfill rules, cats drool.
I'm great at making picks. I'm taking Illinois and USC upstate.
Those are 2 different games?
Those are 2 different games. College basketball, men's basketball.
I am taking the Caps. Boys need a win. Vancouver stinks. Actually, cancel that. I'm kind of nervous about that game. They lost 11 in a row.
Give me Atalanta and Juventus. Soccer.
Well, soccer action for Jeff. Whitest Brian.
Gonzaga.
You got anything, B?
Not yet.
Is Kentucky good, White Brian?
Not really.
I'm going to try it again. You ready for this?
Go with it.
I'm going to take the Hoyas again.
All right.
Georgetown playing Villanova tonight. Tell you who I can't root for is Villanova.
All right.
Give me the Hoyas, plus 8.5.
All right, let me get the Memphis Grizzlies tonight. And give me the Milwaukee Bucks, plus 9.5.
Landfield's a straight up hater. He took Illinois because they're playing Maryland.
Yeah, it took you forever to figure that one out.
Thank you all for listening. Great and Danny coming next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
It's Wednesday, January 21st, 2026, and we're Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan. We're in our Half Street Studios in the Navy Yard downtown in D.C. We will take you all the way up to 6:30 tonight, 4.5 hours from right now. Beltway Blitz at 4 o'clock. That is when, 2 hours from now, you need to be listening if you want to win Caps tickets. We got a pair of Caps tickets we're giving somebody right at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz today on Grant and Danny. We're one day closer to all that snow, Danny Rouillet.
Yay! Here it comes. That'll be great. Man, this sucks. I got smug Clary over there with no kids going, my model says 16 inches, and then kind of chuckles to himself. Like, it's not funny. It's not funny. All right? They're going to cancel school for the whole week, and I know it. I know they're going to.
When you're single and you have no obligations outside of work.
He loves telling everybody where he can work from. Do you know I can work from home? I go to my rooftop sometimes. I don't.
I'm going to sit by the pool and watch the snowfall.
I'm not mad at you, Ryan. I'm sorry. I'm lashing out.
I think, when does snow stop being fun? It used to be right when you graduated college, but I would make the case if you're a young person who's single and you go out and you drink and you party and do other stuff, snow's actually still pretty cool. I think it's as soon as
you got to go to work. When they don't just I've very rarely in my life, until really here, when we have like the occasional Comrex or something where we have like our bosses kind enough to let us work from home on Halloween so we can go trick-or-treating with our kids and stuff like that.
But I was going to say, you're probably not going to have to come in. You'll be doing a Comrex show from your basement. So then by your definition, you should be loving snow.
No, but like I've never had a real job where I go, I'm going to work from home today. They go, no, you're not, loser. Get into the office. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have enough responsibility. We don't trust you enough. Get in there where we can see you. That's how when you have a job where you have to go in, you just realize all it is an inconvenience. All it is just an obstacle, a pain in the butt that we can't handle.
It sounds like we're going to get hit pretty good.
Yep, we're going to smack right in the face.
We'll wait till we get a little bit closer to get some more meteorologists on to make their predictions. Last night was a big development as far as my feelings on the Commanders' offseason. Mike McDaniel took a job as an offensive coordinator.
Huh.
He pulled his name from the searches he was still involved in and interviews that he was still scheduled to continue to do for head coaching jobs, including in Cleveland, where I'll bet he could have gotten the Browns job if he wanted it. He's not going to take the Browns job. He is an OC. He is going to call plays for the LA Chargers for Jim Harbaugh. I love that Harbaugh, who is a legendary coach who has great success wherever he goes, that is a championship caliber coach, is willing, as a former quarterback and play caller himself and an offensive guy, to take the back seat here and to allow McDaniel to come in and run his offense. I thought that was cool of him. It's a good hire. This is great news for Justin Herbert, who's one of the most talented quarterbacks in the league, but he is the poster child right now for talent and non-accomplishment, which I don't think is his fault. The way that we talk about this sport, the way that a lot of folks cover the sport, you're the quarterback and you get all the blame and all of the praise, so to speak. But Herbert is actually excellent and deserving of probably better than has happened in his career. But now you get to work with Mike McDaniel. This is a hell of a hire for the Chargers.
Yeah, it's great for the Chargers. Like, if you're naming teams that it's great for, the Chargers are the team that would come to mind. They get a head coach, a guy that a lot of teams wanted to be their head coach as an OC. Now, maybe it's for a year because he wants to be a head coach again, or maybe he doesn't. We don't know. But the story to me isn't that LA landed a great big fish. It's that Washington wasn't interested. There's a huge dividing line here. There's a distinction. Not they tried or they asked and he said no, as far as we know. I would tell you this. If you're listening over there in Ashburn, here's what needs to happen. Two different things need to happen. The first is you should leak to whoever you want to leak to. Mike Garafolo, Ian Rappaport, Adam Schefter. I don't know, maybe one of the local reporters who's there every day covering stuff for you, but I know that's not your MO. We tried to make some trades when we were terrible and nobody wanted any of our players. Leak that out, but in a nicer way. You should have tried to get more draft picks. I need to know that. The second thing,
it seems kind of irrelevant right now.
Totally relevant. They have no draft picks, and they should have tried.
The Danny Rouillet aggravation list.
Yeah,
here.
And because this is aggravating. Here are the two things. Right now, I am losing confidence in this regime. Here's how you make people lose confidence: a bad process. If you didn't try to trade players, you should be held to the mat for it, held to account for it. If you didn't call Mike McDaniel and say, can we interview you? And he has to say, thank you, but no thank you. You look like you don't know what you're doing. You need to interview Mike McDaniel. Attention, everyone. You're going to be so tired of hearing me say this today. You need to interview Mike McDaniel. How could you not interview him? You could still land on David Blau, by the way. I like David Blau. I'm excited about the hire. I actually think it's cool that you got a guy a year early instead of a year too late because I'm from Washington. I have seen this before. You must interview Mike McDaniel for a minimum. He coached against you this year. He's really good at offense. What did he think of you? Pick his brain at a minimum. They interviewed London Bridge, Drew Tyrell, and 2 other dudes you don't know for this incomplete, ridiculous process. You can still land on David Blau. You can still end up with a really good candidate, a really good potential offensive coordinator. How could you not interview Mike McDaniel? How could you go through this, pat yourself on the back at a presser? We got him. Did you? Do you know? The prom queen just became available during prom season. Get one of those viral videos together where you make an ask. She tells you no, great, on to the next. David Blau is the your friend. It's Boof from Teen Wolf. She'll be available. She'll be around. One other team might have wanted to go after him. Settle down. How could you not interview Mike McDaniel? How? You need to leak it. You must leak it now that you tried and he said no. There's a million reasons why he may not want to. I'm going to be a head coach, or I want to go back to the West Coast. Or, you know what? I don't like being in D.C. I don't like that the stadium's so far away from where we practice. I got a lot of painful memories there. I love you, Dan Quinn, but it's not for me. I want a different situation. He's allowed to not want to come. He's allowed to want to pursue other opportunities. This isn't Russia. You don't drag his ass to a gulag and make him sign. You must interview Mike McDaniel when he's available. Otherwise, you are unserious. Leak it. Leak it now. Text who you want to text. Grant's phone is open. Text him. Leak it now that you tried and he said no. Leak it now or it's a farce. Leak it now or your process sucks. Leak it now or my vote of confidence goes. Why is it low? Because their process is embarrassing. You must interview Mike McDaniel when he becomes available if you would like an offense that's good. Back to you.
Was Boof the girl in Teen Wolf? How do you spell that?
I think there was a nickname, Boof. Boof. Not to be confused with Keith Boof from Maryland, the undersized power forward.
Keith Boof.
Boof.
So, lot to chew on there. I'll work my way back through some of that. Someone in their car, I'd imagine right now, is going, why is Danny so worked up today? They chose to go opposite Mike McDaniel 2 weeks ago. And I think, if I could connect some dots here, Danny, it's because he chose to be an offensive coordinator, not a head coach.
Ah, there it is.
And by being willing to be an offensive coordinator, not a head coach, your suggestion is you shouldn't have said no for him. You should have let him say no. Am I getting that right?
To a degree. And again, you could interview him and go, you know what? He's a little too quirky. He's not our cup of tea. But you know what you did? What's the word I'm looking for? It's a combo word, 2 words. Found out. You interview that person. You speak to that person and find out, you know what? He may not be for us. We like David Blau better. You're allowed to like David Blau better. Again, I like where they landed. But you blindfolded yourself and hit yourself in the knee with a hammer and rolled around on the ground and took your blindfold and go, oh, look where we landed. This is a good spot. That's not a good process. That's a bad process.
I have to assume, and I've said this for over a week, because I was told that they did not formally reach out and request an interview with Mike McDaniel at any point. It's not that he turned it down. It's that there was no slip sent. There's no call of the agent. There's no trying to get him on the docket. And your point that is a misstep, I actually agree with totally. I'm assuming, I don't know this to be fact, but for my own sanity, I'm just assuming that the really good friend of Mike McDaniel, Dan Quinn, probably texted or called, hopefully talked on the phone with him at some point to just gauge interest. Hey, what are you thinking? Hey, I want to be a head coach. Okay, cool. Are you going to be a head coach or a coordinator? Probably going to be a head coach. All right, then I'll keep it moving. Or, how interested in coming here are you? And he goes, look, not a big fan, didn't love the area. They fired me once, don't really want to go back. I just have to assume that, Danny. But you're right. Like a lot of times, you're very passionate, and you could go on a rant, and I'll be like, that's really entertaining. I don't completely agree with all of that, but it's really good. This, I completely agree with you. Almost every word that you said. If he's available and willing to talk about offensive coordinating jobs, and you've got Jaden Daniels, which theoretically should be one of the great assets in bringing in an offensive coach in the entire sport, you need to do your best to hire the best coach possible. With all due respect to Lunda Wells, the tight ends coach for the Cowboys, who fans wouldn't be able to recognize if he was sitting on their lap, or Drew Terrell, who was here for a cup of coffee as a receivers coach and then went to Arizona to be part of the Cardinals the last couple of years. You just can't convince me that those guys are better offensive coordinator hires than Mike McDaniel. So why are you interviewing them and not Mike McDaniel? In building, they interviewed Brian Johnson and David Rye and obviously David Blau, who eventually got the job. But they basically interviewed, not basically, to my knowledge, unless I'm missing someone, they interviewed 2 external candidates. That's it. Total. 2. Lunda Wells, the tight ends coach for the Cowboys, and Drew Terrell, the Cardinals wide receivers coach. 0 people who have ever been a coordinator before, and 0 people who have ever called plays. Now, I'm on record as saying I like the Blau hire. I am on record as saying I like the promotion of a year too early, not a year too late. I think that can be true, and what you're saying can also be true, which was I need to know a little bit more about how hard they work to get some details on Mike McDaniel. Because his willingness to be an OC, which we found was a reality last night when he went to the Chargers, tells me that maybe, just maybe, he would have interviewed, would have taken the call. He interviewed for other OC jobs, by the way. The Chargers weren't the only one. Now, do I think he'd probably rather choose the Chargers over the Commanders? I do. I think the Chargers have a better offense. I think Justin Herbert is a more established, more proven quarterback right now than Jaden Daniels. I think it's a program that's been in the playoffs 2 straight years. Jim Harbaugh has a longer, more illustrious resume than Dan Quinn. So the Chargers' job, in my opinion, playing indoors at SoFi on carpet, is a better job than the Washington job.
Right now, this minute, yeah.
But let him tell you that. That's not your job. And I guess succinctly, the thesis would be, you have an opening. There are 32 of these jobs in the world. You better do the most thorough search ever and interview the best candidates. How can you convince anyone that Mike McDaniel's not one of those candidates? The last time he was a coordinator, Danny, forget head coach, the offense ranked number 1 overall and number 1 in passing. As a head coach the last 2 years, his offenses have ranked 14th and 22nd when he was calling plays, although they were number 4 in rushing this past year. But his first 2 years in Miami, when he had weapons and Tyreek Hill was cooking and his thing was working, number 2 on offense, number 2 on offense, number 1 rushing, number 2 passing, number 2 passing, some of his rankings from his first 2 years. How do you not want to talk to that guy?
How are you not interviewing him? Again, you are more than allowed to settle on somebody else. And settle even has a negative connotation. I just mean choose someone else. It is reasonable that you went through this process. Think of the Rams when they hired Sean McVay. They're interviewing everybody under the sun, and this guy comes in and blows them away, and they go, oh my God, we didn't expect that. But you interviewed the guy, and now you get here. Now you get a coach that's won a Super Bowl and has a chance to go back to get another one. Has been to 2. It boggles the mind that this was the process. I will say it for the millionth time because no one hears this part. There is a great chance they reached out behind the scenes and he said no. That must come out. That has to come out. Otherwise, this looks so amateurish. This looks like the most pathetic search in human history.
Yeah, what if I were to tell you, let's just say hypothetically that I find out, not only, because we know they didn't interview him.
Right.
We know they didn't ask him to interview. Those are the things we know. But I am assuming, and have all along, that there was a conversation between Quinn and his very good friend Mike McDaniel. Because that's the other thing that nobody wants to talk about,
right,
but is a reality. It's not just Jaden Daniels. It's Jim Harbaugh and Mike McDaniel aren't best buddies. Mike McDaniel didn't spend portions of press conference this year praising Jim Harbaugh for his sobriety and saving his life and being a great mentor. That's Dan Quinn, right? So if there was no conversation at all, if they treated Mike McDaniel like they did any other coach that got dismissed, and they're just, hey man, sorry you lost your job text from his buddy Dan Quinn, you'll land on your feet, no worries. Like if that's the extent
call me if you need something
of the communication, we find out, you'll feel
livid. I mean, it's inexcusable. Again, it's not, you didn't interview Brian Daboll. You didn't interview Kevin Stefanski to have him then say, no, I'm going to be a head coach. They didn't go anywhere. They didn't try to find anybody. You landed on David Blau, which is something I'm happy about. I think it's good. Because, again, I'm from Washington. I know about losing a guy because you didn't think he was ready a year early, and now you miss out on Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay and Matt LaFleur and even Mike McDaniel. I've done this dance before where talent gets out of the building. The basic gist here to me, this is how it looks, all right, is Dan Quinn one time got jilted at the altar. He lost his OC and didn't have an internal answer, you see. He has to go internally, just has to. So a girl broke my heart who grew up in North Carolina. I can never date anyone from that state again. Like, grow up. Like, it's so pathetic. Again, you might have gotten a great OC, but you don't get to congratulate yourself for a good and thorough process because it wasn't one. Look at how they're doing the defensive coordinator search. That's what it looks like. If you're afraid to lose David Blau, then you can move your ass quickly. There's enough time to interview Mike McDaniel, to at least call him, to figure out if he has any interest in coming here. If not, we need to know about that. Otherwise, it looked like you weren't interested. It looked like an unserious search.
I do think that a lot of things can be true, one of which is it is really hard to suggest that they did a very thorough search. Generally, when it lands on the person that was right down the hall from whoever you fired, it's a good indicator that the search was not that thorough. Sometimes it can be. I know the Wizards, remember, when they went from Ernie Grunfeld to Tommy Shepard, had the big piece in the Post where they talked to like 77 people and Barack Obama was involved or something.
For some reason.
Do you remember that?
I do, yeah.
It was a wild story. But the point I'm making is, like, occasionally you can do a thorough search and the right guy's still in your building. The Caps did that when they promoted Brian McClellan. He was the right guy. And again, Blau might be the right guy. I think it is very possible he's awesome. It is very possible it was a great hire. It is very possible that the search worked beautifully. But you can't tell me when you talk to Lunda Wells and Drew Terrell and no one else from outside your building that it was a overturning every rock search. It just wasn't. It wasn't. That can be okay. But as we find out that Mike McDaniel's taking an OC job, not a head coach job, I would like to double click on the due diligence that was done. I know there was no interview. I know that they wanted to keep it moving. We talked about all the reasons why they did. They were worried that they might lose out on Blau. They thought he could get a head coaching job. Even if he didn't get a head coaching job, they thought it could drag on for weeks, and it did, by the way. Here we are in January 21, and we find out he's an OC. So now they would just be going to the next phase of their interviews, and maybe you've missed out on 2 or 3 names that you really like. Those are all possible reasons. Also, they might tell you he's going to be a head coach 365 days from now, and we don't want Jaden to learn 2 offenses in 2 years. That's why we kept Blau, because he's going to be here for a couple years. There's lots of possible reasons why they did what they did. But I can completely agree with you that when the savant, who has 3 times over had one of the best offenses in the league in the last 5 years, becomes available, who's best friends with your coach, and you've got supposedly one of the great quarterbacks in the league that everybody wants to work with, maybe you should just call him. If that's the point, I'll sign up for that.
It's so simple. Again, there's no way around that. There's no way around. You must try to interview Mike McDaniel. How could you not? How could you not? They hired David Blau, I think January 10th, I think was the announcement, was the formal thing. Mike McDaniel got fired on January 7th or 8th. I can't remember the exact part of the timeline. But you need to let people know.
Friday the 9th is when the Blau
that's when it dropped. Okay.
We were at Pupatelli.
That's right. It was a Friday evening.
In Chantilly.
So you need to let everyone know somehow, some way that a couple guys that we reach out to, because we were looking for big fish on this one, the same way we're doing with the defensive coordinator search, by the way. Look how thorough that is. That's the part that tells you what this could be, where you're finding a bunch of dudes with pelts on the wall. You're understanding that you might lose a Brian Flores if that's your white whale. You might lose a Jim Schwartz. You might lose Jonathan Gannon, who's interviewing with everyone and anyone, right?
I got news for you, though. They don't care that much about letting people know what they did and why they did it.
I know.
More than almost any regime I've ever been around in any sport, they're not filling in the blanks for you. They're doing what they want to do. You can watch it. The results will take care of themselves. That's kind of their philosophy. But they're not out here Ron Rivera-ing it and texting you and telling you, hey, this is why we're doing this.
They certainly are not.
That's not their MO. It's not what they do. And when they went to the NFC Championship game, it worked out beautifully. But last year was a little bit tougher. I want to open up the phones, though, and see if anybody else had similar feelings to you last night when McDaniel took the Chargers job, that all of a sudden, with him actually being willing to take on an OC role, you'd like to revisit just how thorough that search was and why he wasn't talked to. We can open up the phones at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
Listen to the Junkies all week for your
Mike McDaniel is going to be an offensive coordinator this year. He was hired by the LA Chargers to work with Justin Herbert yesterday. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. Danny now annoyed again by the fact that he wasn't interviewed by the Commanders. Your frustrations renewed. As someone who liked the Blau hire and hopes that it works out but knows it's risky, I also think they should have interviewed McDaniel. Yes. I'm stunned that they didn't. I don't really understand why. I have chosen to assume that Dan Quinn reached out. It just makes sense. They are good friends. It's a very small fraternity. I think Dan Quinn probably texted most of the 10 guys, if I had to guess, that got fired. That's just how it works. And when you have a relationship with someone and you have an OC opening and the guy is maybe the best of the offensive coordinators available, and I'll take maybe out of the equation, I think he probably is, then I got to think he would have just taken the temperature. But the fact that I do know, or was told at least, that there was no contact to the agent to try to set up an interview, that they didn't bring him in, it also meshes, Danny, with the fact it was not a thorough search. That there is, whether you like the Blau hire like I do or you don't, you cannot make the case that it was a thorough search. It was not. They talked to 3 guys in the building from the staff that they weren't happy with last year under the coordinator that they decided to move on from. And then they talked to 2 guys out of the building who have never been coordinators and never called plays. That's the entire search. That is not thorough.
No, and again, you don't have to do an exhaustive end-of-the-year search if you want to move quickly. The point I keep coming back to, though, is let's say Mike McDaniel doesn't have the kind of offense you'd want to run, whether that's true or not. Let me just say this hypothetically. Again, you still speak to that person. You still do everything you possibly can. He coached against you this year. You're both kind of in a moment of transition, right? Where you're trying to figure out, hey, this is what we do well, or this is what I would do. These ideas. At a minimum, it's fact finding. At a maximum, he's your OC. But you could still love David Blau, but you have to talk to somebody else. You don't marry the first girl you date, dude. You know what I mean? Like, this is so simple, and it is a binary of what we should accept. There's a yes and a no. This is on the no side. It's that easy to me. The only way it goes to the yes side is if somehow, some way, we find out there was an informal communique before we even got to the point where the organization could reach out to the agent to set up an interview. They were like, nah.
So here's
we don't
how it
want
could
that.
have gone. I'll draw that for you. They reached out, meaning Quinn calls McDaniel after he's fired.
Hey, heard the news, buddy.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear.
We want to interview you. And he goes, hey, I'm not really lining up a bunch of OC stuff yet. I might do 1 or 2, but I want to do all my head coaching interviews, see what's out there. Let me circle back to you in a week or so.
Totally.
He hangs up, and then you've got the Lions breathing all over you trying to interview Blau. By the way, the Lions have already hired their OC, and that was like 3 or 4 names down their list, it seems like, in Drew Petzing, the Cardinals coordinator who just got blown out in Arizona, who they've hired. I thought that was kind of a curious hire by Dan Campbell, but regardless. So maybe the Lions are going, we want to bring in Blau. We need to interview him. You can't block him for the significant promotion of assistant quarterbacks coach, which he was, still by definition. He wasn't named quarterbacks coach because that's a Rooney Rule job that you have to interview outside of the building for. So he was still technically the assistant QB's coach. So they're basically giving him a 2-job promotion to have him call plays as an OC. So I don't know how much you could block them. And you knew they wanted to move fast. So maybe the team says, we called him. He wasn't ready to sit down and talk yet. We were going to circle back days down the road, but then we found out we were losing Blau, and a bird in the hand was worth 2 in the bush. And I think you could live with that, by the way.
Absolutely, I could. Again, the Mike McDaniel's under no obligation to do anything to you, for you, about you, whatever. If he has no interest in coming here, that's his prerogative. It's totally fine. You must discover that. You must hear the words no and thank you in sequence.
Let's go to Sam in Fairfax on Grant and Danny. Did McDaniel getting an OC job last night annoy you at all about the process for Washington, the fact that they didn't talk to him?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking the call. Annoy is too strong of a word. Grant, I think your summation of the situation is spot on with one tweak, one addition, which explains why Quinn isn't saying anything. He reached out. Of course he reached out. And McDaniel said, hey, bro, I'll come to Washington, but I got to be honest with you. As soon as that first head coaching job comes along, and it's probably going to be next year, I'm gone. If you can live with that, I'm your guy. And now Quinn can't say that. He can't say, well, I talked to him and he's going to be a short timer at his next job. Harbaugh would flip his lid. So they're playing the game that way. Quinn could have had him for a year, but that's not good for Jaden.
Well, I love that thought process. It's a good phone call. Appreciate you making it. Again, you must discover that. You must find that out.
So he's saying they discovered it and we just don't know it. But
it makes sense, by the way. It's logical.
It's just an assumption that you have to make. And for me, I'm just operating under the premise that common sense says it would be an outrage if they didn't do that. And you're not giving them the same benefit of the doubt. I'm not saying that's good or bad. That's the difference. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt to say that Dan Quinn, coaching for his career this year, needing an offensive coach, reached out to the sharpest offensive coach he's ever been around that was available. I'm assuming that happened, and you're going, you want proof. And I understand that.
Yeah, I need it. I need some kind of verification that it was important to them to try to hire or talk, not even hire, talk to, speak to formally about the position and about your offense, about what you think is best. You pick the brain of the smart person. You just do that.
And to your point, right, you're arguing essentially that they didn't do this thing when the only proof we have in the case, like I'm saying, I'm assuming he didn't kill him or whatever. But the only proof we have in the case actually looks better for your side than my side. In other words, the proof in the case is, okay, well, outside of Mike McDaniel, did they talk to 6 other guys that just got fired? Did they call Kevin Stefanski to try to set up an interview? Are they talking to Drew Petzing from the Cardinals who just got the Lions job? Nope. They talked to nobody, not one person outside of their building, not one, who has called plays and been an OC before. So that speaks to what you're talking about, I would say, a little bit more. But I do genuinely believe that a major factor here, and this is my own opinion that I brought up and have heard from people within that building, I do believe that this idea that it was a one and done with McDaniel was a major turnoff for them.
I believe that.
Because Daniels this year had this offense, right? Next year would have the McDaniel offense. And then the year after that would probably have yet another new coordinator. Ideally, someone that you promote from within, from under McDaniel, if Mike LaFleur came with him or whatever. But that's 3 offenses in 3 years. It would be 4 offenses in 5 years or whatever. And at some point you just go, you know what? This is too much on the kid. Let's find someone who could be his coordinator for the next few years.
All very reasonable.
And that's possibly David Blau.
And you could land on David Blau. You could have a great process and still land right there.
Ed in Hagerstown, what's up?
I'm looking at it from a different direction, gentlemen. I'm looking from the fact that DQ is terrified of losing his position as a head coach. So all he's going to get is he's going to get a mean to be his coordinator. And I'm a Charger guy, of course. But the thing is, it shows a lot of insight. The fact is, even if you're going to have a guy for 1 year, you're able to have this guy under the microscope for 1 year to learn from him. You know what? Knowledge is everything. And now Redskins now have taken 4 steps back once again.
Thank you, Ed. Appreciate you. Let me ask you this, Danny. Mm-hmm. If you go back to 2 weeks ago to the day, which would have been 2 days before they hired Blau. I think it was right after McDaniel got fired, actually. I think he got fired like that Wednesday even. Maybe it was 2 weeks ago today, if memory serves, because it wasn't that first day, remember?
Right.
Like it was a couple days later when it's like, oh my God, McDaniel's available. And the shift, the search has shifted.
Yeah, I said fly down there, give him a case full of money, say it's just a taste.
Not to hurt ourselves, patting ourselves on the back, but as a show, if you listen to this show for those couple of days, what you heard was, you guys are sold on Mike McDaniel coming here. They're circling Blau. They want David Blau. Be prepared for David Blau. Kept saying it over and over and over again. That's all I was hearing. What if they just preferred David Blau to Mike McDaniel?
Totally fine.
You're okay with that?
As long as you talk to Mike McDaniel. Like, it is so reasonable to land on David Blau, because, again, I'm happy about it. I think David Blau has I don't know how to say it any differently. To restate
by the way,
it.
I agree with you. Like, I would interview the 10 best coaches, or not even best coaches, most interesting, helpful coaches I could on any search I could ever do. Within reason, moving as fast as I can, because you can ask Mike McDaniel to pick apart your defense. You can ask Mike McDaniel when he played Miami, Washington, in Madrid, like, what was wrong with our scheme? Why couldn't we do this? How
did you attack us and why?
Exactly. So yes, interview everybody. I'm team this. But my point is, I just think all along that they felt like the answer was Blau. He's right there in the building. You know that's where you're going to land. And they just said, we can't waste any time. We don't need to risk losing this guy. We've interviewed 5 other people. I don't think any of them were real options necessarily, but we interviewed 5 other people. it's time to announce David Blau because the Lions are trying to get him.
Yeah, then I say that's an unserious process. That's the answer to that.
I think that's fair.
I mean, you can land on David Blau. That's a very good solution. You can't do that though just by saying, "Look at what we found." Look, like how do you not talk to so many other qualified candidates?
The quality of the process and the quality of results are not inextricably linked either. Like the Nats one year signed Daniel Murphy, and he ended up being one of the great second basemen in team history and had one of the great 2 or 3 year runs at the position in baseball. People forget they tried to sign Ben Zobrist. They tried to sign Brandon Phillips. They went down this list of like 4 different options, and they're like, damn it, all that's left is Daniel Murphy.
Ugh,
well, at least
fine.
he's coming off of a big October. And then he ended up being one of the great Nats hitters for 2 years in team history. Nobody remembers that he was their 5th choice, right?
Yeah.
It was not a particularly ideal process that got him there. If Blau Cooks is a coach in 3 years and they get to a couple conference title games led by their offense again, then who cares? But to your point, this becomes that much more important. And watching and monitoring this now is significant because they clearly chose him, it seems like, over the opportunity of talking to McDaniel. And I'm not convinced he would have even picked them over
I don't
the
think he
Chargers.
would have, by the way.
I think the Chargers is a better job.
Yes, me too.
But talk to him anyway. Elijah in D.C., you're on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. What's up?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
I'm not concerned about this. I kind of think of it like a draft concept. There's no guarantee. If you want somebody and then they're not there, in business, you want to be leading and feel like I'm dictating and I'm leading this versus I feel like I'm getting pulled around. And this isn't the time for them to get pulled around. Whatever direction that this franchise is going to move in, they're going to have to move there aggressively. Now, I do subscribe to the idea that Dan Quinn may not want to have hired his replacement because it's almost, I called in saying, now it's almost like if I was Drew Bledsoe and then Tom Brady is the backup. Now, I'm not suggesting that's who he is, but the clamoring can start to happen. And why would I want that as a head coach? It's going to be way more difficult trying to fan the flames if my season isn't going how I think it's supposed to go. And then people are just trying to say, well, let's just insert this guy next. And let's maybe in the middle of the season, Dan Quinn can go and we could just put Mike McDaniel. But if Mike McDaniel says, I'm not going to be here next year, that's not good for Jaden Daniels.
Totally right. Elijah, very, very good. Good call as always. Again, people are conflating something. You're acting like I'm not saying you, Elijah. I'm just saying in general. Here's the tone. How could you not hire Mike McDaniel? No. Not what I'm saying. How could you not speak to Mike McDaniel? A reasonable person can come up with the conclusion of what you just said. You know what? He's not going to be here for very long. That's not good for Jaden Daniels' development. He may not be the kind of personality we want in this building. A million reasons why you might not want him. You can land on David Blau. That's a good conclusion. I'm not advocating for hiring Mike McDaniel. He might not have wanted to come here. Speak to the man. You must interview that man.
I want to give a thought on Quinn possibly not wanting to bring him in here because McDaniel's a head coaching candidate that would possibly be popular underneath of him. We could talk about that in a second. Also, Mel Kiper's got a mock that he dropped this morning, and the Commanders are taking one of the bigger names in college football over the last few weeks. We'll get into that next on The Fan. that if you're Quinn, kind of on a warming seat, you don't want to bring in an offensive savant in your building who could easily be promoted in your stead. I don't think that's the case. Quinn seems like a guy very comfortable in his own skin and who has brought in very accomplished assistants in the past, coordinators who have been coaches. Think about Anthony Lynn is run game coordinator right now among them. But I will say one of the things I've found, this is in life, this is not in football, although football certainly qualifies. The difference between successful people oftentimes and unsuccessful people and practices and operations is insecurity and like hiring up, surrounding yourself with really good people. One of the things I've noticed in this business and just in life operating, there are people who like to surround themselves with people where they can be the star, essentially. I'm going to bring people in, but no one who's going to step on my shoes. No one who's going, no. The tide elevates all the boats. And if you are a well-meaning kind of climbing, ascending person, you should want the best around you at all times. Not everyone operates that way, though.
No,
they like to be able to.
We've all worked places where that's the
pat
case.
People on the head and kind of condescend to people, essentially. So that's a loser thing. And if that is the case, I don't think it is, but just because a caller brought it up, then you're doomed. It might not be this year, it might not be next year, but you will never win. Certainly not consistently. If you have that chip implanted in you anywhere, in football or in your business or in life, you're a loser and you will lose. Let's go to Jamal in D.C. What's up, Jamal?
Great, Daddy. Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Very well.
Man, great point right there, Grant. Not only that, to also prove to your point, we're trying to hire Flores right now. So, like, if he was worried about bringing someone in that could potentially take his job, I don't
Good
think
point.
he
How
was
about that guy? You're right.
trying to get
Yeah,
Flores
it's
as
Raheem
well, so.
or Flores or Gannon. All these guys have been head coaches.
Yeah, exactly. So, but to answer your question, Danny, you're hitting it on the head, bro. I do feel like we at least should have spoken to Mike McDaniel. Not just even Mike. I was a huge Brian Dable guy because I was of the mindset that he wouldn't be getting a head coaching opportunity as fast as Mike would. So I really would like us to hire him just for the fact we wouldn't have to keep doing this every year or every other year. But they're reporting he's interviewing for Buffalo now, so I guess my theory on that was wrong. But anyway,
the principle makes perfect sense, and I appreciate the phone call. It's a good one. Like, my point is that there were other guys you could have gone after in pretty prompt order to say, hey, let's make sure we do this quickly. And if the scramble situation happens where, we got to do Blau now, otherwise we're losing him because Detroit's going to offer him. I mean, they wouldn't let him get on the plane and see what else is out there for whatever the motivation was there.
I do think as soon as a guy leaves to interview, you're risking
you run the
losing
risk,
them.
sure.
But yes, I think there's a world where you could do both. I said this a couple days ago. Tell him, hey, you're our top candidate right now. You're our top choice in this building. Jaden wants to work with you. We want you to work with him. Talk to us before you do anything. It's actually the right thing maybe to let him get on that plane in his mind because I can go weigh my options and I have more leverage now. I'm getting more money. I'm getting something. So, yeah, and you can have your cake and eat it too by talking to McDaniel. Let's go to Mark in Largo. What's up, Mark?
Hey, Grant, you know what? I'm going to give you your flowers. This is really the problem I have with this organization. And you said 2 years ago, the best thing for this team to do, if they're getting a young quarterback, get yourself an offensive-minded coach. Because here's the dilemma I could pose that will be a problem next year. And I want you to follow me, and I'll put it in a question for you guys. Let's say this team goes 12-5, win the division, number 2 seed, do everything else. Defense still the same. Okay, defense is still the same. They because they have home field advantage, they wind up being in the Super Bowl. Okay, but the defense is still the same. Everybody's trying to interview David Plow to get a job. Okay, our defense is at 18, not getting any better. Adam Peters has a problem because even if you go to the Super Bowl and win it, now Dan could ultimately say, you know what, I'm gonna retire or I'm gonna just step down and do this and do that. Or if, let's say, they lose in the NFC Championship game and 12-5, defense is still the same.
But this was the point, Mark. It's
Thanks,
a good
Mark.
phone call. If it goes really well, you lose your OC and you start over with your quarterback. And if it goes badly, you're searching for an OC and your quarterback has a different offense. That's kind of always been the point. I'm curious to see what the Bills do because they had a defensive coach with Josh Allen for the prime of his career who was pretty good, but they never won a Super Bowl. And I bet you they're going to try to think twice about the layout in that building. Speaking of the Bills, I want to talk about their owner going after one of their receivers today in the media, maybe accidentally, as well as another drama in the NFL, Baker Mayfield calling out Kevin Stefanski, plus that Mel Kiper mock draft. What are the Commanders doing at 7? We're Grant and Danny. That's next. In 1 hour at 4 o'clock, we'll give away tickets to see the Caps and the Canes. Game is going to be played January 31st, coming up in 10 days at Capital One Arena.
We are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condoria and Morat. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
So today the Bills had a press conference. Their new president football operations, Brandon Beane, he had been their GM. He's been elevated and got a promotion. While they fired Sean McDermott, they've worked in unison. They've been together every step of the way. One gets fired, the other gets promoted. Odd, but that's how it worked out. So he's sitting next to the owner of the team. I think owners doing press conferences almost always ends badly. I mean, there's just much more entertainment value. It's comical. Terry Pegula is the owner of the Buffalo Bills. And so you'll hear his voice in this clip we're about to play. But this clip went everywhere within minutes. It's an all-timer. So the question is to Beane, who drafts the players, who's in control of the roster, about the Keon Coleman selection. Keon Coleman has been a bust to this point. He has not played well. He's very immature. He's been in trouble with the Bills off and on, constantly for conduct detrimental. But the entire receiver room, where they were playing veterans that they had just signed off the street, like Gabe Davis, who they brought back, elevated on the depth chart. All of a sudden, you're bringing someone in a month ago, and they're catching passes in the AFC title game. It was a bad receiver room. So the question came up, how did you botch Coleman? What's going on at receiver? And listen to the owner interject here and just completely throw the staff he just blew out, led by McDermott, as well as a receiver who's still under contracted in their building for the next couple of years, under the bus.
Yeah, can I interrupt? I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice. That was Brandon being a team player and taking advice of his coaching staff, who felt strongly about the player. And, he's taken, for some reason, heat over it and not saying a word about it. But I'm here to tell you the true story.
Oh, my God! That bus ran over that poor coach! What?
Forget the bus running over the coach who's already been fired. Because while true, not that interesting to me, the player's still there, man.
Oh, right. He's still under contract.
There's a wide receiver who's actually pretty important to you. He is a high-round draft pick who has to develop, or I guess ask for a trade as soon as possible now. But what are we doing here?
What are we doing?
You just acknowledged to everybody that the GM who's left didn't want this receiver, but the coach who got fired did.
Now, again, when he's like, he didn't say anything about it. That's the GM's job, by the way. That's part of the role.
That's also
is to
what's
sit there and
hilarious.
take those arrows. That's the gig.
Now, as the press conference went on, Beane did some damage repair. He broke out some duct tape and some glue, try to piece everything on the car back together. He talked about how he's not giving up on Keon Coleman. He really likes Keon Coleman. He's just a second-year player, and if he can get the maturity stuff ironed out, he's going to be a really good NFL player, and we're counting on him, and we need to work with him. But my goodness, I mean, he's on your team. Like, imagine being Keon Coleman. You're just sitting at home with your feet up today, and you're going,
getting a text from her buddy.
The owner said this? Like, not just the GM or a receivers coach. The owner of the team was like, yeah, the guy we just fired wanted him. The guy that I promoted didn't want him. He knows he stinks. Whoa.
Yeah. And he's kept quiet about it.
That is as comical an owner intermission.
That's great.
Or interjection, I should say. But by the way, the best part of it is, and you didn't hear the question in that clip, but the question comes in, and then Beane starts to answer, and Pegula goes, Can I interject? Can I take this one? And he did that a few times in this press conference. Very obviously, like literal evidence of him overstepping and just being annoying to deal with as an owner, I'm sure, and just having to basically like placate him at times because that was the press conference.
Got to manage up.
But there were a few times where he would go, can I jump in here and help you out to Brandon Beane? And I'm like, if you're Beane, you're going, I never want to sit next to that guy. I know he's my boss and he signs my check. I want my own press conferences because it was embarrassing. It was really bad look.
At the same time, though, like when they demand so much of us, talking about the owners in terms of fandom, public money, and they're building a new stadium with all this. Like the owners have to talk, and I love that it happens once a year. Maybe it should happen more. Quite frankly, there should be more public comment.
I'm glad you brought that up.
My goodness gracious,
that actually came up to Pegula because he has been apparently, and I don't cover the Bills or know a whole lot about their inner workings, but he has not been anywhere to be found for a really long period of time, like Dan Snyder-esque, where he just doesn't answer questions. Now, it's not quite the same because they just go to the playoffs every year and the AFC Championship game plenty of years, and they're the 2 seed in the AFC almost every season.
A lot of 12 and 13 win seasons.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So worse things have happened. But that question came up. I watched the entire 54-minute press conference today because I got nothing better going on. And so when I'm sitting there doing my work and listening to that presser, somebody said, hey, you got, I don't remember the number, but I think it was like $900 million or whatever. Now, you got X $100 million of taxpayer money from the community. Don't you feel some obligation to do stuff like this? Are you going to be more transparent? Are you going to actually take some questions from time to time and speak to fans through the media? And he basically said, look, my wife hasn't been healthy. We've had some problems in the family. My daughter, and his daughter is one of the best tennis players in the world, by the way. She's number 3 on the planet right now. I said, I haven't seen her play but twice in the last 4 years or whatever because of some family stuff. So I'm busy, unfortunately. But yeah, I'll try to make that happen. But I'm glad you brought it up because I think it's true. If you are asking for public money, if people are footing the bill for some of your ventures, then there should be some obligation to the fiduciary element of this.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're never going to take a cent, if you're Stan Kroenke and you're building your own stuff and you're doing your own thing, you guys can kick rocks. I don't need to talk to anybody. You didn't help me at all. But if Josh Harris is getting $1 billion, yeah, you probably need to talk every now and then and listen to people every now and then.
Make yourself available. I mean, that's all part of it. And even still, even without taking public financing dollars, you're part of this public trust in a way that's maybe informal, but still a lot of people care about your thing. So we'd like to hear from time to time, even if you have to take your medicine every once in a while, even if the questions are on the tough side, right? And again, you mentioned the Bills. My God, a lot of teams would trade places with them in a heartbeat. MVP caliber quarterback, multiple 12, 13, 14 win seasons, a chance to win the whole thing. And we're talking about a disappointment because they haven't yet. I think, 25 teams sight unseen go, yep, I'll trade places right now with you, regardless. So even that level of accountability should be standard, and it's not always.
The other beef that I wanted to bring up from the NFL came down the pike on social media yesterday. Twitter is this lovely place where everyone just strengthens their friendships and bonds, and says nice things to each other. Well, there was a tweet from one of the guys who covers the Falcons, the Orlando Ledbetter. I thought it was a bad tweet to begin with, but he says, Falcons' Kevin Stefanski had a dumpster fire at quarterback in Cleveland. Baker Mayfield and Deshaun Watson failed, which started a chain reaction to 11 other starters. Quarterback Shedeur Sanders closed out last season with 7 starts. I think his point is Stefanski's a pretty good coach who had terrible quarterback situations in Cleveland, which is mostly true. I don't know if I would lump Baker Mayfield, who they won 11 games with.
I said the rookie touchdown record.
26 touchdowns his first year. Mixed results for sure, up and down.
Yeah.
But he wasn't Deshaun Watson. He wasn't Shedeur Sanders.
No.
One of those guys is not like the others. He's also went on to become one of the better, top half of the league quarterbacks over the last few seasons. He had a down year this year again. But Baker sees this and responds and says, failed is quite the reach, pal. I love a pal there. I mean, you could go pal, you could go hoss, you could go big guy.
Big cat.
You could go, probably go tough guy, something like that. But he goes, failed is quite the reach, pal. Still waiting on a text call from him talking about Stefanski after I got shipped off like a piece of garbage. Can't wait to see you twice a year, coach. Talking to Kevin Stefanski. Because he's now in the division in Atlanta, where Baker obviously is in Tampa. They win the division more often than not. Although they fell on their face this year, and Carolina accidentally won the division. But, dude, we got some good drama in the NFC South. Rouye, we got to bring him back.
The intrigue is gone for me with the NFC South. It's going to take a little bit to bring me back.
This could be the start.
This might be the beginning of it.
Now, I think Baker Mayfield comes off like a whiny baby when he says that the coach didn't call him. Is it the right thing to do, especially for an offensive head coach, play caller, guy that you work with every single day? I cannot believe that they would have gotten rid of Baker Mayfield and he wouldn't have had a nice conversation where they sit down and they have a beer in his office or whatever, or he calls him on his way home and just says, hey, man, you got a chance to be great. Like, go get him. That's not the way I would do business. Kevin Stefanski never calling him. That's a bad look. That having been said, Baker Mayfield, man, going, can't wait to see you twice a year, coach. You're kind of putting your neck out there a little bit to make that a story.
Yeah, it's not the way that I would. You're talking about not the way you go about it. I certainly wouldn't do that because this is a reporter, by the way, that he's responding to.
Well,
it's not like Kevin Stefanski's tweeting.
Exactly. He's talking to Kevin Stefanski on Twitter now, like calling him out through this reporter, I guess.
Right. So the reporter puts his foot in his mouth. Is like, Baker Mayfield failed. Two of his first 3 years are pretty good for a moribund franchise that can't get right and has proven that before, during, and since. I mean, seriously, his final year, second to last year there, 26 touchdowns, 8 picks for an 11-5 Cleveland team. In Cleveland, that's 70 touchdowns. You know, it's almost like dog years, right? Where you multiply it by their terrible organization factor. But yeah, it didn't work out. Ultimately, he moved on. So he's chirping at this guy who said something inappropriate and is like, and by the way, wherever Kevin Stefanski is, can't wait to see your ass.
This is where I've kind of been out on Baker for a long time.
It's not for me.
Because this is not how a quarterback acts, certainly. And I know that sounds silly, but a quarterback's just got a higher standard. Like if you're a quarterback, your standard is closer to the head coach than a random receiver or corner on the team. That's just what it is. I'm sorry. In terms of your online persona and how you're tweeting and what you're saying and at the press conference at the podium, on a scale of like GM head coach on one side, and then on the other side is like practice squad running back. Like as a quarterback, I'm putting you closer down at the end of the ledger toward the GM and the head coach in terms of my expectations of you coming off and doing and saying the right thing as often as possible. Fair?
Yes.
Baker Mayfield is lower down that scale than I want him. Just too much Arlington bro for me.
What was the,
always has been.
And that's what it is. Who was the guy? Was it Duke Johnson, if memory serves? But there was a running back who was kind of like,
yes,
hey, you know, what's going on here? Am I in? Am I out? What do you guys want to do with me? If you don't want me, then you know maybe I could go somewhere else or whatever. And like Mayfield, I can't remember exactly how it went, but I remember being so turned off by that saga for a guy that's sort of like on the fringes of the NFL, and talking about Duke Johnson who's just fighting for a career,
right?
And he's like, he's not with us, he's against us. Screw him! Like, whoa, dude, whoa, hold on.
And at that time, Baker was such a jag.
Yeah.
Now, again, he has gone on to have huge success with Liam Cohen and Dave Canales, who have gone on to be head coaches now, and they're going to have a fourth offensive coordinator, I think, in 4 years this coming year, very possibly. But yeah, man, Baker going after Kevin Stefanski. So if you like the Ben Johnson, Matt LaFleur drama, you got that going for you. I don't know if you've noticed this yet, but Robert Saleh and Liam Cohen almost got into a fist fight after a game this year. Remember that? Where Saleh had questioned something about Liam Cohen during the week, so then Liam Cohen yelled at him to keep your name out my mouth. Remember that after the game?
I didn't really pick up on that.
We talked about it on the show. This was weeks ago.
Yeah.
You don't remember this?
I don't really.
So it's like after a game.
I mean, I believe you.
Yeah. Well, you were here. You gave opinions on it.
I was just sitting here. Was I looking at you when we're talking?
Anyway,
I don't remember.
Now I'll just talk to myself for a while.
Yeah, give me a second to catch up.
That went great. So Liam Cohen and
Saleh
and Robert Saleh are now in the same division. So you got Cohen in Jacksonville. You got Saleh in Tennessee. So that'll be a good feud. And now we got this NFC South kerfuffle in waiting. All right, ESPN.com's Mel Kiper put out his mock draft post-national championship game to officially kick off his draft season. He's got the Commanders taking Ruben Bain Jr., the defensive lineman from Miami, who had a huge postseason. Bain can get to the quarterback. 9.5 sacks, 17.5 TFLs this year, at a sack and 2.5 TFLs on Monday night in the national title game against Indiana. My concern about Ruben Bain, just me watching a few playoff games here of him, to me, he looks like he's going to play more inside than outside in the NFL. Could be wrong, but I look at him almost like a 5-tech.
Yeah.
He looks like a defensive end in the 34 or like a D-tackle type more than he does a D-end to me. So I wonder. I think he's going to be a better run stuffer than he's going to be a pass rusher, which is fine. It's not like Washington can't use that. So sign him up. I'd be thrilled if they draft Ruben Bain. I would just tell you, I got like 5 guys I like more than him in that top 10 mix. He's probably like 5th, 6th on my list. But if they're taking a high-end defensive player out of a power program in college at 7, you're not going to get me upset.
So there's versatility there, and I think we're going to find out more when we go through combine stuff, individual workouts, and pro days at different places. But at the end, he had a couple really impactful, oh my God, look at that guy type moments in the national championship game, which I think really helped his stock.
And pretty much all he plays. I mean, he lines up at the end. That's what he is in college. I don't know that even there's an opinion that he's going to be a tackle. I'm just saying when I look at him,
it looks more tackle.
I see a defensive tackle.
His and again, now getting into some scout stuff, not that I've done any measuring, but listed here, arms a little bit shorter than your normal defensive end. Doesn't have that that classic motorcycle going around the bend at times, but he's a technician. He's obviously strong. I mean, he's on the huge side for defensive ends, almost 280 pounds. And maybe that fits, honestly, right? I mean, maybe one side's Dante Fowler style speed rusher. Maybe the other side is edge-setting presence that can also get after the quarterback. Because it wasn't just the sacks, right? This was tackles for loss type stuff, too, where he held his own more than held his own in the run game. I think he had 2 TFLs in the national championship game and really, really looked pretty dominant at times.
Yeah, he has taken games over, against some of the best teams in America in the last month as they made their run. And I would be happy with him. I would be, it's hard for me. If we're talking about taking a guy at 7 who's one of the best players in America. It's like, you're going to go, what would you think about this? Yep. What would you think of that? Yep. What do you want to do about this? Love that.
Yeah, so if someone goes, what about Jordan Tyson? Yeah, that sounds good too. The wide receiver? That sounds great.
Exactly.
Right.
But there
Caleb
are guys
Downs, right.
I would like more. And even on his own team, this is going to be an unpopular opinion, but there's a defensive end who starts on the other side of the ball that wears number 3 named Akeem Mesidor, who I think has more pass rushing juice. Started at West Virginia, transferred to Miami. I actually liked him at getting up the field with pass rushing moves, like more than I liked Bain.
He had a couple sacks, had more on the year than Bain did.
He did, but he's not going to be the run stuffer. So it's a matter of what are you looking for,
right,
and like where are you going to play the guy. If you want a pass rusher, though, I know he's one-dimensional. He's not going to play the run at all, which probably means he'll fit in well here. But David Bailey, Texas Tech, is the guy that I would take.
He's and I like him a lot.
He is a speed rusher, like an assassin in that role, but he will not defend the run at a high level. He's not big. I don't think he's going to anchor, set an edge or anything like that. So it's kind of a matter of how are you going to build the defensive front? What is their plan? And also, who's their coordinator going to be? That's going to be a big thing.
There's your tell also. Like, what do you prefer? What do you like?
Exactly. Yeah. If you were to bring in a Brian Flores as opposed to a Jonathan Gannon, then I think your scheme's going to look very different. You're using a bunch of 6-man fronts and loaded boxes and a bunch of zero looks where you're dropping guys and moving dudes around. You need more multiple positionless players with Flores. You may not need as much of that with like a Jonathan Gannon. So, yeah, I think they got to make that higher before we know anything. But it's draft season officially.
Yeah, we're here.
Kuiper saying Ruben Bain 7 to Washington would make sense, and you're not going to get me to argue that. I want to get into whether or not we should consider a rule change in the NFL for a catch and a non-catch after the debacle of the Bills and the Broncos. That's next on The Fan.
Listen to the Junkies.
But we're going to need you on this one, Gene.
Yeah, this is really close. I'm not sure that Cooks has possession coming to the ground there to say that it would be simultaneous. It feels to me like Cooks doesn't have firm possession of the football when they're down by contact there.
It's Gene Steratore, Tony Romo, Jim Nance, CBS, the telecast of the Bills and the Broncos with a spot in the AFC Championship game on the line in overtime this past weekend in the divisional round. You know what happened? The Bills lose possession on an interception. The Broncos get the ball back and go down and win the game. Bills season ends. Broncos are on to the AFC title game. You and I got into this a little bit yesterday, but didn't get to discuss it as much as we wanted to. And I actually want to open up the phones on this too. So I'll give you the first crack at this. Your thought on that play.
Brandon Cooks caught the ball, rolled over with it, and then it was taken from him and they awarded an interception. It's insane. I think everyone should be embarrassed. I think the league totally botched it. I think we have a whole new genre of insanity possible here where anybody who wants to can just run over at any time, take the ball away from a player that was down and say it's an interception or a live fumble or whatever. I think they botched it and blew it in the most egregious possible way. If I'm a Buffalo fan, I've got my own self to blame as a team because all the turnovers and all the botched things that I did during the game
because of that play, but it was certainly a big factor.
Major moment. That was stolen from them. That was taken away from them by an egregious mistake.
So watching that play to this moment, I've watched it 1,000 times. I come away with the same conclusion every single time. That is a catch. That shouldn't be an interception. And in no world should Denver get possession after that, okay? Having said that, Danny, and I will double down, that is a catch. It needs to be a catch. He caught the ball. The defensive player's out of position, beaten, and a yard back when he brings the ball in and falls to the ground. The defensive player then lands on him for what should be down by contact, and then he rolls over, and while rolling over is having the ball ripped out of his hands for what turned into an interception. And people will say, well, you got to survive the ground. You got to finish the catch. You do have to survive the ground. You don't have to survive the ground while surviving the guy jumping on top of you who's ripping the ball out as you're down by contact. But that having been said, here's what I will acknowledge about this. While I think that play and the discourse thereafter is ridiculous, I don't know how you can watch that and not say, that needs to be a catch. Because that's how I'm phrasing it. That needs to be a catch. Is it a catch? By definition, with the stupidity of the rules as they currently are? Probably not, Danny. Because of this survival of the ground. And what happened was, like, here's the argument for the people saying it's not a catch. The argument is, correctly, that if the defender is not there, he catches the ball, he lands, he rolls over the exact same way. He does everything identically, but the defender isn't there to rip the ball out. And you could say the ball wouldn't come out because the defender wouldn't be ripping it out. But in a hypothetical world where the ball just pops out as he's rolling over, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He catches it, he falls, he's rolling, ball pops up in the air. It's an incomplete pass because he wouldn't have finished the catch, in the air quotes that they say. You know, the survival of the ground.
Right.
That you have to catch it, you have to roll over, you can't lose it, or else it's incomplete. So the point people are making is, if that's true, and I think it is, that if the ball popped out as he was rolling on the ground, it would have been incomplete. They're saying that it needs to be an interception because the ball was taken away from him at a time where you're still, quote unquote, finishing or surviving the ground, finishing the catch, whatever. Here's my problem with that. Wrong-o, okay? You can't jump on top of someone who is on the ground to rip the ball out. The second you touch them, you should be down by contact.
I'm showing Grant the picture. Cooks is facing Josh Allen, facing the line of scrimmage. Jaquan McMillan is on top of him.
Right, he landed.
Arms extended. Brandon Cooks on the ground with the ball.
It looks like someone that's sleeping. His head is on the ground. Yeah. He's curled up kind of like knees up at a 90-degree angle with his feet.
With the ball.
He's got the ball in his chest, and the defender is trying to rip the ball out of a guy who's laying on the ground. The problem with the screen grab, and I posted the screen grab, is that the catch is not over right there. If the ball comes out, it's incomplete. So, like, that right there, you don't freeze time and say it's over, he caught it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because of the dumb NFL rule that you have, think Des Bryant, think some of these other things, you have to survive the catch. So if you make this amazing catch, Puka Nacua on the sideline, do you remember that a couple weeks ago? Matt Stafford makes the throw to Nacua against the Falcons. He makes this crazy toe tap catch. And then at the very end of the play, as he's falling out of bounds and sliding, like the ball moves a little bit.
Yep.
So they called it an incompletion. So on that, they're going, well, it would have been an incompletion if the defender wasn't there and it popped out. So then it's an interception because he was. That's the problem I have. I have less issue, even though the ball never touched the ground, with like this idea of an incompletion or something. But you cannot jump on a guy. He's down by contact when you land on him and he's sliding. Like, that should stop the play. It doesn't by rule. But this Pandora's box you want to open, that you could just rip the ball out if I jump on top of anyone who's sliding after a catch, to me is egregious and ridiculous.
So here's my sort of tangential point that I'd like to argue against the whatever boogeyman is out there. It's not an interception either. In other words, what did the defender do in terms of ground survival and controlling the ball? Because at no time does he have the ball until he rolls over and then rips it away. See what I'm saying? He's, as you said very, very well, he's behind the play, trying to reach an arm in to break it up. He's not catching anything.
No, he got beat.
There's no catching. He still hasn't caught anything. So we're talking about what a catch is. So that applies to anybody that's going after a ball in the air. So we say, is it a catch or an interception? Pretend the Bronco player is offensive or not, whatever. If he's by himself, the ball is not in his grasp. Somehow it's, hovering or floating, and he's rolling over. And he didn't do anything that was a catch at any time.
So the way to think about it,
ends up with it after a player is down and he rips it away from him. There is no way, there's no planet, there's no alternate universe where that's correct. So that's an interception.
But the way to think about it, just to what you're saying, is the way the league is telling you that they got this right is if you're saying the defender did nothing to warrant the interception, essentially, and they're acting like, okay, pretend like he's running by, and this player on the ground, Brandon Cooks, while rolling over, so he lands on his left side, and then he's rolling to his right side, the ball just pops up into the air, and the defender grabs it in midair. They're effectively saying that is what happened. That while he's still completing the catch and rolling, he grabs the ball from him. The ball's up for grabs until the catch is complete. So, like, simultaneously now they'll fight over it, even though I've caught it and I've slid 4 yards.
He's somehow magically not touching him. We're doing a game of operation over there.
This is the problem.
Yeah.
The touching doesn't matter here. This is my problem. The touching matters. There was another play in the game after this immediately. What was the game right after that? It was the next night, Tirico, the Bears-Rams game, where there was like a player who was down by contact. It was Devontae Adams. And the second he was down, the ball gets ripped out. And they're like, well, obviously this one's a catch. It's like, obviously?
Nope, not obvious anymore.
How obvious is it?
Not anymore.
Now, there were two different plays because, and this is the stupidity of the whole thing, when you make the catch and you take the 2 steps and you make the football move, now all of a sudden it's, you can't rip the ball out when my knee's down because when you tackle me, it's down by contact. But when I'm diving and falling and sliding, I'm not down by contact the moment you jump on me. Now I have to survive the ground and survive the slide. If I slide 22 yards the whole time, I've got to be surviving. So there's this juxtaposition between the two that is ridiculous. But here's the question I want to ask, because I think we could go round and around on catch or interception, and we could, post a poll and do whatever we wanted to do. It doesn't really matter. The league would tell you, by the rules, and they're probably right, by the rules, as ridiculous as it is, he didn't survive the ground, the play wasn't over, and then the defender just came along and grabbed the ball. What I'm arguing, what I think you're arguing, I don't know if you'd acknowledge this or not, or if you agree with this, is that is stupid and ridiculous. Like, I am willing to say, when I say that's not a catch, that's not an interception, that should be a catch, the Bills got screwed, that's a ridiculous call, a ridiculous play. I'm also willing to say, by the letter of the law, the way the league calls these plays and surviving the ground and continuation of the catch and all that stuff, that the league, by definition, is probably right.
See, that's what I can't get on board with that, and here's why. Every other example I can think of surviving the ground is the ground is causing the ball to move. In other words, the Des Bryant play is the definitive on this, right? Where you dive, and because you're holding it a certain way, the nose of the ball moves, or the Puka Nacua catch or not catch. That's what surviving the ground means to me, is that you are like you're underneath it the whole time, but if you roll a certain way and half the ball's touching the ground, they go, oh, geez, I don't know. And now all of a sudden it's not a catch anymore. The ball, there's no ground involved here. Other than the fact that Brandon Cooks is on it with the football and someone's touching him.
Right, but because he's catching it on a dive, like a jump, basically. There was no running. There's no football moves. He was not an established runner. It's basically what you would consider to be like a lunging, falling catch. That until he stops moving, the catch isn't complete, is essentially the way the league rules on these. They're saying it's all part of the catch until the motion has stopped and he has full control of the football. And while he was doing that, this guy grabbed it. My point is, change the rule right now. Change the rule. If that is your perception, Dean Blandino, Gene Steratore, Mike Pereira, anybody involved in officiating, Roger Goodell, I don't care who you are. If you watch that and go, actually by the letter of the law, because he hadn't survived the ground yet and he was still trying to, quote unquote, complete the catch, then this is actually an interception. Okay, fine. I'm not going to go crazy anymore, even though I think that's outrageous. I'm watching it. Common sense tells me guy caught the ball, guy fell on the ground, guy fell on top of guy slides for 3 yards, guy steals ball from guy. That guy shouldn't get the interception. But this isn't a common sense world, right? You're telling me that you're right and I'm wrong? Fine. Change your rule. Change your rule.
Yeah, if and again, I will reject any other interpretation. Just I'm playing along. Bear with me. I reject any other interpretation other than that is a catch by Brandon Cooks by whatever rule or definition that you have. Because I think the league got it wrong. I think Steratore's going, I don't see a simultaneous catch. I go, I do. I see that's right there. He's got the ball, and then the guy's on top and rips it away.
That's the other part, by the way, that made me so mad is there have been times in my life where two guys have caught the ball at the same time and come to the ground. Or they're like fighting for the ball as they land.
Think Seattle, Green Bay, Hail Mary.
It's happened a million times. And the defensive player eventually rips the ball away or whatever, and the ref comes running over and just points at the ground. Simultaneous possession goes to the offense. So at worst, if you want to say they both had possession while they were on the ground, which I think is the most friendly Broncos defensive player thing ever, because this defensive player didn't have possession. He just jumped on top of a guy who caught a ball and stole the ball as he was sliding. But you want to say at some point he hadn't completed the catch and now it's simultaneous, it goes to the offense, as far as I'm concerned. But in a world where they're telling you, hey, you're not understanding this correctly, he didn't complete the catch, he needs to complete the catch, that's a catch. Do we need to change the threshold, and how do we do that?
Right, so that's where I was going to get to. I'll play along. So again, on its face, I will reject any other interpretation that that's not a catch by Brandon Cooks. That said, the next paragraph. If there's some rule where you might get the completely incorrect conclusion based on the way that it's written, delete that page immediately from the rule book, tear it apart, shoot it into the sun, and write something else. There needs to be no way anybody could see that and go, oh yeah, it's Cooks' ball. You see what I'm saying? Like
no, not Cooks' ball, you mean?
No, like there has to be that ball belongs to Brandon Cooks.
Oh, of course.
So if
that's
you've
what
got,
I wonder. All these people that are arguing, like, I must have texted Toby 80 times back and forth. He's like, yeah, clear interception to me. Are you kidding? Now, Toby's not in here. I'd ask him. But like, I mean, I can't fathom watching that and thinking anything other than hell of a catch, Brandon Cooks. Why did that guy take that? Like that would be my takeaway.
They're good try to sell that, like the guy that hits out of bounds and points at the opponent.
But it seems to me like the people that are arguing interception are arguing based on the technicality of the rule that you have to survive the catch, that he was still sliding, that the ball was taken at that moment, that if the ball pops out, it's incomplete, and if that's the case, then it's got to be an interception. And it's all based on like the letter of the law that you would use in a courtroom to win a case. And to that I would say, does anybody watch that play? Just your eyes. Just watch that play and think Brandon Cook shouldn't have had possession. Does anybody, I'm asking this question and I want calls on this at 800-636-1067. I don't care if you thought it was a catch or a pick. When you watch that play with common sense with your eyes, does anybody think that the defender should actually get possession? Because if the answer is no, we need to change the rule. We should be able to just watch a game and know what a catch is. We should be able to watch a game and know what's what. And if it isn't, it's probably too complicated. A rule.
Like, look at this freeze frame. You're telling me this is an interception? Look at this. Brandon Cook's on the ground with the ball, and this is ruled an interception. Fire everyone who thinks it's an interception. But you're fired if you have a job and you think that's an interception.
Again, I posted some of these screen grabs, so I'm arguing against myself. But you by just showing me that and acting like the play is over, you're not acknowledging the survival of the ground.
I don't acknowledge that.
The continuation of the catch, which is the definition of a catch. Like, he's not down right there. It's not over yet.
There is a player with the ball in his hands.
Yes.
And a defender touching him, and everyone's down, and he's down. you cannot result in interception
So
there.
what I'm saying is that should be a catch. I agree. But what you're saying is this is a catch. And I'm saying based on the rules, no. There's
Right.
so much more that you're not seeing.
And what I'm saying is that I don't agree with that interpretation of the rule. The rule is the as you said earlier correctly, the kindest interpretation of the rule as written is, well, the Broncos guys kind of got a hand on it too. So it's simultaneous possession, Buffalo ball.
But the simultaneous possession never even came into play.
Which is outrageous.
What they argued is that he did not complete the catch and that while sliding, he is still mid-catch basically. Until he stops sliding, he is mid-catch. And so, again, I say this, if the ball popped out, it's incomplete. And if that's true, and it is, then the interception has to be allowed, so to speak. And to that, I would say change the rules immediately. So we're on different sides of this, it seems like. You have not come to the conclusion that by letter of the law, they can call it an interception.
Correct.
And I have. I did in the moment, by the way. I just thought it was an outrage and the Bills got screwed, and I still feel that way. It shouldn't be. It's a stupid thing if that's possible. But let's get the calls next. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll push our double play to next hour. It's driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Because the phones are full, people want to talk about the possibility of tweaking the catch rule if need be. Danny and I are I guess, on different sides of this in that I am willing to acknowledge that by the letter of the law and the rule book, because Brandon Cooks, via the stupidity that is the NFL's threshold for continuation of a catch, surviving the ground, by definition, that interception would have been incomplete if the ball came out. And if that's true, then the interception is also possible. So I'm willing to say that they made the right call by their rule book, I guess. And I would fire that rule book into the sun. It needs to be lit fire to. If that's an interception, try again. Do a new rule. That can't be a pick. It shouldn't be a pick. Everybody watched the play. Everybody saw it. Offensive player goes up. Defensive player's not involved. Offensive player catches ball. Offensive player comes down. Offensive player sliding on ground with possession. Defensive player jumps on offensive player. Offensive player, it should be down by contact. Defensive player then rips ball out, and they call it an interception. Can't have it. Can't coach with it. Can't win with it. Can't do it. Hated everything about it. Thought the Bills got screwed. Should have been a catch. 1st and 10. Let's go kick a game-winning field goal. But if you're asking me, do I understand that he didn't complete the catch and that by rule that it is probably an interception? Yeah, I get why Joe Burrow says that's an interception. I get why all of the rules experts that know more than me, like Gene Steratore and all those dudes, say it's an interception. Because the rule book is flawed right now, and we need to tweak it. We need to change it so that play is never called an interception again.
My 2 cents real quick. I do not understand that. He survived the ground fine. He didn't survive the player who touched him and then ripped the ball from his hands. That's what he didn't survive. The ground has survived fine. The other player is there. The Denver Broncos player, Jaquan McMillan, rips it out of his hands. Simultaneous possession at worst, catch at best.
A lot of people want to weigh in. We don't have a lot of time, so be very quick here. We'll be succinct on the phones. We'll go rapid fire, lightning round, get as many in as possible. Steve in Maryland, should we tweak the rule?
Guys. Let me say this. Well, I see it as a whole lot different. I see the defender's hand in between the body and the ball of the receiver. I see them as they're going up and as they're falling down. There's one angle, it looks like the angle where the ref was, where I made that call. There's an angle where the ball is like literally sitting on top of his arm.
Well, there's moments where the defender's arm is involved, but there are a lot more moments where the offensive player has possession of the football. There's literally pictures of him being on the ground like a kid laying in his bed with a soft bunny, where the ball is in his chest and his arms are wrapped around it, and the defender is basically just starting to land on him. So, yeah, there are moments in the play, I suppose, where the defender's involved, but there's a lot more time where the offensive player's in full possession of the football. The defensive player lands on him and rips it out. John, Fairfax, what's up? We need to tweak the rule?
No, man, don't tweak the rule. The bottom line is, I'll make this really quick. Just hold on to the GD balls. That's all you got to do, and it closes everything, man.
Sure, easier said than done. I mean, the professional athlete is ripping it away from him, diving at full speed, full body weight. You know, it's a challenging catch, but it was a catch that was made.
He caught it.
Yeah.
He did not keep possession of the ball.
That is true.
My point is, in every other aspect of the game ever, when you land on top of someone who's got the ball and they're on the ground, over.
Play's over.
Dead. Why do I have to survive the player jumping on top of me while I have to survive the ground? Rico in Fairfax.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, man.
I'm calling. I actually love this call. Actually, because it reminds me exactly of backyard football. It's just it's the replay. So it was actually, you know how you always used to. I caught it. No, I had it. I really the defensive guy came up with it. It's literally backyard football, like literally, because it's a bang bang play, and the defender had possession while he had possession, and whoever comes with the ball, hey, that's what it is. I actually love it. To be honest, it just reminds me of backyard football.
I wanted to say that letter of the law, as you're saying, absolutely it was called correctly. The problem with the game that bothered me the most was the lack of a pass interference call a little while earlier, where I thought they were putting the whistles in their pockets, but then they sure called the pass interference against them later on. So.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I thought that was inconsistent all weekend, and that's tough, but there are some crews that are just going to let you beat people up. Which game was I watching where the PIs, the Texans had a corner. Kwame Lassiter, I guess it was. That dude was Kamari Lassiter. Kamari Lassiter committed legal violations several times. You could arrest him for things he was doing. He didn't get one PI call.
It felt very, Belichick, New England against Peyton Manning's Colts, right?
They're
going to do that.
Brandon Browner from Seattle and Richard Sherman, where you're just tackling people. Not one PI on him the entire game. Stingley finally had one late. Let's go to Malik and Bowie, home of the Bay Sox. What's up, dude?
Hey, hello.
Hey, man.
Hey, my nephew, Broncos fan, wants to read me the read book, and I told him you don't need to read the law book, the rules book. Just use your eyes. It was clearly he caught the ball, fell down with it. Other guy jumped on him and took it from him.
See, this is the point, and to me, the argument. Danny and I could argue over the semantics of surviving the ground. Is it a catch? Isn't it a catch? The definition of the layout of the law, all this stuff. And it's true. It's probably a pick. Use your eyes, man. Guy caught the ball. Guy landed on the ground. Guy slid for a while. Still had the ball. Defender eventually ripped it out. We're cool with that just being an interception?
Yeah, so let's say it's the muddiest track of all time, and they're going to slide for 20 yards.
That's what I'm saying.
How long does the wrestling match go?
Well, until they stop.
I suppose.
The continuation of the catch is until he stops.
Yeah, or the guy's got the ball on the ground, and someone's touched him, and he's down right there.
Jason in Richmond, what's up?
Oh, not much. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
I'm going to say that it's an interception, and this is why. I'm watching number 29. He's right on the hip of Brandon Cooks. His left arm is in the path of the ball when Brandon Cooks catches it. They both go to the ground together. That ball was not secured, and the defensive guy ended up with it. To me, that sounds like a
simultaneous catch is what it sounds like.
Yeah, then it would be a simultaneous catch, which would go to the offense. But I disagree with how you saw it. And I think there's proof, video-wise, that the offensive player did have possession. This idea that they both had possession going to the ground, I don't agree with at all. In fact, the defensive player wasn't even really in the play yet.
Yeah, the left arm is absolutely in there. It involved, in between where, the Cooks' two arms are with the football pressed against his chest. That's how it is at first. Then the left arm comes out of there, more or less. And the right arm goes in. He's got two hands trying to grab the ball away from Cooks, but he's touching Cooks, who's got the ball on the ground.
Beltway Blitz is next. We're going to give away Caps tickets as soon as we return as well, right here on Grant and Danny.
Beltway Blitz with Grant and Danny. Presented.
Let's give away Caps tickets. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congratulations. You have won 2 tickets to see the Washington Capitals Saturday, January 31st against Carolina. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Escape to Hockey Paradise. Join the Capitals for Margaritaville, presented by Ocean City Tourism. All special tickets purchased include an Alex Ovechkin tropical mug. Game is 10 days away. Congrats, you're winning tickets right now, and we're giving away tickets at 4 ahead of the Blitz all week long.
We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morat. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
On the Beltway Blitz, we're covering the Commanders, the Capitals, and the NFL. The Denver Broncos check-in. We'll be checking in with teams in the conference championship all week long, so let's get to it.
The NFL.
And to talk to us about the Broncos, we've got Andrew Mason, Denver Sports 104.3 FM. Andrew, I guess in Denver, you guys feel pretty good about the interception call, huh?
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, matter of interpretation, right? I mean, it turned out all right. I don't think it was necessarily a catch. At least you had 2 guys, four hands, 2 sets of hands there, both claiming they had the ball. And then when all was said and done, Jaquan McMillan had it. I mean, I guess they have equal rights to the ball when it's in the air, do they not?
I guess they do when it's on the ground, too, but I digress, Andrew.
3 yards later, while he's sliding down the field, I guess you just jump on him and rip the ball out.
But it obviously works out for you guys, but no Bo Nix. What's the feeling? What's the pulse?
Well, I mean, they're trying to do something that literally hasn't been done before, right? That a quarterback comes in, he hasn't started a game in 2 years, and you're throwing him out there in the conference championship game. They're gambling on the unknown, that that the Patriots don't have film on Jarrett Stidham in the last couple of years, that they're going to be able to basically catch them off guard, that Jarrett Stidham has grown in the last couple of years in Sean Payton's scheme. And certainly Payton's got some good history when he's thrown backup quarterbacks out there, did well with Teddy Bridgewater coming in 2019, did pretty well with Taysom Hill going in there in 2020 in place of Drew Brees. Even had a good game with Josh McCown coming in for Drew Brees back in 2015. So I think Sean Payton has confidence that Jarrett Stidham can come in there and do a good job. But it's a limited sample size for Jarrett Stidham. You have some mixed results there in the 4 starts. So it's really a question of just how much progress he's made over the last couple of years working behind Bo Nix since he lost the competition for the starting job back in 2024.
And so game plan and kind of design this for us. How do they go about beating New England with a backup quarterback? If they do it, how'd they pull it off?
Well, offensively, you play to Stidham's strengths. And one thing he did do well in those 4 starts, 2 with the Raiders, 2 with the Broncos, was play action. There's a pretty extreme discrepancy between what he did in play action and what he did otherwise. So I think you'll see them lean into that a little bit, and certainly it'll help to get the running game going in that regard. And one thing that could be a positive there is if they can get J.K. Dobbins back. He actually was in terms of they could have him back. They did start the clock on him coming back from injured reserve on Monday, so they may be able to get him back from that Lisfranc injury this week, so that would help out. But the biggest thing is going to be what they do on defense to pressure Drake May. He, of course, has fumbled 6 times in the last couple of games. The Broncos led the league in sacks this year. They led the league in sacks last year. So this may come down to what Denver's D can do in terms of pressuring Drake May, maybe forcing a takeaway or 2 or 3 They did get 5 takeaways from the Bills last week. So this game may come down to how many mistakes Denver can force from that Patriots offense, how many red zone stops they can get. They got 3 red zone stops and 5 opportunities last week from the Bills. So it may well be Denver's defense carrying it, and then can they get enough out of Jarrett Stidham and that offense to capitalize on what the defense can set up for them?
How good is that defense? There were times this year, Andrew, where it felt like, man, it's either them or Houston or maybe somebody else at certain points was among the best in the sport. There were a couple performances here. I know they got the 5 turnovers that you mentioned, but Buffalo moved the ball better than I thought. Jacksonville and I thought Green Bay did a pretty good job moving the football against them in kind of a late season matchup. I don't feel as if they're that juggernaut anymore. They're still really good, but how good are they right now this minute in your view, that defense?
Well, you guys saw it when the Broncos came out there Thanksgiving weekend, Sunday Night Football. And now Cliff Kingsbury, he had Vance Joseph, Broncos defensive coordinator, as his defensive coordinator in Arizona. And I think Cliff put out something of a template that you saw Green Bay emulate a couple of weeks later. You even saw Buffalo emulate it, Jacksonville emulate it. But also Indianapolis had success against them back in September. And just even in 2024 and even late in 2023, this Broncos D does give up plenty of yards to teams that have balanced offenses that can spread the ball around to an array of different targets, that can supplement that with a pretty strong run game. But basically, you look teams that have given them trouble. Washington on that Sunday night game. Green Bay spread the ball around nicely. Another thing that works against the Broncos, you saw Zach Ertz had a nice game there on Sunday night. Tight ends can give them trouble. You had Dawson Knox and Dalton Kincaid made some plays on Saturday. And that's where if you're the Broncos, maybe you're a little concerned about Hunter Henry in this matchup. Tight ends sometimes give Vance Joseph's defense some problems. And so that's another thing that I think keep your eye on in this. Now, that being said, sometimes the success equation for the Broncos is giving up yardage, but getting stops in the red zone. Bend but don't break. This is the number 1 red zone D in the NFL, and they played into that on Saturday. Buffalo had 5 red zone drives, and they got only 2 touchdowns. 40% right in line with where the Broncos' red zone D was the entire season. So that's another kind of path to success for the Broncos if they can get those red zone stops. So this may well come down to something looking similar to last week. Takeaways and red zone stops, and then can the offense get enough to capitalize on what the D can set up for them? But you may see the Patriots getting their share of yards and moving the ball up and down the field on this defense.
Andrew, thank you, buddy. Much appreciated, and good luck this weekend. Should be fun.
No problem. Take care, fellas. Have a
Thanks,
good one.
Andrew.
You got it. Let's talk Commanders.
The Washington Commanders.
JP Flame of Sports Junkies fame. JP, Mike McDaniel's an OC. He is going to call plays for the Chargers and Justin Herbert. Does that change how you feel at all about Washington not trying to go get him a couple weeks ago?
I think the perception on Mike McDaniel is greater than his actual resume when we actually look at it. Offensive coordinator 1 year with San Francisco, but we know Shanny calls the plays. And it's not to say he doesn't have acumen. Miami had a really good offense the first 2 seasons under McDaniel. But let's look at the last 2 years, and people can point to injuries, but we know here in Washington they have injuries. Finished 18th in the league in yardage in 2024, 26th this year, in points 22nd and 25th. I'm not that concerned that they didn't go with Mike McDaniel. I think Quinn had a relationship with him and decided not to bring him in. And maybe the fix was in. The thing which I find more curious is you got Brian Johnson on the staff, technically the assistant head coach, passing game coordinator. He's called plays, been an OC in Philadelphia. You got Anthony Lynn, who's now interviewing for a head coaching job in Buffalo, been a head coach before. He's also an offensive coach. And they hired from within. I guess they believe he's the next boy genius.
JP, I totally buy the idea that you could prefer another candidate. right? I like David Blau. I'm actually excited about the hire. I like the idea of a year earlier than everyone else may be ready for, because we've let so many great minds go out of the building, like Sean McVay, Matt LaFleur, Mike McDaniel the first time. But how do you not interview the guy? That's the part that I can't get past, is you can come to that determination once you've gathered all the facts. But it feels like they didn't do that. They just said, well, panic hire, David Blau. They didn't interview anybody from outside the organization that's ever called to play. Just doesn't seem to be a great process to me.
We're all speculating.
Sure.
I would speculate that the fix was in. They liked him, and maybe he works well with the front office. What we're hearing that Kingsbury, there might have been some tension there with Kingsbury and the front office and GM looking over his shoulder. Maybe Blau is more of a team player.
Very possible.
Yeah.
And I made the case, I liked the hire. I think they should have both done a thorough search and interviewed some real candidates outside the building and possibly still hired him. I think both things can be true. Where are you at on how tough of a job it's going to be for Blau, and also the offensive staff? Like, they fired Bobby Johnson, which was odd because the O-line was pretty good. Then they promoted his assistant, a young guy that's never done it. You know, the whole staff is super young. I guess Anthony Lynn might come back, but he's interviewing for a head coaching job with the Bills. Are you surprised they haven't brought in some veterans around Blau yet?
A little surprised, but Brian Johnson and Anthony Lynn, right, are still on the staff technically. I don't know if they'll be back. We'll see what happens with Anthony Lynn in Buffalo. Let's be honest. If Jaden Daniels is healthy, the offense coordinator will have a much better chance at being successful. That's really what it comes down to. I'm a big Occam's razor guy. If Jaden Daniels is healthy, the OC will have a good chance to succeed.
What do they need in that first-round draft pick? Besides more picks, I think a lot of us would like to trade back. But if they come out with blank, you'll be happy.
I just think they need a playmaker on defense, right? So if you're going to sell me that Caleb Downs is this amazing guy that's going to be a game changer and he's a safety, I'll go with that. But if it's, I heard you guys talking about the studs on Miami. If it's one of those guys, I'm fine with that. They lack difference makers on defense.
JP Flame of the Sports Junkies, breaking down the Commanders each and every day here on 106.7 The Fan. JP, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
All right, boys, keep driving.
See you, pal.
Yeah, be good, brother. There's JP. Listen to him at 6 a.m. each and every morning. Let's talk hockey.
The Washington Capitals.
John Walton's the voice of the Capitals. You can hear him right here on 106.7 The Fan, calling every single game. The Caps are in the middle of a 6-game road trip. Game 2 of that roadie tonight at 10 East time. John is working on the West Coast, so you got to stay up late to listen to him this evening. The Vancouver Canucks tonight. John, what can you tell us?
Can tell you that all signs are pointing to Tom Wilson returning tonight, so there's some good news. Just talked to him a little while ago, and I made it a little bit presumptive that he was coming back, and he looked at me, he's like, well, who told you that? And I said, well, it just kind of looked that way, and he was a little coy about it, but I think it's safe to say that number 43 getting back in there, that's huge. This team, I thought, played pretty well in Denver, but that's the number 1 team in the league. Vancouver tonight is the worst team in the NHL. So a little bit of a contrast there. Capitals getting Wilson back, so hopefully pretty good quick stay here in British Columbia before we head on to Calgary.
You got to start stacking some points here. They're at 54 points, tied with a couple of teams, but they played 50 games. And by the way, they played 50 games, John. It's not that early anymore.
No, it's not, and it came really quickly, Danny, because with the compressed schedule and this month is 16 games, and it's in your face all the time. So, yeah, you're going every other day, and that'll finish with a stretch of going back-to-back this weekend, Friday in Calgary, Saturday in Edmonton, and then the only breather all month that this team gets and having back-to-back days without playing will be in Seattle. They don't even get that at home. They'll get it in Seattle for a couple of days, and maybe they can use that to good effect. But you're right. I mean, this is go time because right now they're on the top, outside of the top 8. They're not that far away, but you've got to get points a long way from home. And you've got Edmonton coming up. They've been to the Stanley Cup final each of the last 2 years. Calgary's not a great team either, but you've got to take care of those teams. There is no better opportunity, to your point, over the course of the last month and a half where they have not won back-to-back games. They haven't lost big in a row, but they haven't won either. All they've been doing is treading water. There is no better opportunity, I think, than tonight in Vancouver and then when we get to Calgary on Friday.
Yeah, 3-6-1 in their last 10. So in that time, Pittsburgh, Boston, the Islanders, the Sabres, all those teams have kind of separated themselves. Feels like this thing's teetering on the brink a little bit here, John.
I mean, I can see that as certainly being the case in the perspective. I think getting Wilson back, and the one other thing that's been encouraging, and he skated again today, he's still in the non-contact blue, but he's on the trip. Doesn't mean he's playing on the trip. He's not going to play on the trip. But Pierre-Luc Dubois is here and starting to get a little bit closer. And the hope is that once you get him back and things solidify and you start to get the team back that you thought you would have. And, instead of, Justin Sorta's been great, but I mean, when you're playing up that high in the lineup, that wasn't necessarily the role that was cast for him, even though he's been really good. And think how good this team will be once he does settle in maybe on that third line, and maybe he is at center, and maybe he's able to contribute that way when you've got maybe some more favorable matchups because Dubois is starting to take the tougher ones again. That's probably still post-Olympics. But in this 9-game stretch, you can't wait for that. You've got to be able, again, to both your points, you got to be able to collect points out here. This probably just can't be a 500 trip, and you've got a really tough game to finish in Detroit next Thursday. That's the end of almost 2 weeks on the road. So between now and then, tonight, huge opportunity, big opportunity against Calgary on Friday. Edmonton, back-to-back. That one's going to be hard, but you got to find a way to pull points. And then Seattle early next week, and they're not playing that great either. So even though you are a long way from home, there is opportunity here, and they have to take advantage of it.
So on the positive side here, Ethan Frank has been wonderful, especially here of late. Where does he slot in if and when you get some of these bodies back, mostly Wilson tonight and then beyond? Does he get jumbled around a little bit?
Yeah, I think he still does, but interestingly enough, he'll play with Nick Dowd and Alex tonight, and that line seemed to work to pretty good effect. Ethan had a goal in Denver the other day, so now that he's got 11, and you're like, well, where's the ceiling here? Just on this season, if you would have told me Ethan Frank was getting 20 goals this year, that would be an amazing statement, and he's certainly on pace to do so. So maybe that's a place for him. Dowd's a guy that wins a lot of pucks, and you're playing with Alex, and the speed of Ethan kind of opens some things up there for number 8 too. So I like the line. I think Spencer, even though they didn't win in Denver, I think he liked it too. We're going to see that again here tonight. They're going to have a chance to get a little more runway. So it's an interesting combination, and you've got to continue to find ways to score goals. This has been not so great in January. They had a couple of big games, but for the most part, they're getting 2, maybe 3 a night if they're lucky. And, they're going to need a little bit more than that. And if they can get it from that line, great. And, this you'd like to think would be a bit of a confidence builder. Gets a lot of guys some offense tonight against a team that's only won 4 home games all year. And see if you can use it to good effect. Get on the right side of the horse for Friday in Calgary.
John, you the man. Thank you. And we will be listening tonight.
Thanks, fellas.
Every Caps game right here on 106.7 The Fan. John Walton on the call. Caps Radio Network comes your way this evening at 9:45, a little over 5 hours from right now. Ben Standig's going to join us in about 40 minutes. We'll get the latest on the Commanders from a fella on the beat. But next, Danny, we're doing this all week long right here in the 4 o'clock hour. A position group a day keeps the doctor away. We'll talk wide receivers next on G&D. In 30 minutes, we'll talk to Ben Standig. I want to ask about the very young offensive staff the Commanders are putting together. Is there going to be a veteran added to this staff? And does Anthony Lynn actually have a shot at becoming the head coach of the Buffalo Bills? Doesn't feel like that hire would make any sense. That would be a hard sell for me. Like, I have heard that one of the reasons Bobby Johnson is out is that he and Anthony Lynn occasionally butted heads a little bit, and maybe there was some overstepping done about run game stuff as an O-line coach, but there's some perception and feeling of like Lynn being a little bit antiquated in how he wants to operate and think and do things on offense. And now you've got this young staff around him, so I don't know what kind of fit he is, but he clearly is needed in the room right now because he needs some grown-ups.
I'd like to balance a little bit. Like you hire Anthony Lynn, he shows up. That guy's old school. Like he is not here to impress you. He is here to say, it's important to run the ball, and this is how you do that, right? You need a little bit of that, I think, with some of the newfangled ideas.
We're breaking down a position group every single day on Grant and Danny. Today, we're putting the spotlight on wide receivers.
The offseason is here for the Washington Commanders. Grant and Danny go position by position and break down the Commanders roster ahead of free agency and the draft. It's Position Group a Day with Grant and Danny.
And where better to start when we're talking wide receivers than right at the top of the depth chart with Terry McLaurin. The good news at wide receiver, Danny, is while it is a significant need in an area where Washington is going to need to upgrade, you'd be hard-pressed to imagine McLaurin doesn't have a way better 2026 than he had 2025.
No question.
From start to finish. He'll be at training camp. He'll be participating in the preseason. He and Jaden Daniels will be on the same page. He'll be in football shape. All of those things should help him get back to being ultra durable and not injury prone like he was for much of this season. And he's going to go put up his 65 to 75 catches for somewhere around 950 to 1,100 yards. And so your number one's going to look more like a number one, I would think, this coming year.
Without a doubt. Now, again, the only potential pitfall is this is the beginning of what happens sometimes to guys that get in their 30s. You go from as reliable as the milkman to all of a sudden now this is what I do. It's another soft tissue this or another strain that, and I can't get right. That's my fear. I hope it's not the case. I don't think it will be, but I'm open to that possibility.
But I'm baking that in. That's why I said 65 to 75.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because he's actually been 77 or higher every year until this year for the last 6 years or whatever it was. And I'm saying, well, maybe there's a little bit of him falling off. He's going to be 31 years old this coming season. He's coming off this year. But the bottom line is if he plays a bunch, if he plays 16, 17 games, it feels like he's going to be productive. And even this year, we saw at times, it wasn't as frequent as normal, but at times he was great. He did some really good things. The final game of the season against the Eagles, he had 4 catches for 57 yards. His average over the last 6 games was up around like 60 or 70 yards, would have been a 1,000-yard type pace. So I give him a lot of credit for that. It really was, for the most part this year, as simple as getting him on the field, and then he performed. When he was on the field, his yardage totals of about 60, 63, 53, 69, 96, 54, 74. So when he was out there, he's making big-time catches, toe tapping on the sideline against the Chiefs, scoring touchdowns. He had a touchdown against the Giants, the Broncos, the Chiefs, 3 and 4 weeks at one point. So it's just, is he going to play? And I would imagine the answer to that is yes. So then we go to number 2 on the depth chart, Deebo Samuel. We've actually talked a lot about him. He's one of the most interesting free agents that they have. Everybody should be interested in some way in bringing Deebo back. He's a good football player, and he can help you. The question is, to what extent are you willing to pay him? I'm not going to pay him what other teams probably would. I'm letting him walk. I think I'm in the minority on this, but if he wants to play on the cheap, no problem. You're my guy. Let's do this. If you can get a good offer, and I bet he will for 1 or 2 years somewhere else from a contender, God bless you, go do that. I'm moving forward and planning on life without Deebo Samuel.
Same here. And again, the offer that the ceiling that I'd be willing to go, it'll depend on the market, but I wouldn't pay him more than, say, 13, 14, 15 maybe against the cap, and he'll do better than that. So that's a non-starter. That's kind of where that ends.
I'll bet you he blows everybody away.
Do you think?
Yeah, because the cap is so, like, you say that, and that's what I've heard, like a couple people on Twitter or whatever will be like, give him 12 or 13 million. And maybe I'm completely wrong, by the way. Maybe he gets 1 year and 14 million, and I look like a fool. I think there's a better chance he gets like 2 and 40. I mean, the cap is massive now.
And here's the way I was approaching it, though. This is a premium position. Whether you think it should be or not, I'm not talking to you, Grant Paulson. I'm speaking to you out there, listener of the radio program. This is treated as a premium spot, which means your free agency pickings are small. Guys that are really, really good at this, that are in their prime, are locked up. Whether you think it should be that way or not, here is the paradigm right now in the NFL. Quarterback, left tackle, wide receiver on offense, maybe another playmaker here or there. So in Cincinnati's case, it's 2 wide receivers locked up. Maybe it's a tight end, something like that, market value, maybe a right tackle. Whatever it is, it's a 4th player maybe on offense. On defense, it's pass rusher, it's a corner, and then a couple other things sprinkled in there. The receiver free agency marketplace, there's a reason Christian Kirk got an outrageous amount last time, AAV. If you go back to it, a guy that hadn't really done anything and still has like a couple nice moments, but there's a reason Rashid Shaheed is projected to get $16 million on the free agent market, according to SpotTrack. It is a thin spot. It's either old players, guys that haven't done it, or sort of limited players, like a lot of slot guys, for example, are going to be available because you can find them a little bit easier. So dipping into free agency, it's buyer beware. I mean, it's older players. Last year, they didn't want to go pony up a huge amount for Devontae Adams, for example, and maybe he was going to sign with LA anyway. I understand not wanting to commit $22 million to a guy in his 30s, but that's kind of what you're going to have to do if you want to upgrade that spot.
Yeah, more on kind of how to upgrade the spot in a moment. But going through their depth chart, post Debo, the guys that will be on the roster, they're young players, so they'll have Luke McCaffrey back from his pretty serious injury that cost him his season, and they'll have Jalen Lane back as well. 4th-round pick in 2025, who had 2 punt return touchdowns. And I thought had a great training camp, was cooking DBs all camp long. Didn't translate quite like I wanted or thought it would in the regular season, but I'm not ready to say he can't be a big-time help eventually as a receiver, but he wasn't quite ready for the bright lights. So you'll have McLaurin, McCaffrey, Jalen Lane. I think we both are intrigued by Treylon Burks. Now, he's still got to be in that flyer pile. He's not a starter opposite McLaurin that you put in pen to go out and catch 50 balls. But, man, did he show something. And I'm not just talking about the amazing catch in primetime against the Broncos. Treylon Burks has a big physical threat down the field, contested catches, like running through some traffic and doing some things after the catch. You could see why he was drafted in the 1st round. He looks like a player that you want on your roster getting off the bus first. I'm over Noah Brown. I'm moving on. Chris Moore and some of those other veteran types can go.
You can find those guys.
The practice squad guys will stick around. But as far as guys on the roster, it's McLaurin, McCaffrey, Burks, and Lane, and you're building around that.
Burks has a use for me. I'm interested. But the thing that I need, he doesn't do, and I don't think anybody else here really does either. I need a separator. I need a speed.
But that's a different conversation than are you interested in Treylon Burks?
No, binary, yes. Yeah. Treylon Burks, again, as I said, he would have a use for me. I don't know whether he's my 3 or my 4. I don't really care about that as much as some people do with how my depth chart works. There is space for a guy that's that big, that strong, with those kind of unbelievable contested catch chops. I'm going to need that at some point, be it red zone, be it goal line, be it short yardage. He can be my 3rd down war daddy, box out smaller defenders. There is a place for Treylon Burks on my roster.
Which brings us then to the free agent pile of wide receivers. And we won't go through all of them, but there are, as you said, some pretty interesting names here. I think Deebo Samuel stands to command as much money as most of these guys, and therein lies the problem for Washington. Maybe Jawan Jennings of the San Francisco 49ers gets more than him. I could see somebody like DeAndre Hopkins on a 1-year deal having a comparable market to Deebo, or maybe Mike Evans, if he's available and somebody gives him a new deal, maybe could be in that Deebo tier. But the free agent wide receivers that you're looking at, Danny, are, I would say, intriguing this year, but there's nobody that jumps off the page. I think the first guy we got to talk about in terms of availability isn't even a free agent, and that's Brandon Ayuk. Because today, John Lynch was asked about him, and he said it's pretty safe to say he's played his final game in San Francisco. They're going to trade him. They want nothing to do with him. His time with the Niners is over. You could probably get him on a much, much cheaper deal and a show-me contract off of an injury, and the baggage that he comes with. He's friends with your quarterback. He knows your general manager very well. I'm not naive enough to think that he's not going to be an option here. I'm not that interested, to be honest with you, because it just seems to me like it's not the character that you want. You can't keep preaching character and then bring in guys that aren't character guys, but at least his tightness with the quarterback should help him walk the straight and narrow.
Yeah, might grease the wheels there. I mean, it feels somewhat inevitable that might be a thing, to be honest with you. I'm not thrilled about it because, again, it's not the thing that I really believe that they need. But if he plays, if he's himself, if he's not the malcontent or the guy that didn't want any part after he signed a huge contract or that was injured or didn't put up any of the numbers that they were hoping or expected, if he's the guy that got himself that pretty big deal, that would help you, just not as much as maybe the thing that they need that it could probably do more affordably. But it does feel like there's too much connection here to ignore that.
So here's your list I'm going to rattle off here. You tell me if you're interested. Mike Evans, who's going to be 33 years old.
Hall of Famer, great player, but no. Way too expensive.
Same.
Probably. Yeah.
Also way too old. That'll be my main gripe. Christian Kirk.
Intrigued?
Yeah, just played for the Texans.
Yeah.
That's a guy I would give a job to. He can play the slot pretty well. He's 29. What about De'Ami Brown, 26, coming back?
No.
I'll say no to that. Tutu Atwell. That's a guy that you might have interest in.
Intrigued, because there's a couple, that's a subcategory of slot guys that and he's one to me.
Well, he
I'm
can
interested
also
in
run, and he's only 26.
Yeah, I'm interested in him.
So that would be someone I would kick the tires on. I mentioned Jawan Jennings. He's going to get big money.
I think he signs in the mid-20s.
So you're a no on him?
I'm a no.
I'll be
And again,
honest.
I like him.
I'll be honest, though. I would bring him in before I'd bring Brandon Ayuk in.
Same.
But Brandon Ayuk you might be able to get for some pennies right now. How about Khalif Raymond from the Detroit Lions? He's 31, but
A
he's
little on the
shifty.
older side. Probably not for me.
I'd be cool with him. He could be your Olamide Zaccheaus that you kind of wish.
Because it wouldn't break the bank.
Yeah, and I wished all year long they had like another veteran who could run some routes and be trustworthy. Enter him. Rashid Shaheed's going to get good money. I'll bet you he gets 15 to 20 mil.
Yes, and that's what that's what I want. I want that deep, even if he's not getting the football, the value of having that guy go over the top to scare the hell out of people. I want that. You get a lot of cardio, get a lot of sprints, get massages after the game. We can all put a GoFundMe together to pay for it. But you're going deep, young man. You're going deep a lot.
Other free agents include, this one's fun, Jahan Dotson. That'd be a nice little reunion. Tim Patrick, Josh Reynolds, Zay Jones, Hunter Renfrow, Tylan Wallace, Wandell Robinson. To look out for, Kendrick Bourne hits the market again. I could see him as a down the depth chart guy.
I could see that.
What about the possibility of drafting a receiver? Let's talk about that next. Plus, we'll open up the phones. We're talking receivers, position group a day. What do you feel good about McLaurin and the kids coming back, led by McCaffrey, Jalen Lane, Treylon Burks? And then how much of a priority would it be? Would you be willing to use a top 10 pick on receiver? Would you make a big splash in free agency? Are you in on Brandon Ayuk? 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan. One of the catches of the year by Treylon Burks. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, on the Fan. Ben Standig in about 15 minutes. Talking about the wide receiver position. We're going a position group a day this week on G&D. How to fix the wideout spot. I do think that this is going to be the last year of Terry McLaurin with the Commanders, presumably, because they can get out of this contract after this year. They certainly didn't show a whole lot of interest in keeping him for the long term beyond this coming season when they negotiated this past year. And their relationship fractured in a big way. Now, probably better at this moment than it was when he returned to practice, and it'll hopefully be better at the end of this year than it is right now. But I'd be surprised if he's here for beyond this year. I think this could be the last ride for Terry McLaurin.
It is crazy to think about that as the reality, but all signs point to it, right? Given how acrimonious everything was, given the way the contract is structured, yeah, you could see it. Now, who knows if there's after this year, he has a nice season, everybody kind of comes to their senses and does something to make him a Washington player for life. But I could see McLaurin, having gone through what he did, go, screw that, I'll go get more elsewhere. Whether he can or not is, again, the market will decide. But it very well might be his last go-round here, which seems crazy because it was like just yesterday that he was a rookie that was the buzz of camp as someone we thought might play special teams.
I would be just fine with Washington using the number 7 pick on a wide receiver. You can't have me be upset by that. I actually said on the show last week that, that's my sneaky fun thing to do is to draft either Tyson or Tate and do it right there at number 7 overall. But I actually think it's a lot more likely that they don't. They need so much on defense, and that you would use number 71 in the 3rd round or number 145 in the 5th round on a wide receiver. And you'd try to find value either in round 3 or round 5 there. I know you're on record as saying you're okay with drafting a wideout at 7 as well, so we don't need to necessarily get into that. But probably not likely. Like 3rd round, if they trade back first late or 2nd maybe, or 3rd or something, you could see it. But how about the plan in free agency? If you are going to fix this by throwing money at it, what's it look like?
Alec Pierce. I win the bidding for Alec Pierce. That's what I'm going to do. Because, listen, it's not like I'm studying Colts tape in my spare time, but as a Red Zone watcher, how many times do you, in the middle of a commercial break flip over to Red Zone, and whatever Colts highlight is on, it's Pierce, downfield, contested catch. Yep, he gets downfield. I need that. I need a separator who can go over the top. I need
21 yards per catch this year.
I need a downfield threat. I am so tired of every micromillimeter being fought for like it's an old-fashioned war with trenches. Enough of that. I need some big plays. Whether he makes them or the threat of him making them is impactful. He's going to make a lot of money. He can make it from me. Old Randy Douye is signing that guy ASAP.
Yeah, get ready to pay him huge.
Totally fine with it, by the way.
I think people are going to be blown away by what he makes. Because as you said, it's a chunk yardage league and everybody's looking for the big play. He has led the league in yards per catch the last 2 years. Last year, 22.3. This year, 21.3. Which, by the way, that's crazy to me. That Alec Pierce, who's a contested catch maven from, was he Cincinnati? Is that right? Where he was drafted Cincinnati. Out of? Like, he was that was what he did. He was basically Charlie Becker at Indiana. He was like this back shoulder catching, like up over top of people college guy. He's not really a burner. What's his 40 time? Look that up. Because I'm curious. Like, you're right. Every single time he catches the ball, he's behind everybody deep down the field. And generally, he's got dudes trying to catch up to him, like hitting him as he's making a catch.
2022 Combine, 4.41 for Alec Pierce.
Oh, so he's fast.
And he's 6'3", 211?
I think of him more as like having a good motor.
Like a gym rat?
Yeah, he's like one of those guys who's like...
technician, coach's son?
Yeah, he's like first in, last out kind of guy. Yeah. So you're telling me that I've got a biases against Alec Pierce's
Seems
speed.
Like you do.
I just can't put my finger on what it is.
What is it specifically?
I had no idea he was that fast.
List all his attributes and then the one that jumps out.
I think it's the fact that he wears number 14.
Oh.
It's got to be. I don't like those number 14 wide receiver. That's a quarterback number. Looks like a quarterback or some kind of non-speedy wide receiver when he's running around in 14. 47 catches was a career high. That bother you at all?
Nope. 1,000 yards, deep threat. I need a deep threat. I need one so bad.
Yeah. You're going to pay him $26 million a year.
Again, I'm fine. Now, I'm a crazy person, and I react to the problem. Other people can take their time and build a certain way and do certain things. I'm sitting there watching these games over the course of a year, screaming at anybody who will listen. People are leaving the room. I need downfield. I need a deep threat. I need one so badly that I will pay whatever I have to. Now, there may be 2 years from now. I mean, years ago, you guys made fun of me, where it seems funny now because they drafted nothing but defensive linemen for like 4 straight seasons. But they didn't draft the defensive lineman since like Kennard Lang in the 90s. I'm going, I need a defensive lineman. I need somebody to try to tackle a ball carrier before he gets 15 yards down the field. And then they drafted one. I was happy. That was a result of a problem. The problem now is they can't go down the field. I need a fix to that before anyone does anything, and that would fix it.
I need 2 of these guys. I want 3 of these guys. I'm going to name 4 receivers that I would like to sign. Again, pick any 2, get them signed, or ideally grab 3.
So this is like one of those menu options at a barbecue joint. You get to pick 2.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But if you use these, then you get 3.
Yeah.
Wan'Dale Robinson.
I like it.
New York Giants. Romeo Doubs. Green Bay Packers. Now, my only issue with that is that I have to watch him in the Guardian cap.
I was going to ask you about the Guardian cap. What are you going to do?
He looks like the dude from Spaceballs running around catching passes. That's going to be tough for me, but I'll persevere. Jalen Naylor, who Dara sleeps on, Danny sleeps on, Kevin DiDomenico sleeps on, and Clary sleeps on. They all sleep on Jalen Naylor. He's a baller. A little bit underrated. This guy can play. I like him. I want to give him a bigger role. And then here's my sneaky pull. I think this could be a bang for your buck addition. Tyquan Thornton from the Kansas City Chiefs. You want someone who can get down the field, Danny?
I do.
I got your guy, and he's a lot cheaper than Alec Pierce. He'll get open down the field. So pick 2 or 3 of Wan'Dale Robinson, Romeo Doubs, Jalen Naylor, Tyquan Thornton, and I just fixed your wide receiver room.
I'm going to pick Wan'Dale Robinson first because I think Dobbs is right square in the middle.
He's fine. He's a number 2. Opposite Terry McLaurin, he's going to take some pressure off.
I mean, he's right square in the middle of a sea of people that are all just guys. The idea of Romeo Doubs intoxicating to people, just a guy. Like, it could be Romeo Jones, it could be Steve, it could be Pete, just a dude. I'm tired of waiting on Romeo Doubs to do all the amazing things that I was promised. So the other 2 guys, that is intriguing. I'm intrigued there with those options. Maybe Thornton.
Naylor and Thornton, I think, will be pretty cheap.
Maybe Thornton. Is Naylor a true outside to you?
He could do a little bit of both, honestly. I don't think we've seen the best of him yet. I think
2 really good players are ahead of him, so I don't begrudge him for not having broken out with Jefferson and Addison.
But it's 15 yards per catch. He can play inside. He can play outside. He had a couple of huge games. He had a 125-yard game with a touchdown this year. He's just one of these guys, when he gets a chance, which is rare, he generally makes the most of it, and he's averaged about 15 or more yards per catch 3 of the 4 years in the league. I think he's got some juice there.
Yeah, Tyquan Thornton, just a couple of those highlights, I decided I was sold, and he's the greatest receiver since Jerry
you
Rice.
Want speed, you want vertical threats.
I do.
Let's go.
Yeah, he can go get it.
Let's talk to Ben Standig next. I got questions about the staff the Commanders are putting together. He covers the team. You're listening to Grant and Danny. The last time we got crushed by snow in D.C. was 2016. It was during championship weekend in the NFL. In the AFC Championship game, while that snow was falling that year, Patriots-Broncos, January 2016. 10 years later, we're back. Patriots
Time is a flat circle.
Broncos, snowstorm in D.C., all coming together. Exclusively sponsored by the law firm Condori & Murad, where Grant and Danny, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com and be sure to mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and welcome onto the program our buddy Ben Standig. You know him from his work covering the Commanders. He's now Substack Standig. Last Man Standig is the Substack, and you can check out his work. You can read some of the work for free there as well, so go check out the Substack. Ben, thanks for hopping on. How are you?
I'm getting nervous about this snow. I've reached the age where it's the biggest 180 of my life. I loved snow as a kid, like we all did. Can't stand it now, so I'm a little bit nervous.
When did it change? Well, like, what? Do you remember the moment?
Probably the moment I realized that if it snowed, I still had to go to work.
Yep.
Fortunately, we're in the off season, so to speak, but I still like to leave my house and do stuff. And I get it. It's not like I can shovel, but it's just it adds layers to things, and I'm out.
But to that point, you don't have to go anywhere really. You're in the off season. You don't have to drive to the facility. I remember when I was on the beat, a snowstorm was kind of fine because I could just work on the computer at the house, put the feet up, throw in frozen pizza or something, not have to have a good excuse in my mind and not have to eat good or something. I don't know. Is it the worst thing? Just work and cover the football team?
Oh, I hear you on that. Well, I'll be honest, one variable is the Senior Bowl is next week. I have not committed to going the way Reuben Bain did today, but I'm debating it, and I would fly out Monday. So if the snow is a big thing on Sunday, what does that mean for Monday? So that's there is an actual work element there that I'm got to factor in. But yeah, I'm mostly just being an old man, yelling at the clouds. But still,
you can go full Ron Rivera and just skip it, even though it's part of the gig.
I could do that.
Yeah.
I could do that.
Yeah, not that I'm resentful of that at all. Ben, let's get into this. The simple fact that Mike McDaniel is going to be an OC. And if you land on David Blau after a thorough search, your point is, hey, he's going to be here for multiple years. We're getting a guy a year early instead of letting him walk out of the building. I think it's very reasonable. But not overturning any other stone, it seems kind of not that great of a process. Take it from there.
Yeah, I think that, look, I think we all understand that David Blau is a big risk, which isn't to say it's the wrong choice. It's just the unknown. And, if there's a lot of layers to this, if you already were moving on from Cliff Kingsbury or whenever they made that decision, it's one thing to say. Now, I'm not saying that you do that. You make this move because of that, but that's something you have to consider. And David Blau was obviously getting interest from the Lions right off the bat. That was an organization he had been with Dan Campbell's first year. So I don't think they were just randomly choosing him as a guy to meet with. I think there was real interest there. He had an interview scheduled, from my understanding, sort of the end of that week that they ended up hiring him. And I think if they had let him out the door, I can't say definitively that the Lions hire him, but I don't think it's impossible. And if then what? So, sure, I get the Mike McDaniel thing, and could probably point to some other people as well. But Mike McDaniel's been interviewing for head coaching jobs too. The Charger situation just unfolded yesterday, so they would have had to wait hypothetically all this time to then have Mike McDaniel say what he would or wouldn't want to do. Now all of a sudden you could lose Blau. There's no guarantee McDaniel comes here, and then what? And so I think, again, we don't know if Blau is the right call or not, but they decided we'd rather take him, go for the upside, not risk losing him versus, look, I'm sure they had an inkling of what Mike McDaniel's plans were. We you know how we all sit here and say, oh, this coach is on the same staff as that coach, or this guy went to college with this guy, or whatever it might be that connects them. There's no greater connection in this entire process than Dan Quinn and Mike McDaniel, with McDaniel openly talking about Dan Quinn helping him
totally.
Sober.
And so, Ben, I've said this to Danny. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt and assuming that Quinn reached out and they had a phone call and he kind of gauged his interest or whatever. But there was no formal request. There was no interview. They didn't contact the agent for Mike McDaniel to set up an interview. So I guess in a hypothetical world, what if Dan Quinn didn't have that conversation with McDaniel? Could you be okay with that? And the second part would be, like, you're talking to someone who actually is cool with the Blau hiring, and I would even say I like it. Like, it's up my alley. I'm game. I'm in. But I also think it is reasonable and accurate to say this was not a thorough OC search at all. They interviewed 2 guys outside the building, neither of whom have ever called plays before or are really getting other sniffs. Lunda Wells, and I'm sure he's a good coach. I don't mean this disrespectfully. I wouldn't recognize him if he was sitting on my lap. And Drew Terrell, who was here for a couple hours and then went to the Cardinals. But, like, this, look at their DC search. It looks nothing like their OC search.
That would be amazing, by the way. Some guy sat in your lap and you're like, excuse me? And he's like, yeah, I'm Lunda Wells.
I'm Lunda Wells.
I mean, but seriously, I wouldn't know that guy.
That'd be pretty awesome. Yeah. No, look, I mean, again, I think this is a case of where I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say that they were concerned that Blau might be gone, right? That if he gets to Detroit, as we see with a lot of these jobs, you let somebody out of, you let somebody go interview, and if this is a real candidate, they may not get out of the building. So I think they had to weigh that, and then, how quickly can you get, some other people to come in? Like we talk about the guys who have or haven't called plays before. Again, anybody like McDaniel or Matt Nagy, Mike McCarthy, whoever you want, they're all looking to get head coaching jobs. So they're going to wait that out as best they can and see. So now you have to wait for all these people who we might say, well, this person's qualified to do this. We think this could be a reasonable hire. All those guys, as we see, are basically waiting to see what else happens here. And then, of course, every time somebody else gets hired, now these other jobs open up, right? I mean, this isn't, like San Francisco loses Robert Saleh to the Titans to be their head coach. Now their coordinator situation's open. So the amount of positions that are being open isn't like static either. So yeah, I'm with you. Like, would it have been cooler if they had brought in McDaniel or somebody else to say, to have that conversation? Sure. But I also think a lot of times these interviews, it's like more fact finding than it is actually an interview. So if they decided Blau was their guy, I mean, look, when they made the move to move on from Cliff, they had to have at least, you would think, had some thought of where they wanted to go. And clearly Blau was, if not choice number 1, somewhere high on that list. And once they made that move, they're like, we can't put ourselves in a position where we don't get Blau and we don't get one of the top OC candidates.
And it would fit better if they interviewed or tried to interview anybody else. You see what I'm saying? Like, to me, you kind of can't have it both ways. I'm not saying you, Ben, but one can't have it both ways, which is they had to act quickly, otherwise Blau was gone, and they did all this reaching out behind the scenes that's not reported to Nate Schilhaas and Thomas Brown, the pass game coordinator for the Patriots, or Charlie Weiss Jr., or anybody anywhere other than these very overt 2 interviews outside the building, 2 internal, and then it was like, okay, it's David Blau because he might get on a plane to Detroit. You know what I mean? Like, are we sure due diligence was done or not? It just seems to me that Dan Quinn was afraid to lose somebody again because he has trauma from his time in Atlanta.
Look, I think your skepticism on some of these fronts, I think, is fair. I'll say this to play the, I'm not trying to spin anything, but trying to look at this, how they might look at it.
Sure.
Let me spin it the other way. Let me play devil's advocate. You look at the offensive line coach hires, right? They promote 2 guys internally. Darnell Stapleton goes from assistant to the head guy, and Shane Tapp goes from quality control coach to the assistant O-line coach. My initial sense is that, look, Stapleton played in the league. He was here the last couple of years. My sense is that the players do respond to him, and I'm not just saying that like that's just not a talking point. I've tried to go beyond hearing from what what they want to tell me,
right,
and I get that sense. But you could look at that and say they took a look around the league. They saw some guys that they may want who are more experienced, and got the feeling that, hey, we may not be able to get them because people look at our situation and think, is Dan Quinn making it past one more year? I think it's at least a reasonable question.
It is, Ben, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but don't you still have to talk to them? I mean, don't you? You know what I mean? Like at a minimum, don't you have to hear what Mike McDaniel thought about your offense and defense? Don't you have to talk to Brian Daboll? Like, I know you may not have gotten the guy that you wanted, but like, don't you have to do more than talk to London Bridge? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, like, remind me here because I'm losing track. The McDaniel was let go on a Thursday, and they hired Blau on Friday.
It was either a Wednesday to a Friday or something like that. It was close to it. Yeah, wasn't much time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So they obviously were already somewhat down a path to then be like, hey, this is the thing. And again, I'm sure Quinn had a feeling for where McDaniel was going to be. And now if McDaniel is going to linger and he wants the head coaching job and he's like, I'm not really, whatever, we can have a conversation, but it doesn't really matter, then, they may not have a choice. Also, because of the playoffs, not every single coach was available to them when they necessarily would want them to be available, right? I mean, double check me. Like, I think like all the Rams coaches interviewed with people last week after they had already done the Blau thing, but I don't know if they necessarily did it the week prior.
Could they have done anything to block Blau? I know that he would have been getting an elevated job, so does he just get to do whatever he wants? They can't say no?
I think if it's going to be a position upgrade, I think that's right. Like, it's one thing I think it'd go from assistant, like when they blocked him last year, just as a quarterback coach. But I think to go to an OC from where he was to go to an OC, I don't know that they could have necessarily blocked him there either. So look, I don't disagree with you. It would be cool to sit here and say, hey, they should have interviewed people just the way they are here on defense, but. I'm hoping that they had a feeling that if Blau left the building and went to Detroit that he wasn't going to come back. And they said, we can't afford to risk this because it's not like we have a bird in the hand over here with anybody else. And then again, on top of it, this shouldn't be their overriding thing. But if you let Blau go, now no matter who you're bringing in, it's starting over from ground zero for Jaden Daniels. And I don't know that that's where they want to be either. So put it all together, I understand why they made the move. It certainly would have been a little more palatable if they had, like they are for the defense, interviewing a whole bunch of different people, including a lot of people that or have been coordinators or highly respected. But they obviously have been with Blau the last couple of years. I'm sure their belief in him factored into moving on from Kingsbury, and here we are.
Ben Standig. It's Last Man Standing. His Substack covers the Commanders. So my curiosity about the offensive side of the ball right now, Danny's is more about the McDaniel part of the interviewing process. Mine is about kind of where they've landed with some of the assistants. And I thought the O-line coach was going to be the most important coach hire that they would have. And oftentimes, they're going to do your protections and your run game. So this is a huge thing for this first-timer. And they just promoted, as you said, from within with a first-time O-line coach. And Taub gets promoted from kind of, doing his role of helping with videotapes and all that to the assistant O-line coach. And as of right now, they have not brought a real true veteran into the building. So I guess here are a few questions. Anthony Lynn's interviewing for the Bills job, but do we think he's going to be on this staff? Is Brian Johnson, who interviewed for the OC job and then got literally leapfrogged by David Blau in the pecking order, is he going to stay on this staff even though he got bypassed, basically? Is that a possibility? What do we know about him? And then do they need more veteran pelts on the wall guys, or are they comfortable on a side of the ball where their head coach is defensive-minded, just having a bunch of kids run the room?
Yeah. I've been saying from the jump that, especially once you knew Blau was on board, that having another somebody who's been a coordinator, gone through, been in these positions there to help him is paramount. Not as a babysitter, but just as another voice. And it's important because and I know Grant, you've harped on this a lot, but like with Dan Quinn being the defensive guy, that doesn't help the cause here. That's why it's a challenge when it's the head coach is a defensive guy, because the offensive guy could always just leave and then you're starting over a lot. The Brian Johnson part to me is very interesting. I don't know exactly what his hopes and dreams were, but I imagine he would have liked to have been named OC once Cliff was out. That didn't happen. He's been here for a couple of years. I have no reason to think he hasn't been cool being here, but where is this going? If David Blau is going to be the OC for a while, then what is Brian Johnson doing other than just being an assistant? Does he want to do more? Does he have opportunities? That's unknown. Anthony Lynn, I guess I would be surprised if he got the Buffalo job, but that doesn't mean, he couldn't possibly be their, OC or something, right? And I know, there was this internet rumor about could he be joining his son at Penn State because his son was just named DC. I don't think that's a thing, but sure. And is Anthony Lynn enough? He's been a head coach and an OC, but I don't know. Is his vision modern enough? Not saying it isn't, but he's an older guy. Blah blah blah. So I think they still probably need to bring in somebody else. The one guy, and this is not me reporting; it was just my thought, was a guy like Darrell Bevell, who has been there, done that, OC, quarterback coach. He's been with Miami the last few years. He was with Dan Quinn in Seattle. They were both coordinators, right, on some of those teams. And that, to me, would make a lot of sense. The Miami just, of course, hired a new head coach, so maybe I don't know if they've made the decisions on what they want to do with their staff, but a guy like that would make a lot of sense. Now, again, I have not heard that. That's just me, again, putting together guys work together, so let's just pair them up. But, yeah, I think if Brian Johnson and or Anthony Lynn leave, not only do they have to replace those positions, they got to bring in somebody who, is an adult in the room and can, has been there, done that, can be a voice that Blau and others can lean on. Otherwise, not saying that the kids can't do it, but now you are with a very inexperienced group.
Ben, speaking of that, if Cliff Kingsbury gets a job somewhere, and not just to be a voiceover guy with a deep voice, but to coach football, might they lose some other coaches?
Well, it's possible. I think I think Blau and David Rye, the tight end coach, were the two that were most associated with Cliff. Obviously, Blau is now locked up. It would not surprise me if Rye were to go, should Cliff be in a position to bring people along with him. I also think, forget staff, if Cliff lands in a spot where they need a spot starter or potential, or higher end backup, that Mariota goes with him, I think that's very plausible. Again, we'll have to see what spot that would be, depending, some teams have a legit backup, or I don't know that Mariota would. Let's just say Baltimore got in the mix, and I know Cooper Rush is there, but let's just say they kick him out. Does Mariota want to go behind Lamar Jackson? It's different than a guy in Jaden Daniels who was just coming into the league. I don't know, but I would think if Kingsbury goes somewhere where they need another quarterback, that Mariota, if I had to bet, I would bet he follows him there. So I think that's something else to keep in mind.
Ben Standig with us on G&D. Is Daron Payne a lock to be on the roster at his current number?
Absolutely not.
So how do you view the decision on him? Is it more interesting maybe than it's being made?
Well, look, like everything else, it's all relative to, okay, sure, you can move on from this guy, but then what are you doing, right? They already have holes all over this roster, especially on defense, that they've got to fill. Could you sit there and say, well, if we move on from Daron Payne, so I think it's like a $28 million cap hit roughly, they would save $16 million on that, so there would still be some dead cap, but there's more money on the savings part of it. Is that worth it versus keeping him either at that 28, which is a huge number, or they, could they renegotiate, come up with an extension that lowers the immediate cap hit, but keep him around? Look, Daron Payne's been a fine player. We all saw his upside back in 2022 when he had his big breakout year. But since then, it's been kind of what it's been his whole career. There's been flashes, but I don't know that we've ever, the last 2 years, have gone into a game and thought, well, this other team's not running on Washington because Daron Payne is sitting there, or they're gonna have to put extra blockers to defend the middle of the line because Daron Payne is there. Good player. I think he's $28 million cap hit. He's overpaid for what they have seen. Now they have to decide again, what do I think they can get out of him? We already saw them last year move on from John Allen in sort of a similar circumstance. If I had to guess, I would think that they move on from Payne as well, and then that gives them even more cap space than they already have. But again, if you do that, you're either saying we believe that Johnny Newton's ready to go, or you're going to commit to spending money or drafting a guy to replace him, and now that's just another hole that you have. So it's a tricky spot, but if I had to bet, I don't see him back at the $28 million cap hit at least.
So if you had to guess, you would say they released Daron Payne?
That would be my guess, yes.
Wow, that's interesting. And then last one I want to sneak in, Brandon Ayuk as an option at wide receiver.
What numbers are he going to wear?
On the cheap. What would you make of the fit of bringing him in here?
Positionally, I think it's a better fit than Deebo Samuel, like just to put the San Francisco guys together because he's an outside receiver. I mean, look, I think Deebo was fine last year. At times he was more than fine. But ultimately, to me, he's just a little bit of a gadget guy that is a luxury that they just can't afford to have right now. I'd rather see them invest that money in an outside receiver to help Terry McLaurin, give him some protection down the field and so on. But I've got massive reservations about it being Brandon Ayuk. I get that he's been productive. I get Adam Peters drafted him. I get the Jaden Daniels thing. I get all that. But I also get that the 49ers signed this guy to a deal, and then within a year we're like, yeah, he's out. And we're just going to avoid the whole thing, and he's not even complaining. We also don't even know where he is with coming off this injury. I assume by now he's back, but he's ready to go. But it was a pretty significant injury, a knee injury. So I personally would have a hard time bringing him in, especially if you're going to give me all this culture talk. But I would rather have him, I think, positionally than I would Deebo if they are confident that he's got a good mindset and he's healthy and he's ready to go.
Ben, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Fellas, always appreciate it.
Check out his work. Last Man Standing is his Substack, covers the Commanders very, very well and gets a lot of news as well, which if you follow him on his site, you will see first. There is hope for me that I will get my pizzas.
Come on.
I'm not even joking.
What are you talking about?
There's actual...
Don't do this to me.
No, I'm dead serious. There is hope that my pizzas could be coming. I will update you next on The Fan. Danny, you're not going to believe this, but I have a renewed hope that my Joe Corby's pizzas could be on the way.
Why do you do this to yourself?
Well, I'm always looking for a gleam.
Right.
And shtick aside, like this.
That is true, by the way. You are searching for a gleam.
I'm looking for a gleam kind of guy. And there's a gleam, man. There's a gleam. All right, so quick backstory for those of you that don't know if you're new to the program. Many, many years ago. Was it pre-COVID?
Ooh.
I was thinking it was during COVID, but it might have been before.
I think it's after.
Well, it's definitely not after.
I think it was after. Like, we'd started to come back into the office. It feels like 4 years ago to me.
Oh, it's a lot longer than that.
Is it longer than that?
Time
Darius is nodding like you simpleton.
I think it was. It's either
Had the Nats won the World Series yet?
That's what I'm wondering. Was it 18 or was it 1920? Regardless, many, many moons ago.
Okay.
I'm in my house. I had just moved in. You know what? Here's one thing. It's got to be COVID. You're right, because I moved into my house in 2020 and it happened at my current house. So it was COVID times. So it's COVID times.
Okay.
I'm in my home. I get a knock on the door. It's pretty rare because no one's meeting anyone. No one's doing anything. Yeah. These two young gentlemen, I'll call them, young men, who are like in like dirty jeans and like scruffy T-shirts, are like standing there, high school aged kids. And one of them is holding a crumpled up Joe Corby's pizza pamphlet with a pencil, like a broken number 2 pencil. Like very dull and like you can't really write with it.
Sure, yeah.
And they're like, we're selling pizzas for school, over here at the high school, and can you help us? Now, at this point in my life, I would say no, I cannot help you for many reasons. But the first reason would be that the reason I said yes then, I was like, whatever I was, 27, 28 years old. I just bought this house. I'm married. I got a young kid. This is my first chance to give back to the youth and to be the cool neighbor. You know?
Right. You don't want to be the guy that this guy didn't buy the pizzas.
But also, it's kind of the American dream. Like you get your house. Yeah. You got your family. I remember being the kid walking around. Now I get to be the grown up that says yes to the Joe Corby's pizza. This is so fun. So I was like, no problem, boys. We're gonna buy some pizza and some cookie dough because I'm a fat goober and I want some cookie dough. And they're like, great. So I like total it all up and it's $50 some or whatever it was, $60 some. And so they tell me, all right, pay us. And I said, well, I'll go get you a check. We don't take checks. That was the red flag. That flag's not green.
No.
So I said, guys, you got to take checks. What do you mean you don't take checks? We only take cash. And I said, that's not going to work. I don't have cash. B, I wouldn't just hand someone cash. That seems very shady. People are not going to just pay you cash. And they're like, well, we could talk to our advisor or whatever and get back to you. I'm like, yeah, my number's on there. So then they text me that night, hey, Mr. Grant, we can't take checks. We need cash. I'm sorry. I said, all right, well, I'll leave it in the mailbox. And I knew at that time there is a chance I'm being taken for a spin here.
Yeah.
But it's $60 or whatever, and if these guys want it that bad, they've earned it, and I'll just never give them money again if I see them. That'll be how we handle this. So I put money in the mailbox. That's how we decided. I wasn't going to be home when they were around. I'm going to put it in an envelope, put it in the mailbox. Again, very shady. The flag is not green. This is going very badly. I'm not a guy that often gets taken advantage of, but we're headed down taking advantage lane.
Yeah, you took a right on Take Advantage Drive.
Yes.
You parked and idle for a little while with your blinkers on and then kept going.
So here we go. So the cash gets taken, and I'm like, no problem. I have this guy's number, worst case. So I text him, and I say, hey, man, did you get the cash, whatever? Like, somebody took it. Hopefully it was you kind of thing. Don't get a response. Next day, I'm like, hey, everything good? No response. So I call the number. It was a burner phone. The cell phone's not working. It's like, this is not a cell phone. You got.
The number cannot be completed as dialed.
Right. You are not getting the pizzas. That might as well have said.
Yeah.
So that was what happened, okay, for those of you that don't know the story. So there have been some times where that's come up on the show since, where you're wondering about my pizzas. You're asking me if I got my pizzas.
Uh-huh.
Darius, give me a drum roll. I'll tell Danny if I got my pizzas last night or not.
Well, I mean, there's no way, right?
I did not get my pizzas last night.
Okay.
I did not. No pizzas came. It was a very normal night at my house.
Uh-huh.
No visitors, no pizzas, no nothing. But that's not the update. This is the update. There's a gleam. I think I could get my pizzas. This story was just dropped into my inbox from a listener.
There's a gleam, man. There's a gleam.
There is a Libyan phone dealer who just got a shipment of Nokia phones 16 years after he placed an order for them. 16 years. The shipment was stuck in warehouses.
What?
When Libya's Civil War broke out.
No, it's a war over silver.
In 2011, disrupting transport, customs, and business across the country. Years of instability kept the phone stranded until now, when they finally reached their owner. And there's this picture of this guy taking all of these Nokia phones out of a bag.
They might be a little bit dated now.
Yeah,
unfortunately,
they're not
poor
going to
guy.
help him much. But he ordered them in 2010.
Yeah.
And he got them in 2026. So, Danny, what I'm trying to tell you is...
Oh, I see.
This guy had to wait 16 years.
It's a shipping issue.
Do you know how many of his friends busted his balls about never getting his phone?
Yes.
He got them.
Mm-hmm.
He had a friend like you he did a radio show with in Libya. It was like, you get your phones yet? You get your phones yet?
And he's like, no.
They just moved on like the phones were never coming. And then one day a bag shows up with those phones.
First of all, you sleep on a Nokia phone.
Oh, I don't at all.
How silly it was back in the day.
Those are the ones that everyone used as a walkie-talkie, right?
I think it had walkie-talkie
That was like the
capability.
Nextel Nokia thing where it was like, I hated those. You'd go to the movie theater and people would be like, "Chirp." Like button would get hit and then they'd talk on it.
Yeah.
Oh, I hated that. Yeah, I don't sleep at all. But this guy got it. It was 16 years of waiting. So my point, Danny, is I got a shot to get my pizzas. If this guy 16 years later got what he was waiting for, maybe they're just in a warehouse somewhere.
Yeah, so I think over-under for you is what, 2032 and a half, 2033?
I will.
By that point?
What is it now? 26.
Yeah.
Happened in 20. 16 years is 36. In 2037, January 1st, 2037,
okay,
I will call off the search. And I will admit,
at that point,
I will admit on 1137 that there are no pizzas, that the pizzas are not en route,
okay,
and that the two very young gentlemen, who at that point, they were 15, they'll be like 32 years old.
I was going to say they're now grown
Yeah.
adults somewhere laughing about the scam.
That they scammed me and they screwed me. But right now, it's a miscommunication. They are trying to get me my pizzas desperately.
Yeah.
They can't find me.
They can't find you.
They cannot find me. I have to assume they can't find me. They forgot which house I lived at or like what town
And
I
they
was
changed
in.
phones. Clearly.
Maybe his phone broke. He dropped it into a puddle that night.
I mean, that'd be fair to say.
Thank you, Coach.
They didn't get my address properly written.
No, they were there. Yeah, they were
because
there.
the pencil was
Right.
dull or
It was
whatever.
a bad pencil, yeah.
There's a lot of things that could have happened. But on 1137, I will give up. That's when we'll call off the boats and the helicopters and we'll head home.
Here we go. Thanks, Al. I got to tell you, the moment where you call that number and you get this call cannot be completed as dialed, the life that must have sunk out of you. I mean, that is a tough moment.
That was the first time I thought there's a chance I'm not getting my pizzas. But there's a gleam today.
Well, and God bless you. Whatever, hope is powerful. So you hold on to it. It smelled so scammy, like leading up to it with the weird, like we don't take checks and this cash only thing, and you can leave the cash in the mailbox and all that stuff.
It smelled like a scam.
It didn't,
and it looked like a scam.
And it was a scam.
Felt like a scam.
Right, and it's named
and
Scam.
It sounded like a scam.
Yeah. Like, how you doing? My name's Scammy Scamison. Here's the number. But when you called that number and the person doesn't exist that was texting you only moments before, oh no. Oh man.
Fernando Mendoza going 1-1. Can we put that in Sharpie just yet? Next on Grant and Danny.
After a magical 2024 season turned into a night.